Alright, sorry for the slight delay. I couldn't get Umineko to show on OBS. Like, I just used game capture and it worked just fine, but it's not a game, so I had to mess around with getting it on windowed capture because yeah. Oh man, chat's moving so fast I can't even see people complaining about Persona 3. What's the point? Why stream? Alright, are the seagulls too loud or what? Do they need to cry louder? Do they need to cry less loud? Oh, I'm so tired. Can't wait to do 4 hours of reading. Here we go. Or 5, I don't know. Definitely no more than 5. I'm not doing more than 5. Even if I feel like I could keep going at 5, I'm not doing more than 5. Maybe even 2. Maybe in negative time. Maybe I just put the old VOD on and just pretend to react to it. Just sit here with my headset off and just go, oh, huh. Oh yeah, that did happen. Oh, I forgot about that. Wonder if that's gonna be important. Alright. Alright, gather around, weebs. Joe's made some bad life choices, and he's here to own up to them. Here we go. Are you playing with the soulful sprites or the soulless ones? I don't know. I put it on random. Oh, I didn't see an answer, by the way. Is the sound okay? Randomly. Every scene, it's going to be a different set of sprites. Or is it... No, it was every character in each scene randomly gets a selected different sprite. So they could be mixed up. So I don't know what that's going to do, but that sounds fun. 1K viewers, looks like Persona 3 still reigns. 1.6, 1.7 now. Give it time. Give it time. Atlas fan fuming in the chat. Man, I wish you just finished 9 Souls on me. That's Monday or tomorrow if I feel up to it, but it's probably going to be Monday. I desperately need a day where I can just sleep. I woke up in a panic because I had a dream that I woke up and checked my phone and it was like past 2 o'clock and I was like way late for stream. And I was like, oh no, 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 no. I woke up all panicked. And then I grabbed my phone and checked and woke up for real. And it was like 11:45, so I was like, oh phew, I got up on time, and then I just went back to sleep. For only half an hour. I did get up on time, so yeah. I was out with the dogs. It's really icy here right now, so I took them out to pee just real quick in the front yard instead of the backyard, and there's this very nice lady walking down the street. And she gets to the front of our yard, and she's walking by very slowly because of the ice. And Yoshi is there, just going. And the lady looks at the dog and starts talking. And then Yoshi starts like barking like crazy. And she's like, "Is he friendly?" I'm like, "No." And she's like, "Oh, okay." Well, is he? He would never attack someone, but he wants you to know that he's king of the castle before you come over and give him some pets. Let's put it that way, okay? Like, he's a softie, but he doesn't like strangers. Oh, we're up to 2,000. We're up to 2,000. Uh-oh. Persona fans in their secret Tataris chat right now. Oh, no. Chief, he just broke 2K. No, don't worry. There's no way he's gonna break 3K. Chief, the numbers keep going up. I told you before. Call me Joker or nothing at all. Okay, Joker. All right. Looking good, Joker. I'm having a good hair day today. Let me put my hair in the microphone. I'm having a good hair day today. You have hair? You're not bald? Hair reveal. You broke 2K. Thank God, I hate that company. Oh, 2.1K now. What do you think about the title? I think it's possibly the biggest +2 that has ever been a +2. It might even be a 2.1. Oh, someone's saying 2.2. Oh, wow. Umineko, how's it going, Wuggy? Have you read any Umineko, Wuggy? Like, legitimately, enough people who I sometimes trust their opinions have said this is decent. But then there was that weird perverted moment. A little perviness as a treat for the weebs to keep them interested. Maybe that's what it's there. Maybe that just never goes anywhere. Maybe they just keep dangling it. It's like, hold on. We know our audience. We know our audience. Why would you like to read? You like to read. Wuggy is here to own us. You, me, Neko is better. I can't repeat. I mean, I could have, actually, because it's the same thing. I don't like to read anime PowerPoint. No game, no gameplay. Chat's gone to bed. Time for some serious reading. There was one on yesterday that I didn't read out loud. Hold on, I took a screen cap of it when I saw it. Where is it? It's this one. Glass full of warm tap water. Wearing yesterday's underwear. Parents have gone to bed. Time for some serious backseating. The Prime Minister of Australia said it. Yeah, they did. They did. It's true. It's true. Honestly, it's a problem with a lot of Wii media that they just have these random moments of perversion that don't get anywhere. Think VLR. I really think they think it's a joke or it's funny, or if it's like to keep them interested, like dangling them a little bit. I don't know. Umineko is like, this goal easy if the writing was good. You're trying to get me monologuing again. Talking about your distrust of hats and hat wearers, what do you think about people who use headphones? Are headphone users to be trusted? Can headphones be considered hats? What is a hat, Joe? Headphone users are fine. That's fine. I wear headphones myself when I go outside, so I wouldn't. You shouldn't trust me, but like, it would be hypocrisy, would it not? Why don't you have merch? Where can I buy it, John's? We barely have streams. We barely have streams. Thoughts on berets? Berets could be pretty cute. I don't know. Maybe small hats are alright. Important question. When your family has dinner, are you doing the thing where everyone has to sit there even if they finish eating? God, no. No, we're not like that. The TV has to be off, though. No TV, no tablet, no switch at the table. We're sitting down, we're talking while we're eating, but when you're done, you can go. Yeah. And you also don't have to finish everything on your plate either. But you do have to like make an earnest effort. No TV, yeah, no TV while you're eating. Dinner time is for like being a bit social. No tablet, yeah, like a tablet. The kids have tablets that they can watch YouTube on. We got him some. 2 of them gone for Christmas actually. Finn's had his for a bit longer. They have they can watch YouTube on it instead of eating up the computers all the time. What the hell is a TV? TV, Metal Gear. iPad kids, they don't use it that often, but we do have a rule not to have it on the TV. Usually they watch it a bit on the tablet before bed. That's the only time I ever really see them watching the tablet. Maybe a little bit in the morning too. Does that mean they have phones? They do not have phones. What age should a kid have a phone nowadays? 12? I'm eating while watching stream. Wow, Mayo. Wow. Never? Are you kidding? Like, phones are one of the most useful things a family can have. Like, 16, I think? 16 is way too old. No way. The absolute oldest is like 14, I think. So we're discussing a range between like 10 and 14, I think, when you should get your first phone. Really? Yeah. Okay, I think a good age is when definitely it's overdue if the kid is going out on their own. Once they're going out on their own, then okay, then they should have a phone. So whenever that starts happening. So if it was me when I was growing up, it would be like 7. But that's not how it is nowadays, and some people are really Alan about seeing children walking around by themselves even before they're 10 nowadays. So like that can cause some shit. What do you think of Australia's new policy of banning phones for under 16-year-old? I think that's crazy. Like, a phone is it's just a good way to be safe, and you can always call your parents if you're ever in a bad situation, or like call the police if it's something bad too, or you know, like why would you take away like such a great safety device from your children? I think one of the best policies a parent can have, and this is actually one of the few good things that I learned from Reddit that I will adopt as a parent. One of the good few things that you can have as a parent is with a phone is that you have a policy with your child that you can say to your child, I don't care what it is, where you are, what situation you're in. if you text me like a special word or like a message or something to tell me that you want out of a situation, I will like come and find you and like pretend to be like the overbearing parent that is just like taking you home because you're in trouble or something to get you out of a situation. Just text me whatever you want and I will take this hit for you. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to be like, oh sorry I have to go home. Like it's like no, like you don't have to like take this social hit. I will do it for you. So like yeah, and without a phone, how can you do that? Finn texting Joe vegetable. Great vegetable. Yeah. Aussie has a social media ban for under 16s, not phones as a whole. Okay, social media ban is probably pretty good. I think I would let the kids have a phone before I would let them have a Facebook account or a Twitter account or anything like that. Honestly, I might even campaign for them not to have that at all, but who knows? I've never had a Facebook account myself, ever. Oh, that's not true. Joseph Anderson had one for a little bit, but I never did anything with it. But real me has never had a Facebook account. Okay, do I need to wear my headset for today? Joseph who, says Wuggy. One of the few people in chat that can answer that question for real. Yeah, I don't need the music. Gotta hear the seagulls. You know, I never saw an answer about if the sound was okay. I hope it's alright. Alright, we're at 2.7k viewers. You fought valiantly, Umineko fans. Hold on, this is an anime PowerPoint, so doesn't it get like a 2x or a 3x modifier compared? Alright, this is still a lot of people. Alright, time for some serious reading. Alright, so this is Umineko. It is a, excited for Baldur's Gate 3. We're doing Umineko! It is a visual novel that was released in 1995. And some people who started reading it back then finally finished it, and now they want me to start. So apparently it's pretty good. Umineko, When They Cry. When did it come out? It was released between 2007 and 2019. That's how long it took to finish it. So 12 years of production, with the episodes being released at a time. According to this, worldwide it released in 2016 and 2017. All right, so it's a lot older. How many? Has it actually been changed a lot since the original release? The mansion of Kyu Furukawa Gardens in Kita, Tokyo, basis of the exterior of the guest house on Rockinjima. That's a real place? Oh man, Jad's road trip. Road trip. Should we go there after we're done? First IRL stream. Start the stream with IRL in front of the mansion. Spend fucking 45 minutes just bullshitting, not talking about the mansion before we finally start walking around. Everyone look at me like I'm crazy. Me holding the camera up, looking, wind blowing my hair. I'll be bald by then. It would be like, yo. Hey, all right, we're here in the mansion. What do you mean? Are you excited to play Baldur's Gate 3? What do you mean? When are we finishing 9 Souls? Oh, hey, Wuggy, happy birthday. Like, what? I looked up how long to beat this goddamn thing, and it said 50 hours for question arcs and 50 hours for answers arcs, and I went, what the fuck? All right, okay. Anyway, so, yeah, this is, When They Cry 3 or something. I don't know. I remember it being up here, but now it's gone. Umineko no Naku Koroni. Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. Alright. So we have already streamed this before, so if you don't care, you can go watch the other one right now, and you'll be done if you watch on times 2 speed before we're done with this today. Oh, I do like that the flower is like going between all the menus here. That's kind of nice. Is there anything in controls I need to fix? I don't think so. This will be a Saturday feature, most Saturdays going forward. I'm not going to promise every Saturday. I'm also, and this is going to upset some of you, but I'm sorry, I do not want to do this to myself because I want to always have an out. I'm not promising to finish it, okay? If we're at, like, week 8, okay? And I'm miserable, and no one's here, and it's just me talking to mouse, alright? Then alright, maybe... then maybe we can take turns. then maybe we'll stop, okay? Maybe. All right, we'll see. But Yeah, I will try my best. I don't expect that we're gonna bail, but we'll see. All right. All right. Now, there's a history with this not a game, and that is I didn't think it was going to be very good, and I teased the weebs and said there's no way we're ever gonna want to continue reading this. And then we did the Leap Day joke stream. When did we do it? Was it last year? Last year, yeah, last year. I April Fools in 2023. I said we're gonna start doing Umineko Wednesdays on a Leap Day, and then because I knew the next year was a Leap Day, and then I had to commit to the bit. We did the bit on the Leap Day, and then at the very end, like a cliffhanger, at the very end, I can't believe how well timed it was actually. At the very end, the story legitimately actually started getting interesting. Okay, so like one of the most interesting kind of bits that ever developed in one of these games that we played. Sorry, not a games on stream. Okay, so it's not a game. So if you are here for the first time, you do not need to go watch the other stream, okay? Because we're going to start from the beginning again right now, and we're also going to be starting with the better version today, okay? It has voice acting now. It's in Japanese, but, you know, you like that. If you are bored in the first hour or two, the big Umineko vibes, it picks up. I'm telling you, man, it picks up, all right? There's intrigue. Characters start acting like characters. There's intrigue. You gotta get to the last hour of just today's stream, okay? No, we'll try and get there. But seriously, it is a slow start. I remember it. I remember being kind of bored, and then toward the end, some details that had been established earlier in that stream started coming back, and some characters revealed their true natures, sort of thing. When the kids were gone, the grown-ups started talking properly, and it was like, oh, all right, that's actually kind of interesting. There was a weird pervy moment though, about 2/3 in, that I remember chat going, you know, brace for perv pact or whatever. Like we have to get past that, all right? So I'll try not to groan too much when we get there again. All right. So which one? Which do you mean which one? What do you mean which one? All right. So we'll try and get through that again. And I'm gonna read all the dialogue out loud while there's Japanese voice acting in the background. If it's too distracting, we can turn it off or turn it down. I hope. I can just turn the game sound down, I guess, and that will be it. Okay. So I'm gonna get us into it. I'm gonna read for like, I don't know, like maybe half an hour, and then I will say thank you to subs and bits, because I've already like faffed around for like 22 minutes. Oh, we're 3k. Anyway, so this is Umineko. Who just got chills? Alright. Episode 1. Legend of the Golden Witch. Welcome to Rockinjima. The Golden Witch extends her heartfelt greetings. Please take it easy and relax for the time being. There's no need to think overly hard about any of this. Quietly accept all that is about to happen. That is all that's being asked of you. The difficulty level is standard. We might as well at least start by taking the easy road. Alright, can we just... We got to episode 2 last time. Can't we just unlock episode 2 and start there?
Wasn't even close to episode 2. He doesn't know. He doesn't, it's still 20 hours before he gets to episode 2.
Alright, new function, tips mode. In the middle of the game, at any time, a right click with the mouse will open up the tips mode. Here, besides the save and load functions, you can view character profiles and more. Additional information will be added as you progress through the story. Probably a good idea to take a peek here every once in a while. We are playing the VN modded, by the way. It has been modded extensively. It took a long time to mod this. I have never had a mod take so long to download and install, by the way. So it is we have modded, okay? The device has been modified, alright? So here we go. This story is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature. Any resemblance to existing individuals, organizations, locations, or institutes is entirely coincidental. Alright, we're on hard mode. That was hard to read. Alright, here we go. It's loud. Alright, what do we think? Too loud? How do I turn it down? Escape? Alright, system. And then, no. Tips? I would like a tip to how to turn it down. Alright, let's save it. Oh my god, let's cycle. Alright, we're fine now. Alright, hold on, page 2. Alright, let's leave page 3 open for a while. Alright. Oh no, glass shattering. Options. Uh-oh. Music. Music, sound effect, voice. What about... Okay, down. Okay, so I turn it... Alright, so it's up here. Alright. Okay, 25. Voice. Why does it start at 7? Okay, now we got it down to increments of 5. What the... Okay, alright. I'm going to turn the music all the way down to 0. And I want you to tell me. I'm going to start talking, and you tell me when it's too loud, okay? I'm a doctor, and I'm talking about some alcohol thing. Beatrice, oh my god, I can't believe it. You're still drinking. Let's play some chess. I'm really bad at chess. Holy shit. Too loud. Okay, alright. Down to 30. 30, 30, 30. Okay, 30. 30. Alright. I'm a doctor. Let's play chess. Oh my god, you're still drinking. Have you heard about Beatrice? No? Alright. No? Still? Down to 20? 20? 20? Mario? 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 Okay. Alright. I got thinking maybe I'm the Dragonborn and I just don't know it yet. I used to be a doctor like you. Then I took an Umineko to the knee. 20? 20? 15? Okay, remember, it's just in background for vibes, okay? 10, 15? Alright, let's go 15 and see how it is, alright? Okay. Voice 20, music 25. Music louder than the voices? Okay. This is now music double of the voice. Alright, so I'm talking. Is the music good? The music's way too loud. What are you guys talking about? 20 for music? 20 for music. Alright, 20 for music. Alright, now I'm talking. Alright, now we're gonna hear like the doctor talk, alright? Perfect. It's fine. Alright. Do we want toggle drop shadow? Oh my fucking flash. Why is it not going back to how it was? What weebery is this? Alright, do we want the non-spoiler movies or the PlayStation 3 spoiler movies? Do we want adventure mode or do we want novel mode? Non-spoiler? Alright, we want non-spoiler. Okay, we want this on, right? Because it's without it, it's like up here, isn't it? Clear? Okay, we definitely want... Oh, it didn't fix the fucking mouse bug. We definitely want advanced mode on. What are you guys talking about? Yeah, like this is better. The old physician let out a sigh as you remove the stethoscope. Watch. Want to see a magic trick? I can stop the game from talking. Watch. All right. Okay, hold on. No. I want to, like, unsubscribe. All right, now we go to system, and we load, and we start from the beginning again. All right, we don't want to miss a thing. All right, here we go. Music's too loud. Again. We're here again. All right, are we good? All right, we're good. Okay, we're going to do a scene, and we're going to see how it is, okay? Again. Nanjo Terumasa. Spoilers, I can see the character's name. So, you still haven't overcome your love of alcohol. The old physician let out a sigh as he removed the stethoscope. 2 elderly men could be seen in the dimly lit study, which was filled with dust and a sickly sweet stench. In the corner of this room, which was much larger than what most people would call a study, was an expensive-looking bed, a man undergoing a medical examination, and the physician conducting it. We have visuals, you don't need to do this. There was also what appeared to be a servant watching over the whole scene. Oh, the background's different! Oh! That's from the menu! I know that! That's from when we did the voices in the menu! Whoa! Ushiromiya Kinzo, the bottle is my friend. It is no less a friend than you, and it has stood by my side even longer than you have. As the man bearing his chest for the stethoscope rearranged his clothes, he spoke unapologetically. Kinzo-san, your body only appears to be well thanks to the effects of the medicine. However, if you continue to drink such strong spirits, the treatment will become meaningless. Wait, trust my judgment. Refrain from drinking. No, Lamayo, I thank you, though, only for the sentiment. My friend. Genji. Another glass. Water it down slightly. That way Nanjo can save face. Genji was... Oh, that got big Genji vibes? Are you quite sure? Okay. It's 3 dots or nothing. What are we doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Alright, poll to help. What do we think? Music to 15, voice same. Music to 15, voice 20. Alright, okay, so we're turning the music down. Alright, there we go. What is this Elden Ring music? This was first. After eyeing both the master who demanded the alcohol and the family doctor who forbade it, Genji, the old butler, silently gave a slight nod and carried out his master's orders faithfully. The family doctor, Nanjo, let out a deep sigh once again as he watched the butler busy himself alongside the liquor cabinet. There was a smell filling up the room, of liquor. This sweet, poisonous aroma felt as though it melted the heart, if not the soul itself. It was the smell of that venomous green drink that the man couldn't bear to part with. Mountain Dew. Nanjo, you are my close friend and we have known each other for quite a long time. I am deeply grateful for all that you have done to keep me alive this long. Dude doesn't look that old. Doctor looks like he's gonna croak before, fancy nobleman. I've done nothing. After all, you never listened to my advice as your physician. True, why are you even here? And you never listen when I warn you about a mistaken chess move you're about to make. It seems only fair, does it not? Okay, did the updated version, whatever, fix the impossible chessboard? Here we go. Everything is still too loud? Is it? The voices could be even a bit more quiet? Wow. Alright. Okay, you know what? Okay, everyone happy now? Everyone happy now? Alright, let's just put it to 5 and see what it's like, alright? It's at 5. If we need to turn it up, then great. Thank you. I wouldn't die if I ran out of your medicine, but I would if I ran out of this. Can't hear shit? Oh, because they're whispering now? Now it's far too quiet. What's deaf? Chat? Alright, okay, we've done all of the options now, alright? If this doesn't work, we're just this is it, okay? There is no more tweaking. We've tried them all. Alright, now I don't hear it. Very few people would associate that venomous color with an alcoholic beverage. Nanjo. Be honest with me. How much time do I have left? Well now, you're an all-star. How short must I make it to convince you to set the bottle aside? Nanjo once again let out a sigh of resignation. Chess? Then he finally spoke to Kinzo as the latter swirled his glass. You don't... Oh no! A command prompt just appeared. Are we still here? Mouse sitting with her hacker hat on and hacker glasses? Ha ha ha, he fell for it. Now I know it's running. He's like, here we go. Like, what? You don't have long. What precisely do you mean by that? Let us illustrate it with the chess game here. You have very nearly achieved checkmate, but you have not yet cornered my king. Alright, let's see. Okay, hold on. Okay, bishops are in different colors. It looks like Black did the long castle, which is legal. Yep, they fixed the chessboard. Nice. This is a valid board, yeah. It's not even like a weird board. Like this could definitely happen. Who's winning? It's a draw? No, Black is winning. Pawn advantage, right? One piece advantage. Also has like the stronger like fortress on the left-hand side. So like has a piece advantage and also just a better developed board too. Nanjo's gaze was directed at a side table with a massive chess set placed on top of it. Judging by the positioning of the pieces, the game seemed to be entering its final stage. Black's rook and bishop were cutting deeply into enemy lines. No, they're not. White's king had already been castled and cornered. No, it hasn't. So that even an amateur could see that the match would reach its conclusion before too long. Every time Nanjo came to give a medical examination, both of them would make a few moves. Nanjo was hinting that Kinzo would most likely fall into his eternal sleep before this game could be concluded. These were less the words of a physician than they were the words of an old friend. Were you a normal patient, I would recommend that you write a will at this point. And what is a will, Nanjo? Handwritten instructions to the vultures on how to devour and scatter my corpse? Yes. No, not at all. As the word suggests, it is a way for you to record your will for later generations. It is far more than just a means to divide up your inheritance. Ho! And apart from the division of the inheritance, what might I write of? You might write of your regrets, or matters you have left unfinished, things you want to pass down to others, or merely matters you wish to communicate. Anything you want. Humph. Things I want to pass down to others or matters I wish to communicate? Ridiculous. I, Ushiro Miya. Alright, that's it, right? Or is it Ashiro Miya? Let's just call him Kinzo. Kinzo, have not one thing I want to tell or leave behind. Shut up then, Lamayo. I was born with nothing. I will die with nothing. There is nothing I wish to leave to my foolish children. Based. Even if it were the end, even if the end were to come today, even if it were to come right now, I would accept that fate of death without a trace of fear. I created everything. My fortune. My prestige. Everything. Those were built up by me, and they will be lost along with me. There is nothing I wish to leave behind. Nothing. After I'm gone, I care not if it all goes to waste. I desire no tomb, no coffin. Those were the terms of the contract I made with the witch. When I die, everything will be lost. That has been a part of the promise since the beginning, and that's why nothing will be left behind. There is nothing I can leave behind. After reaching a furious crescendo, Kinzo suddenly slumped over. His expression was limp and feeble, as though an evil spirit had possessed him and then left. However, I do have one regret. I have nothing to leave behind, but there is one thing I cannot leave undone. You would do well to write it down. Of course, it would be best if you could finish it before your time comes. However, even if the worst happens, those who come after you will carry it to completion. Oh no, I'm congested again. You must leave behind your regrets so that they can be resolved even if you are unable to do so yourself. You have to be heaven to see heaven. That is the purpose of a will. When Nanjo tried to gently pat Kinzo's shoulder, the dying man flew into a sudden rage and batted away Nanjo's hand. It's useless, useless, useless. Wait. It must be done while I still live. At the moment of my death, my soul will be devoured by the demons of the contract and wiped out of existence. Alright, Grandpa, let's get you to bed. For me, there will be no peace or another world after death. That's why everything must be completed before I go. That's why a will has no meaning for me, and even if I had a chance to write such a thing. If I did have such a chance, I'd want to see it. I want to see it one more time. I want to see Beatrice's smiling face one last time. Oh, Beatrice, why have you resisted me for so long? I'll return everything you have given me. I am prepared to lose everything. So please, show me your smile just one more time. Beatrice? Joe, can we just meet the voices? The Japanese dude won't stop yapping. Oh, am I still on my Discord call? I'm sorry. Beatrice, I beg of you. You must be able to hear my plea. That's the kind of woman you are. I beg of you, show yourself to me. You're here, aren't you? You're standing there, invisible, listening to every word I say, and even now you're mocking me from somewhere in this room, aren't you? Please, appear before me once more and smile. Feel free to scold me, even snatch away my life by your own hands if you so desire. I don't want to die alone like this. I cannot let myself die until I've seen your smile just one more time. Ah. Beatrice? Akechi? I offer up this life of mine. I offer it up to you. I am begging you. Kokichi? What I missed? Nothing. Oh shit! Oh man. It's a bot? I saw that house on Wikipedia. Oh man, these sprites are so much better. I love when things don't have soul. Oh shh! Getting some big Chrono Cross vibes right now. Oh no, they're upset. There's blood. Oh, it's the seagull crying. Welcome to Rockin' Jima. Alright. That was a good track, huh? Is there like a 33-minute version? Sorry, 3-minute and 30-second version of that? The first day, October 4th, 1986. I was 1. No, I wasn't even 1. I was almost 1. Whoa. Why is there squares? Things sure move with the times. I can't believe we'll be able to make this trip in just 20 minutes. Nope, it's gonna take way longer than that. I couldn't help but scratch my head and marvel at how far things have come in recent years. We used to go by boat. Back then, we were all forced to endure nearly half a day of swaying back and forth over the sea before we reached Nijima, which is how it's going to feel for the readers. Things have gotten so much more convenient these days. Still, I've never been on a plane this small. I've flown in a huge jumbo jet before, but this will be my first experience in such a tiny one. It's going to shake, isn't it? They say smaller boats shake more than big ones, so I guess the same rule probably applies to planes. Just spare me. Oh, it's George! I missed you, George! Battler-kun. Don't worry. It shakes much less than that boat did. Is that you, George and Nikki? I was speaking out loud? Alright. Alright, you know what? The main character Sona vibes aren't here. But it's so much easier to take seriously. Maybe just remove the voices if you're narrating. We're gonna give it some time and then we're gonna see, okay? Some people wanted me to have the voice acting in the background. Joe, you have to go back? What, to before when I agreed to do the Leap Day stream? I know. Might be the biggest bamboozle I've ever given myself. We're taking this seriously? Alright, what like, I want to make the joke that there's a bunch of people that were here for the Persona streams that were like, you know what, this Umineko thing, I'll check it out. And they're sitting there like legs and arms crossed again as usual going, this is fucking boring. Where's the gun to the head? Where's the anime titty? Oh, those are coming soon, don't worry. And he's like, oh no, like, why aren't they like screaming at each other about how much they want to go to high school? Like, just, this is boring. But we'll see. Alright, so we should probably do like a poll now and maybe a poll at the end to see if we want to keep the Japanese on. I like it. I hate it. I'm undecided. Hate it? 54 of you hate it? Oh, man. How can I backseat this? Can you pan the game to the left and pan your voice to the right so we hear English and Japanese at the same time? No? Okay, hold on. I can do this, though. Hold on. God, is that you, George and Nikki? Hey, don't scare me like that. You just shaved 3 years off my life. Anyway, what's shaking got to do with anything? Hee hee, you don't think I'm actually scared of the plane shaking or maybe falling out of the sky or something, right? Oh, of course not. My mistake. I see you changed a lot since I last saw you. After all, it's been 6 years since then. You're not a kid anymore. Oh no, that's still George. Ha 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 ha. Oh, sheesh, and here you are, old enough to smoke and drink. Alright, what do we think? Is this good? I've got no interest in smoking, but I've always wanted to try some booze. Please don't say yes. Please don't say yes. You can't tell? Alright, hold on. Well, if you've got your dad's genes, I'll bet you can hold your own when it comes to drinking, right? Well, I usually drink for business rather than pleasure. Alright. Oh shit, it's him, still him. Alright. It's pretty hard to do business in Japan without it. Alright, what do we think? Should I get a second microphone? You just sound tiny. I'm matching their positions in the game. Get 3 mics. Well, now Joe's the one backseating. I was behind my chair. That's true. That's exactly right. That's why I never miss a chance to get in some practice. That's no good, Battler-kun. You're still a minor. Don't you know alcohol can stunt the growth of your never mind. Come on, I'm tall enough already. In fact, it'd be... Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Everyone's like fawning over how he's like 5'8" or something, right? It's like, damn, you're so tall, Battler-kun. Yeah, like, yeah, I'm 5'8". In fact, it'd be easier to find clothes if I shrunk a little. I puffed my chest out proudly. Until I hit my growth spurt, my height was below average in my class, but then I grew and grew, and before I knew it, I passed 5'11". Wait, did they buff this? Was it always 5'11"? Joe, fuck you, I'm also 5'11". I'm 6 foot even, so sorry. I guess I have, oh no, all that muscle training and those shady mail order performance enhancing drugs to thank for that. No, it's just genetics. Before then, I never dreamed that I'd shoot 10 centimeters above George and Nikki, who reached his peak height early on. Owned. Damn, I'll bet my relatives all say, look how big you've grown, Battler-chan, or something. You're gonna love it. It's also embarrassing. I wish they'd just give me a break. No, you don't. Anyway, my name is Battler. Well, it's pretty damn weird, don't you think? Yeah, I've got to wonder what my parents were thinking when they named me that. It was to do with the curse or prophecy or whatever. You had to be named that. I've never met anyone who could read it right the first time. I usually get called Sento-kun. That's not what I said? Nope. Sorry, but that's not even close. Alright, good. My name is written Battler. Can you read it? Nope. The first part is my family name, Ishihiro Miya. That's a fairly plausible Japanese pronunciation so far. Not from me. The problem is my given name. Whatever is made up, of the characters for fight and person, and it's pronounced Battler. Put it all together and you've got Ushorima Battler, you Battler, us Battler. Pretty crazy, right? It's crazy enough that my parents decided to call me that, but it's even more crazy that some government worker let them make it official. Both groups are at the top of my must kill list in a battle. Anyway, this is one of my cousins. His name is pronounced why can't I not say the last name? Ushiromiya. Ushiromiya? Ushiromiya? Ushiromiya. Is that it? Did I get it? Ushiromiya. Alright, that's much easier to say. Okay, so combine it into like one thing at the beginning. Excuse me. Ushiromiya, George. He's 5 years older than me, so he must be turning 23 this year, doubt. Since the Ushiromiya cousins consist of 2 boys and 2 girls, I ended up playing with George all the time, and because I've always thought of him as a big brother, I still call him a Nikki today. Big bro. Battler. Woo, Battler-kun, look how big you've gotten. You know what they say, leave a boy for 3 days and you'll hardly recognize him. It must be in his blood. Rudolph wasn't that tall either until his high school years. Perhaps people end up taller if their growth spurt comes late. Nah, it's nothing special. But keep telling me, a real man needs to be tough on the inside too. Are you? Exactly. Battler-kun knows how it works. Real men win or lose based on what they've gotten on the inside. Can't ever forget to keep up your training and discipline. You gotta do that, wait very alertly for the perfect moment, and strike. Now, I never even imagined that I'd become the company president I am today, master of my own domain. Oh, here we go. You have to think I've come this far after starting out penniless and ruined. This stout, plump old guy is Mario. George, Nikki's dad, Uncle Hideyoshi. Oh, it's Yoshi, not Mario. Uncle Hideyoshi. He's the husband of Dad's older sister. In other words, we're not blood related. He's nice to children, sociable all the time, and even quick to give out some spending money to us kids. He also likes to kill people. Simply put, he's an awesome uncle. He speaks in an odd way and very noticeable Kansai dialect, but he's actually a natural-born Kanto man. Pokemon? Apparently, impressions are everything in the business world, so speaking in a different style than other people is an act that makes him stick out more. However, I hear he gets embarrassed when talking within earshot of a real Kansai person. Kanzai? So he switches back to standard Japanese. I don't really get it, but he's definitely an interesting person. Alright. Thanks for telling me. If only you weren't so quick to brag about your life story. That's enough for now, I think. Okay, I can't remember which character this was, if this was the one that gets unhinged at the end, or if there's like, I think it was, because the sprites are different. I'm sure Battler's getting tired of it. Aren't you? Nope, not at all. Hee hee hee. Who's the one that can like do like crazy high kicks like that ZZZ character that I kind of want to play the game to see? Is it this one? I think it was her, right? Nothing wrong with that. I think it's pretty cool for a man to have some stories he can brag about. I don't have anything like that at all. I'm not a weeb, I just like blondes and legs. And the part that attaches the legs to the blonde. Okay, I'd imagine a man with your looks would leave girls crying left and right. I can't believe you have nothing at all to brag about. What? You're joking, right? Of course nothing weird like that's ever happened to me. Heck, I wish it would. Come on, you aren't fooling anyone. Giggle. You must tell your aunt all about it later. Yeah. After all, nothing of the sort ever happens to George. Hee 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 hee. You know what though? Isn't it like kind of like, maybe this is maybe too overt, but isn't it somewhat normal for like your aunts and uncles to kind of give you a bit of a hard time when it comes to, oh, have you started dating yet and all this other shit? Like, it's pretty normal, right? I had that happen last month. Oh yeah? Tell us about it. Anything to not stop reading. What happened, Lores? You're now the main character for the next 30 seconds. Bonus points if you can say it in Japanese. Even into your 30s? Well, no, not even into your 30s. Like when you're a teenager, it's like, haha, you're growing up. Like, yeah, got a girlfriend yet? My aunt wants me to get a boyfriend. I do not have one. That's all. Aw, that sucks. Okay. No, sorry. That sounded rude. It sucks that your aunt is putting pressure on you, not that you don't have a boyfriend. No judging. No judging. This is George and Nikki's mother, Aunt Eva. She's my dad's older sister. She and Uncle Hideyoshi are a pair of jokers, but they've always teased me back as far as I can remember. This sometimes made them a bit hard to get along with when I was small. Well, I guess the events of the last 30 seconds proved that they could still be hard to get along with. 30 seconds! Alright, yep, that was 30 seconds? Alright. Even so, George and Nikki's family is interesting and fun, and they seem to get along just fine. Seem to. Sheesh. That's pretty much the total opposite of my family. Oh yeah, you were just abandoned, right? And then your dad is dating her, who had gigantic owies in the remastered sprite, and then this is like she is the, where is it I still have it on my desktop all these years later. Okay, on the right is how it originally looked. In the middle is what we could tab to when we played Red last year. All right, the left, look how much better it is. I know a lot of you are like, why aren't we playing the middle one? Okay, you can do it yourself if you want to, all right? But like, it's too much, man. It's too much. Weeb's legitimately angry in the chat that we are playing the version that objectively has the smallest bus size. Joe, what are we even doing right now? Does the shirt have holes in it? I remember asking about that last time, and I'm not sure if it's a gold pattern or if it has holes. I don't know. I think it does match the skin tone, doesn't it? It might just be like a gold pattern. It's holes? Shut up! Stop telling me about the holes. Those are important to the plot later. No, don't do it. Ventilation. For snow ventilation? All right. So we all agree we're on the best ones, right? How is the old original one when? Oh, it's not now. Okay, Alchemist PS3 is winning. All right, that's good. That's good. All right, GG. All right. Say bye to Kairi. I like the name Kairi. Battler-kun. Have you seen Rudolph-san? Huh? He headed off to the bathroom a while ago. Is he not back yet? Maybe the poor geezer dropped dead. Namu. I remember being kind of weirded out that these two seemed like they got along and were a better like romantic pairing than her and his dad. Like his dad, it didn't seem like there was anything there at all. Yeah, it seemed like a better pairing to me than her. Sorry, hold on. I need to be clear if you're new, okay? Like this is not his mom, okay? It's his stepmom, all right? Yeah, they seem to have like I didn't sense any chemistry whatsoever between her and the father. Why am I being Joed? I led with it weirded me out. That's no way to talk about your own father. Still, this isn't the first time he's taken so long in the bathroom. Uh-oh. Yeah, the guy's always been that way. Does he really have to take a magazine with him every time he needs to take a dump? And what on earth's he doing in there with those particular magazines? I'd be playing Metroid Dread. Two shits at the same time. Oh, I don't need to worry about that at all. We've been together. I haven't let him do that on his own. Okay, never mind. I take it back. Oh, I'll have to get the juicy details later. Oh. Okay, I'm putting it back on the table. See what I mean? Why are you flirting with your stepmom, bro? Is this flirting? This is absolutely flirting. Sounds like Dad's got his balls in an iron grip. You would know exactly what would happen with that man if I didn't keep a tight grip, don't you? No kidding. You're the only one capable of reining in that old bastard. As his son, I'm more than happy to let you take over. Yes, leave it all to me. After all, that's my specialty. This woman is my father's wife. Her name is Ushiromiya Kairi. As you can probably tell from our conversation, she's not my real mother. Yep, we can tell. This chat, this isn't even the pervy part that I was talking about. She's basically my stepmother. Literally, my real mom died 6 years ago, and Kairi-san is the woman Dad married afterwards. It's understandable for someone my age. I could never bring myself to call his new wife mom, and I doubt she feels like using the word son on this massive kid who's no relation to her at all. We aren't little kids. We know there's nothing gained by fighting. So we decided that we wouldn't force ourselves to pretend that we were family. Instead, we just flirt in front of our dad. So, my dad. I've decided to act a bit more frank with her, acting as though she's a friendly neighbor instead. It's much easier if we keep a little distance, instead of forcing ourselves to act all close and making each other uncomfortable. Kairi-san has always been very open about all this, and thanks to that, we've been able to get along pretty well. Then, just when we were bad-mouthing Dad about being in the bathroom, the man himself came back, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Oh, that's really different. Battler. Hey, what's up, Dad? Ow, 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 ow. Don't pinch my ear, gah. So you've been talking trash about me with Mom again, haven't you? What makes it so hard to show a little respect for your father, Ow, 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 ow. Damn it, that hurts. You can stretch my ear all you want, but I'm not going to be able to fly. That hurts. What's your end game with this bit? Like, why are you doing this for? Come on now. Up. Up. Down. Down. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. A-B start. Now say, Father, please forgive me for being so rude. Like hell I will. Go find yourself some members-only store if you wanted that much. Yeah, let go. This little bastard is my dad. I think I'm pretty tall myself, but Dad's just about as tall as I am. It's so surprised Aunt Eva started talking about Dad's blood when she saw my height. By the way, my height isn't the only thing I got from him. It seems having weird names runs in the family. Dad's full name is written... whatever this is. You can't read it, can you? Yep, I can't. Come on, it's just... Anyway, this guy's name is pronounced Rudolph. Haha, he must hate Grandfather for giving him that name. Still, that's no reason to pass that weird naming tradition on to me. As the old bastard twisted my ear all over the place, Aunt Eva snuck up behind him and grabbed his ear. Hey Rudolph, you should know better than to physically abuse your son. Yeah, that hurts, Aniki. Aneki? I think it's Aneki, right? Why are we spoiler posting in the chat? Can you? I didn't even know you could do spoiler posting in the chat. Aniki? This scene perfectly illustrated the relationship between the prankster younger brother and the older sister who could deal out punishment to him despite his... Yeah, we know. We can see. You don't need... We're showing it twice. I think that's enough for now, Eva Nissan. I'll make sure to stretch out his other ear later on. Oh, my apologies. I must leave some pulling for you to do, Kairi-san. Rudolph? Make sure Kairi-san gives you lots and lots of punishment later on, okay? Oh no, I don't have tissues. Oh, I do have tissues! Hold on. Sorry, give me a second. I need to blow my nose. Alright, much better. Much better. Alright, sorry about that. Okay, this bit has run its course. It's not a bit. I'm congested. I'm still a little sick. It's kind of lingering a little bit. Not my bit. Oh, okay. Chat doesn't have a bit. You're one to talk, Aneki, abusing your little brother like that. Oh, I can breathe through my nose again. Man, the privilege. Hiyoshi Nissan, I'd like to thank you very much for picking her up. If you hadn't been so generous, she'd still be unsold in the store. You have my gratitude and apologies. What? Who are you calling unsold? Are you guys cool with me playing Balatro on the second monitor while this is going on? I can hit just auto, right? After taking 3 steps back, Aunt Eva unleashed one of her beautiful high reverse roundhouse kicks. Oh, there we go, the kicking. Which stopped just a centimeter away from the tip of Dad's nose. After starting out with Tai Chi Chuan for her figure, Aunt Eva then developed an interest in the Chinese martial arts. After that, she went through karate, taekwondo, capoeira, Kaporia? And what is it she's learning now again? Mutai? Well, anyway, they say a woman's weapons are in her lower body, and that's literally true for Eva. Rudolph? Did you know that a single direct blow to the side of the head like that would knock you unconscious? Not so long ago, I accidentally connected it in a practice match, and my opponent was out cold. Sheesh. What a pain. I'm so sorry she can't help walking like a freak. Dad, completely unfazed, shrugged and smiled ironically at Uncle Hideyoshi. Wahaha! Never had a brother or sister myself, so when I see you two bickering with each other, it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. It sure is nice to have a big family. Oh, then why not consider making a little brother for George-kun? He's already a fine adult who's about to go off on his own. Oh yeah, the constant filleting of George is about to begin. Battler, why can't you be more like George? Wow, George is so good. George got into crypto before crypto even existed. Man, George is going to be prime minister one day. George is actually already like vice prime minister. Like George is just the best person in the whole entire fucking world. So it might be a good time to have another child. George went through the trial of the grasses, and he didn't even get Witcher eyes. He just got all the strengths and none of the bad shit. Hey, I have a little sympathy for the new kid. What? Have a little sympathy for the new kid and all the pain and suffering you have to live through. I'm surprised even George couldn't turn out as well as he did after being bored from this sinister sister of mine. And what an awesome kid he is. Here we go. Please share some of that with our blockhead of a son someday, will you? That's not at all how it happens. It's thanks to Eva Nissan's proper rearing that George-kun became the kind, gentle kid he is now. Isn't that right, Nissan? Oh, come now. You think so? Oh, can I see, where is it? How do I get to the tips menu? System? Yeah. How old is she again? Isn't she like so much young? Oh, there's full, art here. That's cool. Isn't she so much younger than him? Or did they say that later, or did I just make that up in my head? Maybe they're gonna see that later. All right, so we have these characters. Isn't there like a couple more? All right, so these two are, husband and wife, and that's their kid. These two are husband and wife, but this is not her kid, it's his kid. Wife is, mother's dead 6 years ago. These two are in the Ushi Romiya family. So is he. These two are not, and that's actually really important for later because the being pure blood of this noble family or whatever is super important to her, especially. Maybe him, I can't remember. And there's another psycho that shows up later, right? I can't remember. I'm trying to piece it together a little bit. Sorry, if this is your first time here, I already streamed this part like last year, but we're restarting with better sprites because it corrupted the save, and also because I don't remember all of it. So I'm trying to like figure out like what my memory is giving me and what I'm learning right now. Oh, she has a tattoo of the symbol. I still really want to go get a tattoo. No one else has one, right? You don't have. Okay, you guys don't have the insignia on you anywhere. You do. You do. I wonder if everyone has a tattoo. Oh, come on now. Hey, you think so? Our George still has a long way to go. By the way, how's your little Angie-chan doing? Angie? Ang? I heard she was vomiting. Oh, that's right. And I was hoping to finally see her face after such a long time. Is she okay? She often catches a cold when the seasons change. She's very frail. I did want to bring her along, but we decided to have my family look after her this time. I think that's a wise move. She'll heal a lot better if she stays away from the venomous head family household. My weeb, you are the venomous family household. Oh, I guess you would know better than anyone. All right, your kid? Sister, your kid with him, or a kid from previous marriage, or what? A child's health is always more important than an adult's convenience, don't you think? Unless they're not in the family. I know of some great medicine for vomiting colds like that. When we get back home, I'll send you some right away, so please let her try some. Thank you very much, Hideyoshi-san. I'm always in your debt. And once the conversation suddenly veered off in that direction, we kids didn't have any chance of butting in. For now, I'm just happy Aunt Eva gave Dad his just desserts for tugging on my ear. Are we still waiting? Believe it or not, from my memory, okay, this scene is actually pretty important. It feels like filler. This is what impressed me the most about it, actually. I think that's why I wanted to continue reading it. This scene like presents itself as like introductory filler, but it's not. There's like a subversion on this scene that happened at the end of the stream last time, and it really is like it's like introducing the characters, but it's also setting up at the same time. I still think that this could be like half the length, don't get me wrong, but there's like a like a reversal on the scene that happens in like 8 hours. Like 3 hours or whatever. At the rate we're going, 8 hours. Are we still waiting for the weather report? George and Nikki pointed at the counter. The checking weather sign was still stuck next to the departure times for the flight we were scheduled to board. According to Nikki, smaller planes are more subject to winds and other effects of the weather, and it's not at all uncommon for flights to be delayed because of that. Wait a sec, we are totally sure it's not going to shake, right? From down here on the ground, it just looks cloudy, not windy. Well, I guess it's different. I just remembered that there's a whole ass boat scene that I forgot about. Oh man, I thought it was just like playing them. We're at the mansion. No, there's the beach scene too. Like it's well, I guess it's different up where the planes fly. The weather's a bit uncertain today. Aunt Eva looked at the TV in the lounge. I hate airports. The weather forecast was being broadcasted, informing us that a typhoon was approaching in the Kanto region. A typhoon again? Guess there's no helping it with the annual family conference being held in October. Couldn't he have chosen a better season? The typhoon is the point, I agree. I've always hoped we could have it sometime around the Obon Festival in mid-August. In that case, why don't you suggest that to Father and Nissan during the conference? Very funny. Why don't you do it yourself? Our brother would never listen to anything I suggested. No way. It doesn't really bother me that much to have it in October. I was just saying you might want to propose it since you said you hate typhoons so much. I only said that typhoons always come around this time of year. You're the one who said you wanted to move it to the Obon Festival, right? Well, you said it too last year. Didn't you say that it would be easier to fit in your schedule if we had it during the Obon Festival? Oh my god, who gives a shit about the Obon? I never said anything like that. Oh yes, you did. I certainly wouldn't forget something like that. No, I didn't. You're the one saying that all the time. No, you. Didn't you know? Stopping a kick just a hair's breadth away from the impact is a very high-level technique. Sheesh, women your age shouldn't spread their legs like that. Ooh, Dad and Aunt Eva's argument looked no different from a couple of brats quarreling. Even though they usually behave like normal parents, they turn right back into kids again when they meet their siblings at these family conferences. You're the one who looks like a real adult, analyzing it all calmly. I hope I never turn out like that old bastard. I'd much rather end up as an intellectual adult like you, Aniki. Like me? Oh, I still have a long way to go. I'm just Deputy Prime Minister of Japan. I'm not even full Prime Minister. I still have very little experience out there in the real world. I need to work on becoming more confident and sociable. I think you far surpassed me on all those counts, Battler-kun. I'm sure you'll outstrip me fast enough when you become an adult. George and Nikki scratched his head and laughed as though trying to hide his embarrassment. Of course, he was just being humble. And Nikki entered a university and became an apprentice at Uncle Hideyoshi's company at the same time, studying both academics and how to become a business emperor in parallel. Business emperor? Then, right after graduating, he got into Uncle Hideyoshi's company as his father's aide, piling up a lot of real-life experience as he devoted himself zealously to his work. Alright. Let's celebrate nepotism. His great dream is to one day stand on his own and build up his own kingdom. Okay, he can't. It's too late. I said this last year, didn't I? It's too late. You've already fucked up, George. Like, Nikki is a real paragon of a man, sparing no efforts as he strives toward his goal. It's no exaggeration to say that I really respect him. And then there's me. I'm nothing at all like Nikki. I'm living my happy-go-lucky idle high school life to the max. I've got no dreams for the future. I like to just sit back, stay cool, and let the money flow in. But of course, that could never happen. When Aniki was my age, he had already formed an impressive objective and had started devoting himself towards studying for that goal. So I guess I can't compare at all. My dad just says, sure. Okay, what's more infuriating to you, chat? Someone who is born into, like, wealth and it's just like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to enjoy my life and just like do whatever I want and just like keep my head down and just like whatever. I'm just going to live a life of relaxation. Or someone who like goes hard into the wealth, like the nepotism angle and being like, yeah, I work so hard to get where I am and I'm in the family company or whatever. Even if they do work so hard, if they try and pass it off as their own achievement, like what's more annoying? The second one? I guess there's the third one where someone could be like, okay, I had a lot of opportunity. I appreciate and acknowledge the opportunity I got, and I'm going to do my best. But I do know that I had a huge leg up from everyone else, and I was able to have like a jump start. I think that's the best one of the three, right? Like someone who understands, I guess. You led that question hard. Well, I'm going with another one now. Three absolutely does exist. There are some people. That's the most annoying. 3 is the most annoying one? 2 Mary Sue? Leg up just like Eva? You know what? Maybe no chat. 3 is so annoying because they are an anime protagonist? What do you mean? George isn't the protagonist. Signs you might be a Sigma Nepo. Really? Two is more annoying? I guess it is more annoying, but like the first one is kind of just like wasting their life more. So you prefer morals to results, chat. What's waste mean? Yeah? Okay. That's fine. That's a valid take. My dad just says, sure, you could study at my company if you like cleaning toilets. Damn it, I'm not going to be in debt of that old bastard. I'll find my way myself. If only willpower was all it took to become an adult. Should I go on one of those self-searching journeys that are all the rage these days? Well, it's not like I could mooch off my parents for that kind of money. Right then, Uncle Hideyoshi shouted out loudly. He's a really nice person on the whole, but he does have a problem controlling the volume of his voice. When I looked over, I saw that he was greeting Aunt Rosa, who had come late. Whoa! Oh man, you really like Rosa. If it isn't Rosa-san. Damn, I feel bad talking over him. Maria-chan, long time no see. Okay, it's Maria, long time no see. Ooh, alright, if I remember correctly, the original sprite of her was just the worst one. Maria. Shouldn't that be, it's good to see you again? Greet your uncle properly. Ooh. It's good to see you again. There you go. Well said. How about some candy as a reward? Oh, huh? Where'd I put it? Rosa-san, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you too, Maria-chan. It's been too long, Kairi-ni-san, Hideyoshi-ni-san. It's been too long, Kairi-ni-san, Hideyoshi-ni-san, and... Oh, and my Battler-kun? Look how big you've gotten. Come on, ha 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 ha. It's embarrassing hearing that from every person I meet. Hey, Rosa. I can't remember. I think, if I remember correctly... Oh, it's not here yet. Never mind. Hey, Rosa. You're late. If the plane was on time, you barely have made it. I'm sorry. We had some trouble making our train connection. So, are we waiting on the weather again? Oh, don't complain. I much prefer the 30-minute plane trip to spending 6 hours bouncing on a boat or reading anime text. Even if we're kept waiting here for an hour, it's still much faster overall. Maria-chan's gotten huge too, so how tall are you now? Ooh, so how tall am I now? Maria-chan parroted Uncle Hideyoshi's question, looking up at her mother. I guess she doesn't remember her own height. What an idiot. She's probably right in the middle of a growth spurt, so her height must change every month. Give it a few more years and she'll suddenly start looking feminine. Battler, shut the fuck... just how tall were you last time you got measured? You keep getting bigger and bigger, don't you? Right? Ooh. I think she's grown a lot since last year. Let's see. She turned 9 years old this year, didn't she? 9 years old. Ooh. All right. I remember saying at the time I didn't have a 9-year-old yet, but now I do have a 9-year-old, and I said 9-year-olds don't talk like this. Is there something wrong with her? Like scathingly, and then chat exploded and said yes, and I felt really bad. I was like, oh shit, there is? Oh, okay, all right. That's right, you're 9 years old now. That's right, you're 9 years old now. Glad to see you're doing well too, Maria-chan. Up you go. I guess you've gotten a bit too heavy to play airplane with. Go to the gym, George! What a rude thing to say to a lady. Here, I'll do it. Up you go. When I went to lift her up in Nikki's place, Maria stiffened defensively, staring suspiciously at my face. Ah, that's right. The last time I met Maria, it was 6 years ago, and she was only 3 years old. Of course she doesn't remember my face. Maria-chan, don't you remember? It's Battler-kun. You used to play together, remember? Ooh. No surprise, I guess. The last time she met Battler, she was only 3. Yeah, we know. You don't keep memories of that age. She must know everyone's face apart from mine because she meets them every year, but I haven't had contact with the Ushiromiya. Pavilion. Ushiromiya. Ushi-ro-miya. Alright, family for about 6 years now. Do I need to get a post-it? No. So it's no surprise that this 9-year-old girl doesn't have any memories of me. Even I can only just barely remember her being a 3-year-old crybaby. Maria, this is Battler Oni-chan. Rudolph Nissan's brother. Understand? The brother's son is... The brother is the son. And the bones are their money. The ooh sound was probably her brain going into overload at that complicated explanation. I guess the phrasing of that was a bit confusing. Ni or Oni, the title you use to refer to an actual older brother, could also be a friendly honorific for a boy who's only a bit older than you. It's just like Ni or Oni, the word for big sister. Maria-chan. This is Battler-kun. He's your cousin, like me. Like George Oni-chan? Okay, yeah. Loading, loading, loading. Battler? Cousin? Under the table? That's right. You got it. This part of Nikki is what makes me really look up to him. For someone who isn't married, he's just really great at dealing with kids. I'm sure he'll be an indulgent father in the future. Battler Oni-chan? Maria looked straight at me with a questioning expression, as though asking whether it was okay to call me that. Yep, that's me, Battler. Nice to meet you, Maria. It's really unfortunate that in the opening she had blood on her face, so now I know she's not the first person to die and we don't have to put up with this shit anymore. It's really upsetting. Battler, Maria, you mustn't talk to him like that. Call him Battler Oni-chan. That's alright, Aunt Rosa. I don't sweat the small stuff. Hey Maria, we're close enough that we don't need honorifics, right? Really? When you're close to someone, you drop the honorifics? Yeah, I guess it makes sense. It's kind of like saying, well, no, I'm just assuming there. Like calling someone sir or something like that, and then afterwards you drop it. But sometimes, I guess it could be like a cute, like, honorific nickname sort of thing. Yeah, I don't understand this, so that's fine. Battler, Battler, ooh, ooh. That's right, Maria, Maria, Maria! Beatrice, Beatrice, Beatrice! From the plane. You horsed around for a while to make up for the 6-year gap in our friendship. She probably still thinks of me as nothing more than a big new friend, but things will probably work out as we get to know each other again. But I'm surprised. She's just the way I remembered her being 6 years ago. Seems that people just don't change that much after all. I'm a bit happy that she's still the pure, innocent girl I remember. Alright, her name is written, of course, it's pronounced Maria. The third character looks like a cross, which is pretty cool. Her feelings don't usually show up on her face, so it can be too difficult to know just what she's thinking, but that's how she looks on the outside. On the inside, she's just a sweet, normal girl. Then there's Maria's mother, Aunt Rosa. She's my dad's younger sister. Rosa is written. Here's a name that's totally not Japanese. Sorry to say it, but her name's almost as ridiculous as Dad's. I've got to respect her for not ending up as screwed up as he is. When I think about it, all the names in my family sound foreign. Just why is grandfather so obsessed with that? He had to do it. It was part of the deal. Because of him, even we grandchildren have to put up with this weird naming sense. That's me speculating, by the way. That wasn't said last time, or if it was, I've forgotten about it. It's even more annoying since grandfather's own name is perfectly normal. Anyway, there's one thing about Aunt Rosa that's a relief compared to the other family members. The old bastard and Aunt Eva have this annoying urge to tease and mock people all the time, but even though she shares their blood, Aunt Rosa isn't like that at all. She has the most common sense among all the siblings. Like Uncle Hideyoshi, she's a kind aunt who will always be on the kid's side. However, possibly because she's more strict as a parent, she's not liberal with handing out spending money like Uncle Hideyoshi. Wow. Yoshi's based. Okay. Now we have the entire group of family members who are going to board the plane. At that moment, as though it had waited for us to arrive, an announcement rang out through the lobby. Our apologies for the delay. Boarding will now commence for flight 201 to Nijima. We ask that the passengers please form 2 lines in front of the counter, behind the white line. Surprised this family that's so wealthy doesn't have like a private plane or something. Rosie, still haven't gone through boarding procedures, right? Hurry up. Oh no! Maria, come on. Okay, so are they here now? Yeah, okay. So, husband's gone? Husband's not here yet? I can't remember. There's a gap here, so maybe there's a one. If I remember correctly, the surprise I had at the end was that these two paired off, like, hard. Even though they like to bicker or anything, they are like a really slick steel alliance, these two. That's what I remember, like, being surprised at the end. Maybe they were just putting it on in that scene, because we didn't see much of it after that. But, like, these two were like damn. And these two were kind of left out a little bit. Still somewhat unified, but like, yeah. But maybe I'm getting this one, this guy mixed up with this guy. Maybe it was this guy and these two were the one that paired off. I can't remember. We had to go through a metal detector before going out on the runway. Our small plane wasn't as massive as an international flight, but it was still a plane. Alright. Staff member holding a metal detector checked us all. Once all of us cleared the check, we followed the staff member out onto the runway. Come to think of it, everyone here is in the Ushiromiya family. Joe, do you have any plans to play the Umineko fighting game in the future? I can't! There are spoilers in it! Is one of the levels them fighting on top of the plane here? Iconic? It's like this is a reverse charter flight or something. Our group stopped in front of the entrance to the airplane. Then our guide turned around and spoke, looking down at the passenger list as he did. Boarding will now commence. As I call out the names on the passenger list, please take your seats in order, starting from the front row on the right side and going right to left, then on to the next row. How is this important? I will now begin reading the passenger list. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi-sama. Just repeating the names. Oh, I'm first, right here. By the way, do you have some candy, Eva? This is foreshadowing because he's going to be the first to die. I've been looking all over for some, but I can't find any. Ushiromiya Eva-sama. They're in my handbag. I'll get one once we're inside the plane. I've heard that candies are a good way to protect your ears from hurting because of variations in atmospheric pressure when landing or taking off. Yeah, I hate this. That's probably what they're talking about. Hope I get a window seat. Haha, don't worry. There aren't any kinds of seats. Is Teddy already on the plane? As George and Nikki said, there were apparently only 2 lines of seats, so this is what a small plane is like. We are totally sure it's not going to shake, right? Ushiromiya George-sama. Right here. Don't worry, Battler-kun. It won't shake too much. Nikki, what do you mean, not too much? You can just swim if you fall from a boat, but if a plane crashes, you're screwed, right? Just fly, Lamayo. We all get our own parachutes in our seats, don't we? Wait, we don't? Come on, Battler. Stop standing there slack-jawed and get in. Ow, Dad, don't push me. We don't get parachutes. Okay, you two, stop fooling around. Let's move on in. Ow, Kairi! Don't push me! This blockhead isn't moving. Ooh! Let's move on in. I'm getting all fired up. Maria, be quiet. God damn it, Maria. Okay, so that, in my opinion, that scene was completely unnecessary there on the plane. Like, it's just showing you all the characters again and reminding you of their names. The fact that it's not using the medium to its best, because like I can just go here and see them again, like their names showing up all the time. Like it's just, it's whatever. Like, yeah, I would, if I was editing this, I would have cut that whole entire scene and just gone around on the plane. This is your pilot Kawabata. Just kidding, I don't do any editing. We'd like to thank you for taking New Tokyo Aviation's flight 201 today. We estimate that the flight to Nijima Airport will take about 20 minutes. We are receiving reports of atmospheric turbulence. There may be some shaking to the aircraft, so we ask that you do not unfasten your seatbelts after takeoff. And Nikki, did that guy just say we needed to wear seatbelts? In a jumbo jet, they let you undo them after takeoff, right? So it's going to shake so much we can't take them off? Damn it, you tricked me. It is going to shake after all. Where are the parachutes? I knew I should have taken the boat. Legend of the Golden Witch. Do you have to specify your own honorific when buying your ticket? Maybe you do. What's an honorific for yourself? I would be senpai for sure. I'd be my own senpai. Especially if I go back in time. Ushiromiya Battler. Okay, now we're doing it for a 3rd time. George. Jessica. Who the fuck is Jessica? Maria. What is this Xenoblade Chronicles music? Kinzo, Kraus, Eva, Natsushi, Hideyoshi. Wow, a plane. Kairi, Rudolph, Rosa. When does this get good, Joe? Unironically, it gets good in about 3 hours. But you have to be here for it to get good after that. But after that, you're hooked. I'm not kidding. Like, so many people got the Umineko virus after we got to that part last year. Like, I'm not kidding. It's not a bit. It's not a bit. Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. Is this what is known as Beatrice? Why is it red? Okay, doing the mod was a good idea. The backgrounds look so much better. The backgrounds in the original were just like blurred out photographs. Should have taken the boat. The boat. Fall! Fall! Ooh, 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 ooh. Mad Bull? Maria, that's enough. But what a surprise. I thought there was nothing that could scare Battler-kun. This guy can't handle vehicles for some reason. Always yells about falling and sinking and stuff. You're a disgrace of a man, you are. Shut up. That thing was seriously shaking way too much. He has vehicle pox. I just got a little stressed since it was my first time on a small plane like that. You call that a little stressed? It sounds like it'd be fun to take an overseas vacation with you, Battler-kun. Would you like to go to Egypt with your aunt? Persona? You get to ride a plane for a full 14 hours. That sounds like hell, man. No. No, no, no. No. Oh, no. Ah, there's a good plan. Battler-kun, you should go let Eva Nissan toughen you up some. Still, it's so hilarious. Ah. Now, everyone's got their own strong and weak points. That's why being born in the UK is the best place to be born, because you're right in the middle of the map, so you have the shortest amount of journey time in a plane to anywhere in the world. Like, if you live in Australia, like, going to fucking, like, America, you have to go all the way across the map. Like, oh my god, that's so long. Whereas if UK, like, you're centrally located, right? Like, it's just the best place to be if you want to go traveling. Everyone's got their own strong and weak points. It's bad to laugh at them. Wahaha. Dad, you're laughing too. Hey, Maria-chan, you shouldn't laugh anymore. Chat, you will say +2 to literally anything that gets pinned? Base, give me all those +2s. Give me all, yes, they're all for me. Free +2s to make up for all those fake -2s I had the other day. Shouldn't laugh anymore. Ooh, yeah, damn it. Is being scared of planes really such a big deal? Everyone obviously thinks I'm a big oaf now. Okay. Why no drawn out conversation in the car? We could have talked about Pokemon or something. Like, come on. We split up and took separate taxis from the airport to the harbor. From there on, we would be taking a boat to the island. The islands are right next to each other, so the distance of the trip wasn't that great. By boat, it was allegedly 30 minutes to the island. When we reached the pier where the boat to the island was anchored, we saw a figure waving at us. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I just remembered. Oh, this isn't even the pervy scene I was talking about. Brace for perv packs. Yep. Oh, God. This is the little pervy appetizer before the real pervy bit later on. Oh, God damn it. You know what? Let's stall. Who do we say thank you to last time? I think it was Clock a Flock of Flame. Ibby Hickey for the new sub. Did Mouse send you for the Umineko post? Holy crap. It's the Umineko, one, hold on. It's the Umineko 6. Did you come from the subreddit? Thank you very much. Hopefully I can do the VN justice with my reading. I will try my best. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hero of Pages. Big time VN enjoyer. Thank you very much. Lily is tilted for the resub. Hey, hi man. Man, I'm glad that my sub anniversary happened on such an auspicious day. Great day. Thank you. Actually called Eric FML. I'm adding it. Really looking forward to this. The one-off stream was great back in February. It's going to get really good next week when we get to new content. Thank you, Uber Supersoft, for the resub. Resubbing for Umineko. Let's go. It gets good around 10 or 15 hours in, I promise. Oh no. What about the fake good? It got 5 hours in. Does it get bad again after that? Also, there's a lot more people here than I expected. Not quite Persona 3 Reload level, but still more than the Persona 3 original would get. So I'm going to take it as a win, Umineko bros. Let's do it. Next week will be the true test when we get into new stuff. Anyway, thank you so much, Terraflop. That is an insane amount of gift subs. Thank you, Terraflop, for also resubscribing. Hey, Joe, your Leaf Day stream motivated me to read Umineko, and I ended up falling in love with it. So this is just my way of saying thanks, hope you're well, and Happy New Year. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad that you found a good piece of media through the streams. That's one of my, maybe even that's even my favorite message. I like hearing that that the streams can help some people with like anything bad they're going through, like it helps them relax or have some escapism. That's always a really nice comment to read, and it makes me feel the warm fuzzies, so I can do that for some people. But like up there is Catch Me on the Right Day, and it's worth even more to me. Like exposing some person to something that they really enjoyed is good. Yeah, I hope that you had enjoyed it, and that we're going to enjoy it just as much as well. Let's see. I think there's quite a few people that ended up reading through it. These streams ruined my life. It was like an idle game for you. It was like Cookie Clicker, but it had a story. I couldn't stop finishing it. I had to get to the end, and it just kept going. Thank you, Uber Super Sloth, for the bits. Start the not game already. We only have 4 hours. Oh no, there's only 4 hours in Umineko. I might go a little longer today if I'm feeling up to it. If it means we get to new stuff, I want to see the next scene. So I'm trying my best. I'm trying not to faff around too much. He says faffing around. Thank you, Zorgox, for the bits. You're not going to believe it. At the end of the first stream, he started to like the family dynamic. At the second stream, he didn't even get to where he was in the first. You don't want to see the next scene? Oh, is it a cliff? Is it the opposite of Steins Gate? Steins Gate, we stopped right before it gets good. But Umineko, we stopped right before the first cliff. All the schemers in Umineko down were like, you know what? This worked out so well for us, Chief. Like, you don't understand. You don't understand. Hey, we spoke about it before. Call me Battler. All right. Battler. Yeah, you're right. Battler 2. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah, he stopped right at the perfect place. Just as a little tease, but also right before that, there was like a lot more groping. So much groping. Thank you, That Great Peanut, for the 100 bits. Hi, Baldsef. Hope you had fun yesterday. Baldsef is pretty funny. Thank you, Con5654, for the 200 bits. I read the first 4 chapters of Umineko about 15 years ago when it was fan translated, and I'm still working on the next 4. All I remember is that it's wild. Can't wait. Did you finish it? +2 pin genuinely? You know, from this angle, it looks like Jessica has a suitcase handle on her head. It looks like it's a body pillow, but it's a suitcase. Like, there's probably a lock on her right side that you could open, and it's just like a big anime girl frame that you can open up and put in your anime girl shaped guitar inside, and then you can wheel it around. Yeah, I can definitely see it. It does, doesn't it? Do you think it counts as a carry-on? Of course. That's the whole point. It sits next to you in the seat next to you. How did Joe interpret that more weebly than the chat? I learned from watching you, Merrick. I learned from watching you. Thank you, a Pepsi Addict, for the bits. Thank you, Aldref, for the resub. Thank you, Flashplex TV, for the resub as well. That Great Peanut for 900 bits. Have you ever played Professor Layton? I have played... Oh, I don't know if I've played 2 of those. I haven't played 3. I've played 1 of those, I know for sure. What's the one where you go into a town, and at the beginning of the town, there's like a drawbridge over some water, and you have to solve a puzzle to get down the drawbridge? I played that one. That's the one I played. There's like a castle at the end that doesn't narrow it down, does it? There was one that had like time travel in it, I think, in the preview. I didn't do that one. I didn't play that one. Yeah, I did Curious Village. Yeah, I got really mad at Curious Village at least 3 times. Fucking bullshit. Bullshit. That's the best one, is it? Okay. I think I only played that one on the DS. Like 10 for a phone with no social media IMO. Oh, this was about the phone thing earlier, Peanut. Any younger than like 14 for social media would be very bad because of stuff like Pro-Ana, etc. Pro-Ana? What's Pro-Ana? Pro-Ana-Ds? Yeah, I think social media... Honestly, even for adults, I think social media is a net negative. I think they should have something like the original Persona 3 fatigue system for Tataris for social media. You should only be able to go on social media for like maybe a couple hours a day, and that's it. Not including Twitch, of course. Not including Twitch. Just Facebook and Twitter. Thank you, Kaz Makes Games, for the resub. Joe, I first subbed when I was unemployed after graduation, and after 3 years, the AAA studio I was at collapsed, and now you're back streaming. What the fuck? Oh, Kaz Makes Games, your studio collapsed. Well, I'm sorry to fucking hear that, man. What the shit? Hope things pick up for you. I didn't realize the games industry was going through a thing, because I was like offline for almost all of 2024, so yeah. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Kaz. I hope things pick up. Cass Grader resubscribed with, I played Danganronpa 2 and 3 after watching your play of 1. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, this is the rare moment where I'm like, I'm sorry that you know, yeah. Thus, I think that it would be valid to stream visual novels if more materials are available. Okay, yeah, we're back on it. Is it a game? Is Danganronpa 2 and 3 a game? They're kind of games. They're mostly games. They're definitely more than anime PowerPoints. Don't say this around Wuggy. Thank you, Cass Grader. You are the only new Umineko streamer right now? Yeah, that tracks. That Great Peanut cheered to say, I love women over 40 and men over 40 too, right? I remember your messages, That Great Peanut. What sprites will Joe have installed? How far back are we? Thank you, Verdox5, for the resub. Yesterday was my birthday, but I wanted to wait to sub during a game with decent writing. Why do you wait for Monday with 9 sols then? It's not a game. Thank you, Verdox. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you, Zephorex512, for the resub. A little late, perhaps, but I'm happy to see you streaming again. I have college starting up again, and the streams have been a huge help in keeping me de-stressed and also to keep me from studying. Hope you and your family are doing well. I added that bit. Thank you, Zephorex. Hope you're doing well as well. Thank you, Jocelyn, for gifting out 10 gift subs, and also thank you for helping me set up the Umineko thing. I was provided with quite a good guide to get everything done, because the mod for this, it wasn't hard to download or anything, but there was a big thing, like a lot of options when modding this game and updating it. There was a lot of options to fix things, so it was good to have it streamlined. Well, most of them I just skipped. This is a stream now. Yeah, it's reading something else instead of reading the VN. Joe, is this just gonna be the stream? I like saying thank you to my chat. I'm too Canadian. People are like subbing. It's real money. I don't want to say thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. Sorry, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm sorry. Thank you, Zorox, for the bits. I unironically celebrate October 4th and 5th. What? Is this some Umineko joke? I'm too Chad to understand. October 4th and 5th. It's the date. Oh, it's the date. Okay, all right, yeah. So it was. I'm too Chad to understand the Umineko joke. Thank you, Avarisi, for gifting a sub to. Please like and subscribe. Thank you, Avarisi. Thank you. Are you gonna play that at the end of all of your videos now? The highlights? I got him to say it. I got him to say it. We're in. Did you see my comment on the life clip that you played? I had to go on Amazon, find like one of the last copies of that on DVD, and order it. And then got it, had to rip the DVD to get that clip to put it in the Witcher 3 video because I couldn't find a good version of that online anywhere. Did you find it online, or did you have to, like, I couldn't find it on any streaming service? Maybe there's a streaming service in your area that had it and it didn't for me. I had to fucking do that, man. Huh? There's a scene from the clip from the show Life that had Damian Lewis in, okay? And I had to, and I needed it for the Witcher 3 video, along with a clip from Castle. Oh fuck, what else was there? It was Life, Castle, some CSI show of that meme clip of them both typing on the same keyboard. I needed those clips for the Witcher 3 video, and I couldn't find the clip of Life. So I had to buy the fucking thing on DVD in order to get it. Need is a weird word. I already written that I was using that example specifically in the video. What do you want me to do? Edit my writing? I don't do that. Any Bones clips? I don't think there's a Bones clip in it. No. Well, actually there might be. I don't know. I have a clip from a show. I can't remember what the show was. It was some show where it was so fucking stupid that like it was a crime scene show, and the killer had like killed someone and then written a fucking computer virus on their skeleton, so when they did the autopsy and scanned it into the computer, the virus was scanned into the computer and then burnt their fucking motherboard, like server block blew up because there was a virus like embedded into the skeleton when they scanned it. Is that Bones? Like it was that sounds like Bones. And the not autopsy person. Who's the autopsy? Fucking, oh my god, what do they call the person who do autopsy? I know this word. Coroner. The coroner was like, looked like she was gonna go to a club afterwards. Like she was all dolled up and shit. Like I don't understand what the fuck that was all about. Yeah, that was a weird scene. I don't know what show that was from, but I found it when I just YouTubed for ridiculous like tech scenes because I was talking about that in the video. Oh man, that was so long ago I did that, I can barely remember. Please tell me you have clips of House MD. I don't think I have any clips of House, no. Even in death, Bobby Tables causes havoc. Thank you, Con5654 for the bits. I finished questions arc, but answers weren't translated when I read, and I never went back, so I'm excited to see you get there in 5 years. At this rate, that would be optimistic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Xander Kish, for some more bits. Hey, Joe, to let you know how much I enjoy your streams, I know I follow literally no other content creators regularly, and I'm not kidding, you are at this point the only person I regularly check for updates on YouTube and Twitch. Really? YouTube, really? Speaking of hell, much like Dante's Inferno, Umineko is... Twitch Sniper got him. You know what? I'm not saying this as like a big compliment or to toot my own horn or anything. I'm saying it as an observation that I find kind of odd. I hear this fairly often that on Twitch I am the only streamer some people watch on Twitch. Not because I'm the best streamer or anything like that, but because they're just not really interested in Twitch in general, and they just came here to check out the streams from the videos, and now they're here. So I wonder why that is. Really, I'm just a pipeline for funneling more viewers to a certain other streamer or certain other streamers. Let's start with N and J. You're talking about me? It's like a 5% buff to their viewership the whole time. And the last set on my list are Dalmec with some bits. Wuggy's comment reminded me that I need to do a call out to Hypothetical Walrus. This motherfucker makes YouTube thumbnails in PowerPoint. No. Really? I mean, I still use Audacity, so maybe it's just what works. Hypothetically, do you do that, Walrus? Hey, if it works, it works. When I was on DeviantArt, I knew some people that used to write their stories and their poems into the DeviantArt submit box. It was, all right, time to do some serious writing. Open the... Here we go. You were on DeviantArt? I was on DeviantArt, yeah. And that's all I'll say about that. Where do you think I found my late stage RP partners when I had moved on from Pokemon? Thank you, Combustible Lemons, for the resub. 2 years. Honestly, I'm just sharing my sub because I want to put off the incoming scene a little longer. All right. Let's get to the pervy. Here we go. Oh no, it's time for break. George Nissan, it's been so freaking long. Who beat Nebulax first? Kate. We decided on Kate because Kate has never finished a game first out of any of them. Much to our dismay. She got Princess Peach Showtime for her birthday. She loved it. And then she fell asleep. And Finn, in a narcoleptic like frenzy, like didn't sleep that night, got the game and just like beat the whole entire game in one sitting. I mean, presumably he got up to pee. Apparently I was asleep. He beat the whole game in one sitting and then told her about it the next day, right? So we decided that Kate should beat Astrobot because it's the first time that that she would beat a game for the other two. And then Leo went second and then Finn went last. But I told him that he can be the first one to do the secret levels at the end, and he seemed satisfied with that, yeah. Kate almost one-shot the boss. She died at the very, very end when the boss pulled out the lightsaber, and she didn't understand that you needed to dog headbutt the hilt when he throws it at you, and she died there, and then she had to redo it again. So, yeah, but she almost did it first try. Secret. George Nissan, it's been so freaking long. Jessica-chan, it's been a year since I saw you. You've gotten taller again, haven't you? Kyahaha, don't give me that. It's embarrassing when you say it every year. Hey, Aniki, you've got to be kidding me. Is that really Jessica? Wait a sec, George. Is this big guy Battler? We both stared at each other. She definitely didn't look like that in my memories, but I do remember her crazy way of talking. Yo, Jessica! What's this now? You're kidding me, you look like a woman now. What are these boobs? Even you managed to get a chest. Heh, let me rub them, let me... Don't screw around with me, I'm a blushing flower of 18. Of course my hair grew longer and I got these. What, you think I got boobs just to get fondled by you, loser? This isn't even the moment. And speaking of you, sure, you got all ridiculously huge, but did you get a bit stronger too? Don't screw with me, I'll show you how much training I've done since back then. You're pissing me off. I'll beat you at your own game. This headstrong girl's name is blah 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 blah. She was born under the same unlucky star as me, sharing the same kind of weird name. Anyway, it's pronounced Jessica. What a weird name. She's Dad's older brother's daughter. Just say cousin! That older brother happens to be the oldest son of the Ushiromiya family, so for now, it means Jessica is the direct family heir. Since Jessica and I are the same age and sometimes had little boy-girl squabbles with each other, we've always been used to fighting and joking around together whenever the relatives gather. Jessica grew more quickly, so she always had me beat in terms of size and physical strength. When we scuffled in a contest of strength, it usually went Jessica's way. So even though I realized I'd grown bigger, part of my mind was still convinced that I couldn't beat Jessica. Whoa! What are you getting all serious for? Ow, 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 ow. Hey, this is nothing. Jessica, you've gotten weak. Shut up. I'm a girl, so of course I couldn't beat a guy with physical strength forever, right? Well, you've got a point there, a power point. The meat I put on my arms all went to your chest. It looks like it'd be pretty even test of strength between my arms and your boobs, don't you think? I told you, my boobs aren't for you to feel up. Besides, how about you? Did your cute little elephant sign get a bit bigger to go with the rest of you? Bet it didn't, Lamayo. Stop it, idiot. No, you perv, I'll be ruined for marriage. Don't touch my curl. Don't say stuff people are gonna misinterpret. It's almost over, chat. It's almost over. Honestly, I was so surprised at how feminine Jessica had become that I had to joke around like an idiot to hide it. Why did I agree to do this again? Well, considering what a bossy brat she was 6 years ago, anyone would be surprised. And I guess she's just as surprised. She probably wasn't expecting to lose to me in a test of strength. After losing that easily, she must be shocked at how much I've grown in the past years. This past 6 years, 6 years. Merrick is probably fucking cackling right now that I'm the one apologizing for the anime because I read it before and I'm embarrassed that we're doing it again. 6 years. Once again, I'm being shown just what a huge gap of time that was. Joe, this is the good part? Crap, total defeat. It's like I'm no match for you anymore. Oh, cackle. Oh, is cackle. Did this fix the cackle E? Because if it has, we're going right back to the other mode. That's not true. Even Battler-kun must have his weaknesses. Right, Maria-chan? Ooh, fall. Shh, cut it out, Maria. Let's keep that a secret, okay? Fall? The hell are you talking about? Hehehe, sorry, but there's no chance you'll see that weakness of mine now. After all, the nightmare plane trip is already over and done with. Only thing left is the nice quiet splashing of the boat ride. I never thought I'd start loving that piece of junk boat this much. Ehehe. Huh? George Isan, is there something wrong with his head? So, this is the game that gets good? Okay, Joe. First of all, not a game. Second of all, yeah, this is the good part. You don't like it? Uh-oh. Oh, no. You'll understand soon. Very soon. See? You will. You'll understand soon. At the time, I didn't get what Aniki meant by that big smile. What have we here? Oh, it's Chiyo. Battler-san, how big you've grown. Let me fondle you. Who's it this time? It's an old lady with an apron. Oh yeah, that takes me back. I remember now. You remember her, right? It's Kumasawa-san, the servant. I can never forget you, Kumasawa-wan Bachan. After all, you haven't aged a bit in these past 6 years. If anything, I'd say you're looking younger than ever. Ho 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 ho! Ho ho ho! Lately, my skin's been getting quite smooth and silky. And look, hasn't my chest gotten bigger as well? How'd you like a little feel? You're kidding, right? My breast fondling is strictly limited to bouncy girls. Oh, I was quite bouncy in my youth. Don't be shy, fondle to your heart's content. God, give me a break. It's girls I'm looking for, not grannies. And then Sai slaps the table. The jokes I cracked about Jessica were being turned against me. Come to think of it, Kumasawa has always been the type to tease people. Kumasawa-san, stop that now. People with one foot in the coffin shouldn't jump around. To sport with the young is the most rejuvenating medicine. Ho ho ho! It's rare for you to come pick us up, Kumasawa-san. I wonder what's gotten into you. Usually your lumbago kicks in whenever someone gives you a job to do. Giggle. Ho ho, Iwa-san, you're as harsh as ever. Backhanded. I found myself with some urgent purchases to make, and while I was at it, I thought I would come welcome you all, so I took the speedboat. Although it does give a bad impression if the one waiting to greet you is a decrepit old woman. Ho. Aunt Eva spoke sarcastically, but Kumasawa Bachan's years of experience were nothing to sneeze at. She was more than capable of smoothly and coolly deflecting that comment. Well, it feels bad to say it, but old Kumasawa Bachan may be past her prime as a servant. She might act as though she's in good health, but between the headaches and her lumbago, her body is wearing out. Lumbago. To tell the truth, the very fact that she's still working is impressive. How old is she this year again? She must be pushing 80 at least. It's incredible that she is still able to act so cheerily. Or run for president. You just seem to get more and more lively. Oh, that's right. Here you are. It's the tea I told you about before. Look, I bought you some. Please do try it later on. Aunt Rosa took a souvenir bag out from her suitcase. To think that she remembered a promise that she'd apparently made last year and faithfully brought it. This sort of thoughtfulness was just like Aunt Rosa. She wasn't the kind of person who would forget or break a promise. If she said she was going to street something on Leap Day, she'd do it. Kumasawa Bachan seemed deeply touched, not only that Aunt Rosa had remembered this year-old promise, but that she would bring a gift to a simple servant like her. This woman is Kumasawa Chiyo-san. She's a senior servant who's been working at the Ushiromiya head family household for many years. As you'd expect from someone her age, manual labor isn't her strong point, but she's kind of a super servant who can handle just about anything else, from kitchen work to cleaning and laundry. It seems like her only flaw is a tendency to slack off. I hear she tries to get away from heavy or troublesome work by playing up her chronic diseases. In Kumasawa Bachan's case, this was probably a sign of craftiness rather than laziness, though it probably doesn't impress those paying her salary. Ah well, even if she's pretty flaky when it comes to work, I can never dislike her. I guess that's probably because of her cheerfulness and her constant smile. Hey, glad to see you're still in fine spirits. How's your back doing then? Even with the medicine, it's not getting one whit better. According to the doctor, nothing can be done for this one. It can't be helped. It's what you might call an incurable disease. Oh. Anyway, Jessica just keeps getting prettier. Good thing she takes after Natsuhi? Or Natsuhi? Really? Personally, I don't think we look alike at all. I mean, I don't even want to be like my parents, because I got zero respect for them. Based. Now, you shouldn't say such things, giggle, though there are quite a few people who don't want to be like their parents in our family. Ah, that's me! Get fucked, Dad! You sure as hell better not take after me. Your nose looking like mine already pisses me off. Even I don't like me, son! Based! What are you talking about? You're surprisingly like you and father. Come on, you can't be... Okay, your father, right? Just how am I like Dad? Oh! Never mind. You're a lot like him, especially in how arrogant and prideful you are. Father's blood is especially strong in you and Nissan. Wouldn't you say, Rosa? Oh, absolutely. Cross Nissan and Rudolph Nissan are almost unbelievably like that. Alrighty. Why am I the only one under fire from the girls? Hideyoshi Nissan, give me a hand, please. My mind, Rudolph-kun, you're always so popular with the ladies. I'm jealous. Oh. As usual, you're popular enough to make me jealous. Well then, everyone, shall we head over to the boat? Come now, Maria-san, let's get on the boat together, okay? Get on the boat together. Ooh, everyone gets on together. Hell yeah, this time around, I'm not going to be scared. I'm used to being shaken by the waves. With that piece of junk fishing boat, I'm less afraid of the shaking than the engine breaking down and the boat drifting off. Oh yes, Butler, I forgot to tell you. That boat is out of date. That fishing boat was completely worn out, so it was taken out of commission a few years back. Now we get taken to the island in a different boat. A shaky boat. Oh right, it's Butler's first time in the new boat. It's super comfy and freaking fast. It can go crazy high speeds. Oh. That means less travel time, right? That sounds great. Having to worry about sinking is less scary than being on a plane, but it'd still be awesome to get it over with as quick as possible. Ooh, is Battler going to fall again? That's only on airplanes. Everything's fine now. We're going to take a break when we get on the boat. So in about 45 minutes. Anyway, it's the Captain's Pride and Joy, a kind of modded high-speed boat. Seems he's got it pretty souped up. He was bragging about how he attached 4 base high-efficiency propellers to make it break 40 knots or something like that. I don't understand knots. I should look that up. I have no idea what knot means in terms of speed. Like, you tell me, like, oh, it can go 20 knots or 40 knots. I'm like, that means fucking nothing to me, man. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Rigor, by the way. Okay, when it comes to those knots, I'm still pretty much an amateur. But, you know, he talks about it all the time, so I've sort of memorized the spiel. Yeah, I've got it memorized too, since we hear about it every year. The captain says he's been obsessed with modding ever since he lost the speed contest with a foreign boat ages ago. Oh, like I modded the VN? According to him, that opponent managed to break 30 knots with just a fishing boat. And his thirst for a revenge match got him to build an awesome, all-new, super high-speed modded boat. I'm sure you'll just love it, Battler. Super high-speed modded boat? My first thought was that this would be much better than some beat-up boat that might sink at any moment. But for some reason, I got this feeling of foreboding. Probably just overthinking it. Are we on the boat? Yes! It's the most wonderful time of the stream. Alright, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Gonna go get a drink, gonna go pee. Be right back. Oh, before I go, thank you, Pincerata, for the bits. Checking in during my break and seeing the stream is 2 hours in and we're not on the island yet. We're there, and Joe's laughing at the same joke that made him laugh the first time around. He loves it. Oh, what joke did I laugh at the same time? Am I just on repeat? Oh no, at least I'm consistent. Thank you, CJ1517, for the resub as well. He has returned to weave them. No. The range of the streamer hut, you can get Outer Wilds, thoughtful video game critiques, or even valuable long-lasting life lessons, but you could also get Before the Storm or whatever this boob fondling game is about. It really makes you feel like you're playing a gotcha. And this is the 5-star. Be back in like 5 minutes. Mid-break coin toss? You guys are obsessed with gambling. Is it because the monocoins have actual value here with marbles? After the marble race is over, because it's totally going to be over one day, is there going to be like no more gambling, or are we going to have a new one? It's because mods are bored? Okay, well, start being more deranged then. So mods have something. Don't do that. That was a bad joke. No, don't. Let the mods be bored. Do the gambling. What do you mean, Wheel of Fortune? Yep, nope. For context, it is legit insane that their kanji names are styled after Western names. The Umineko explainer has logged on. Western words and names normally have their own syllabary in Japanese. It is like a tier of insane higher than meeting a Mexican named Goku. You haven't met a Mexican named Goku? Oh. Is it insane to be written out as well? Can we put on unique chat message only for one stream? A mod is asking me. Oh, but it's Top Lolly. Okay, is Top Lolly like rapidly becoming senior mod? What's going on? Do we want unique message on for a stream? Test everyone's writing ability? Does that include emotes? Because that would suck. Only multi-word messages. Huh. We can just let him run around to tire himself out. Top Lolly has made a bet without consulting the mod council, so they are rogue if anything. Is there another rogue mod? Now we have 2. Let them fight? Is the mod council different than the penis council or what? Anyway, let's continue reading the fondling story. Hey Battler, maybe you should just swim to the island, Lamayo. Battler-kun, you shouldn't lean over the railing too much. You might fall. Fall, fall, fall. Ooh, fall, fall. Damn it. So this is why you were all grinning back there. So this is the super high-speed boat that the captain started modding. Oh yes, that piece of junk fishing boat from 6 years ago doesn't hold a candle to this guy. Whoa, it's shaking, it's shaking, it's shaking. Gonna fall, fall, fall. Alright, you know what? Time for a pro streamer move. Here's what we're gonna do. No chat interaction for this whole scene, because I remember this scene didn't have that something important to it, except for when we got close to the island with some weird tower thing. And then we're gonna get through it. I wanna get to where we were at the end of last stream. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Get fucked, chat. Here we go. Gonna fall, fall, fall. If I fall, I'll land in the ocean and drown. Where's the parachute? I mean, where's the boy? Give me a life jacket. Hey, chat, how do you do? Waha. Battler, what the heck are you doing that for? Wahaha. Jessica-chan, Maria-chan, it's not nice to tease. Battler-kun, if you're scared, then just don't come out on the deck, idiot. I think you'll be able to calm down a bit if you go inside the boat. Base George? Yeah, that's a no thank you, Nikki. Shipwreck victims are always the ones inside the boat. The survivors are usually those on the deck during the accident. Is that true? So I'm staying right here. But it's shaking. I'm gonna fall. Whoa. Shake, gonna fall. Ooh. Maria, I told you to behave yourself. Man, this is gonna make so much sense later on when there's an earthquake, when he's on the top of a building and falls down or something. It's all foreshadowing. But Battler, it looks like you really can't handle it. I'll go tell the captain to slow down for you. Whoa, Aunt Rosa, thank you. I can tell you now that the safe, slow driving is definitely the way to go, even on the sea. Later on, when there's a car accident, even though there's no cars on the island, that's going to make a lot of sense. Hey, don't do that, Rosa. Trials and tribulation. The better VN are important for young men. Isn't that right, Battler-kun? You better be able to overcome a little scare like this. Otherwise, you'll never be able to go to Egypt with your aunt. Whoa, Aunt Eva, you're so mean. Oh no, I'm gonna fall. Life jacket, parachute. Whoa. Wait, gotta spin it around and think that way. What's the enemy aiming for? Is he doing this to scare me? If that's what he's aiming for, too bad. Like hell I'll be scared. Who's driving the boat? But no, I'm gonna fall. Man, I love this scene. So after I made a huge fool of myself for a while, yep, Aunt Rosa had a talk with the boat captain and slowed down to a more manageable speed for me. That's nice. Ah. That's a bit better. Thought I was going to die earlier. Apparently the max speed I can tolerate is extremely slow. That just now was completely insane. The whole boat was shaking, sliding and leaping on the ocean's surface. I felt like I was riding on the back of a flying fish. Jessica was still guffawing at me as I leaned against the railing, tired and disheartened. I lost in that strength contest earlier, but I'm glad to know I'm no worse off where it really counts. But seriously, ha 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 ha! Damn it, go ahead and laugh. One of these days, I'm going to find your weakness and get back at you, and then your boobs will be mine to squish. Yeah, sure, good luck with that. Wahahahahahahahaha. Are they flirting? Battler, all week. Yes, Battler, all week. I want to die on land, not in the ocean or the sky. Maria was patting my back, so I patted her head in return. Her expression was blank as usual, but I realized that she wanted to console me. Battler-kun, the captain's throwing in drinks to make up for this. Would you like? Why is my nose so itchy all of a sudden? Sorry, I can't press the mouse because I'm fucking scratching my nose. Would you like one to calm yourself down? George and Nikki and Kumasawa-bachan brought us all ice-cold cans of soft drinks covered with beads of water. Judging from the Kumasawa-san's big grin, our parents inside the boat were probably all rolling around laughing at my moment of pure terror. Damn it, I'm so embarrassed I can't bear to face any of them. If I didn't change the subject somehow, I had the feeling I'd be the butt of everyone's jokes for the whole trip, so I tried to think of something harmless to talk about. Wait, butts? Jessica has a butt? Let's talk about Jessica's butt. There we go. Ha ha ha. Hey, Jessica. God damn it. How are Uncle Kraus and Aunt and Natsui doing? My old man and mom, unfortunately, they're fine. Though every other word from their mouths is study, study, which pisses me off. I'm so jealous since it doesn't look like Uncle Hideyoshi or Uncle Rudolph would say stuff like that. Haha, oh no, before I had my exams, my parents kept pressing me about it over and over. I thought it was annoying then, but now I'm grateful. Man, you're so based. Heh, I knew it. You really are awesome, Nikki. Anyway, I have to look after myself. No one tells me what to do. Well, it's not like I'd listen if they did. Hee 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 hee. Battler-san, have you still not returned to your parents' home? Well, I kinda go back now and then. I've got lots of clothes and stuff I left at the house I was living in until recently. Ooh? Battler has 2 houses? Something like that. Why? Why do you have 2 houses? Ooh, ooh. Only Maria, who couldn't really grasp the situation, voiced this naive question. All right, something interesting is about to happen, chat. There's an interesting plot detail. Everyone, like, get ready, okay? Tap back in. However, the others just shot nervous glances at me, choosing not to respond even though they knew the answer. Maria, look, you can see the harbor now. Look, over there. Can you see it? Ooh, saw the harbor. Apparently Jessica was just trying to be nice by changing the subject. Ah, well. I'd rather not talk about it if I can help it, but it's uncomfortable to have it treated like some kind of weird taboo. I don't mind it that much myself anymore. I may be a member of the Ushiromiya family, but the truth is that for these last 6 years, I've been living with my grandparents on my late mother's side, and I've been using her family name. When those grandparents passed away one after the other, I basically had no choice but to go back and live with the old bastard. Don't get me wrong, I didn't just run away from home or anything like that. The only one at fault here is my dad. I don't really blame Kairi-san. Being able to hold that old bastard's reins and ride him out is no mean feat. Still, the way that old bastard betrayed my mom, well, unfortunately, I still haven't fully gotten over that. Ahem. Alright, that was it. You can tab back out now. Ahem. We'll be getting there soon. It's funny because this is somehow this is still paced quicker than Persona 3 Reload. Well, you didn't have to say it. Please forgive my indiscretion. It seems this old woman has said too much already. If I hurt your feelings. The problem is, in this game, we're the jumpy. I don't mind, but no one's feelings are hurt. Don't worry, Kumasawa-bachan. Kumasawa-san seemed to regret speaking out of turn, but I was more concerned about being worried over for something like that, so I stood up and passed it off lightly. After that, I know how to read. I had a sip of my drink and headed over to Maria and Jessica, who were gazing at the silhouette on the island. Battler, I saw the island. There. Ooh. Where is it? Oh, I see it now. Even after 6 years, the island hasn't changed a bit. Mila talks better than her. My 3-year-old can talk better. The small island silhouette in front of us had gotten pretty close. This island's name is Rockenjima. It's a small island about 10 kilometers around, located in the Izu archipelago. It didn't exist until some guy named Jima put all the rocks here. Since they call this archipelago the Izu 7, lots of people think there are only 7 islands, but that's not true. There's actually several more, and Rockenjima is one of the minor islands that don't get counted. Even if that weren't the case, I doubt you find many people who knew about this island. Only people connected to the Ushiromiya family ever go there. In other words, outsiders and tourists never have any reason to care about it, so you'll never find this island's name in a travel brochure. After all of Rockenjima is an estate possessed by the Ushiromiya head family. Only the Ushiromiya family lives there, and only people connected to the Ushiromiya family come and go to and from there. I'd love to have my own island. There's nothing there except a harbor and a mansion. The vast majority of the island is still just uncultivated forest. Such a waste, when it could be made into a nice golf course or something. No, golf's bad. However, when you realize that the entire coastline is a private beach, it starts to sound pretty magnificent. I'm only talking about golf is bad in terms of like boring. It takes up too much space. It's such a decadent fucking hobby. Like, a couple of golf courses here and there, alright, that's fine, but there's too many golf courses. You've probably guessed by now how to put it, but to put it simply, Well, the Ushiro-miya family is just rolling in dough. The head family apparently possesses a vast fortune, and Dad and the others who make up the branch families have built up plenty of wealth for themselves, finding success in their respective businesses. For themselves! I've been living a commoner's life at my grandparents' home these 6 years, so I'd completely forgotten. But the old bastard's house really is elegant, and everything about it is tuned to match the snobbish tastes of the annoyingly rich. So in the original, that the house that's on the Wikipedia page, is that the house they took the picture of, and then they just like made it fuzzy in the background? I guess so, yeah. That's cool. Come to think of it, I guess that makes George, Nikki, Jessica, Maria, and me wealthy, high-class gentlemen and ladies. Needless to say, none of us think of ourselves that way at all. Yeah, okay. I don't see myself as being rich, and George and Nikki, who takes self-discipline very seriously, doesn't let himself get too comfortable. We're middle class. We're just middle class. These are the same jokes, aren't they? My mind works in the same way. Is that good or bad? Maybe it's good. Jessica is always complaining that she'd rather move to the city than be rich. And Maria is still a kid who isn't even interested in money at all. Does that attitude really make us any less snobbish? From the perspective of people in poverty who can't pay the bills, we really have been blessed with a lot. This isn't the place to explain any further, so I won't. Anyway, it's the same as not being able to choose the parents you're born from. I didn't be asked to be born into a rich family. Don't hold it against me. I don't really think it's really something to be envied. It can be pretty trying when people are prejudiced against you just because you're rich and refuse to judge you by your merits. Okay, again, this is probably going to be the exact same thing I said last time. That's true. There are detriments and pros and cons to everything, but at the same time, go fuck yourself. As I pondered these sentimental thoughts, Maria started shouting and leaned over the railing. Ooh, gone. What's wrong, Maria? Did you drop something? Ooh, gone, gone. Ooh. Maria kept yelling, gone, gone. At first, it sounded as though she dropped something, but while she shouted, she also pointed out over the ocean. What's wrong? What's gone? I'll look for it too if you want. What is it? Oh? But if she dropped something, she would probably have looked... Okay, there's plot! Tap back in! There's plot! This is important. If she dropped something, she would have probably looked down at the floor, but Maria was pointing out over the ocean. One would assume by that gesture she had spotted something, but she kept saying that something wasn't there. Strange. However, since my last memories of this place came from 6 years ago, I was able to spot it before Nikki, who comes here every year. Huh? If I remember correctly, wasn't there a torii or something on top of a small crag around here? That's right, it was definitely there. I remember it well, since as we get closer to the island, it's the first thing to greet us, like a landmark. Wow, you're amazing, Battler. Even though it's been 6 years, you remembered. It was here, wasn't it? I remember too. The tutelary god shrine and that torii-like thing were standing all alone on that crag. And now that you mention it, they are gone, aren't they? I'm pretty sure they were still there last year. Gone. Maybe they were washed away by the waves or something. It was a small crag, so it probably got worn away over time. The music stopped, so you know it's important. Well, that's my theory too. It was last summer that it disappeared, but they say an enormous lightning bolt came crashing down one evening and smashed the shrine. The fishermen whisper that having a thunderbolt fall upon our honored tutelary god must be a portent of approaching misfortune. And you know those fishermen, just oodles of wisdom. Kuwabara. Kumasawa-san smiled impishly as if teasing us, rubbing her hands together while intoning a Japanese phrase meant to ward off lightning. However, Maria apparently took this seriously and stared fixedly over the ocean where the crag housing the shrine god was supposed to be. A portent of misfortune. Ooh. Enough, Kumasawa-san. Maria isn't old enough to get that kind of joke. It's okay, Maria-chan. It's just a coincidence. Nothing scary is going to happen. George and Nikki put a hand on Maria's shoulder to calm her down, but Maria's sharp-eyed expression didn't waver. Misfortune. Maria muttered that word over and over. Apparently repeating a single word over and over is a habit that Maria's had for a long time. However, since the word she was saying was literally an ill omen, it was a bit creepy. Wait, a child that is maybe not fully mentally developed that turns out to have some sort of like superpower or precognition or something? This broke new ground. Hey, Maria. Wait, it came out in 1986. Maybe it did. If you say it over and over like that, misfortune will really end up happening, you know? I tapped Maria's other shoulder. Shoulder! Soldier! Maria whipped her head around, stared into my face, and spoke unblinkingly. Ooh, misfortune is coming. Huh? And just where is it coming from? I answered lightheartedly, trying to break the tension in the air. At that moment, Maria held up a finger, raised her arm high, and pointed up to the heavens. When I looked up, I saw that the sky was still just as cloudy, but it had grown a great deal more leaden than it had been that morning. That's right, they were saying that a typhoon was approaching. We had planned to spend one night on the island, but if this storm doesn't pass quickly, I won't be able to make it to school on Monday. Yeah, that's not happening. Well, I guess it makes for a pretty good excuse to be absent. Ooh, she apparently sensed some kind of misfortune in this cloudy sky. She's been muttering that nonstop for a while now. It's kind of creepy. Girls at Maria's age tend to be very impressionable. She's just about the age that many girls start to get excited about sixth senses and whether they have any psychic potential and stuff. What the fuck are you talking about? For all we know, this might be due to her childish, sensitive nature. Or they just get into Minecraft. It's okay, Maria-chan. The weather might get worse tonight, but tomorrow it'll clear up and become a pretty blue sky. Pretty blue sky. Ooh. That's right, by tomorrow it'll be a pretty blue sky. There's no rain that doesn't end, and no clouds that never clear. Shut up, George! Rain that doesn't end. Clouds that never clear. I know the typhoon's coming, but soon it'll go away. It'll be okay, Maria. I dislike George. I don't care for George. Ooh. Maria started yelling, ooh, ooh. It looked as though she was having a tantrum because no one could understand what she was trying to say. What in the world is Maria trying so desperately to warn us about? Unable to understand her, we couldn't help but feel a vague sense of misfortune. I've heard that everyone can feel the supernatural, but that it weakens as you age. That might mean that Maria, the youngest one of us all, still possessed some kind of sense that the rest of us had lost. I wonder if that sense is sending her a warning. At that moment, Kumasawa-san quietly opened her mouth. Rumor has it that long ago, Rockin' Jima wasn't that rockin'. Kumasawa-san. Let's not talk about that now. Just as Kumasawa-san was about to tell some kind of story, Jessica sharply interrupted her. Jessica's tone was extremely firm for her. George would apologize on social media for his Nepo privilege and everyone would love him for it. I wouldn't. Would you, chat? I wanted to push her further, just out of simple curiosity. Here comes the poll! Furious poll! Would you forget? I wanted to push her further, just out of simple curiosity, but judging by the look on Jessica's face, whatever Kumasawa-san was likely to say would probably make Maria even more uneasy. Yeah, there it is! We hate him, we're indifferent to him, we like him. If I did try to press her for the story, the odds were pretty good that it wouldn't be anything bright and cheery. Oh, I do apologize about that. The witch years have to prepare for the elderly, so if you would excuse me for now. Gossipers have no reason to hang around after they've been told to stop chatting. When Kumasawa-san finally realized that she'd overstepped her bounds, she went back inside the boat. Oh my god, after she left, Uncle Hideyoshi showed up in her place. Since he'd arrived mid-conversation, he completely failed to notice the complicated atmosphere that hung about the scene, so he refreshingly and unwittingly swept that atmosphere aside. Man, this is where George gets it from. So in the end, it was his lack of tact that brightened the mood. Looks like we're almost there. Okay, just a bit more. Took forever at the speed we went today, didn't it? Wonder whose fault that was. Uncle Hideyoshi, give me a break already. Ta-ha-ha. Haha, come on, don't stop there. Seriously, kick him in the nuts. Thanks to Battler here, it's taking forever. Yeah, thanks to Battler. All his narration, too. Maria probably thought that everyone was refusing to listen to her, and she was right. She hung her head, wearing a fretful expression. As she did, George and Nikki crouched down to meet her eyes and spoke to her kindly. Maria-chan, just because I was born into money doesn't mean that I didn't earn money myself. I would have been able to do this with nothing. There's nothing to be afraid of, because we're all together. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're together. Go ahead and say it, together. Ooh, there's nothing to be afraid of if we're together. Yes. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're with each other. That's right. Exactly what George and Nikki said. If we stick together, there'll never be anything at all to be afraid of. Right, Jessica? Yeah, no doubt about that. What George Nissan says is always true, Maria. Ooh, George Oni-chan, always true. Yes. I don't lie, so trust me, there's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together. George Oni-chan doesn't lie. I trust you. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together. Stop saying together! Not afraid! Maria jumped into George's and Nikki's arms and hugged them tightly. After Aniki patted her head, she jumped away again. Her facial expression had undergone a 180-degree change, turning back to normal. Damn, George, you're so base. She was once again the ordinary Maria. Ooh, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore because we're together. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, that's it. You look all better now. You're strong, and that's awesome. Join the Ushiro-Romiya serpent as family. No, what would it be? Servant as family? What would the snake say? I'm awesome. Hey, what's going on here? Maria-chan didn't get seasick, did she? Ha, well, something like that. We'll be arriving soon. The harbor was already drawing near. Yay! Now another title screen? Oh, I hit the microphone. All right. We are finally about 1/3 of the way back to before we were at the end of the stream. I didn't say that sentence right at all. We are now 1/3 of the way to getting back to where we were. Here we go. Almost catching up. The boat gave a big shudder. Why is there a helicopter? It seems we've docked at the harbor. The boat driver came out and jumped to the pier with the mooring rope. How many people are on this island? A large man in a tuxedo was waiting for us there with a warm smile. I didn't recognize his face, but judging by his clothes, I guessed he was a servant of the Ushiro-Romiya head household. Welcome home, milady. Redditor, you were so late in returning that I began to worry. Ah, thanks for caring. This moron got so scared we had to slow down. It was seriously annoying. Shut up. Someday when the shoe's on the other foot, you'll remember this. Ugh. At this rate, word will spread to the whole family, and I'll be the big conversation piece during dinner. Even without this, everyone would be talking about me because of that 6-year gap, but now I've given them an even juicier topic. Damn it, why does the Ushiro-Romiya head family have to live on this isolated island? In the meantime, the boat had finished its mooring. A small plank was lowered so we could get down. One by one, our parents came up from inside the boat. You must all be quite tired from your long trip. Madam, please allow me to assist you. Thank you. It's been a while, Goda-san. How are you? I thank you for your concern. It is always my pleasure to serve. Battler-kun, isn't this your first time meeting Goda-san? If I'm not mistaken, you weren't working here 6 years ago, right? Indeed. So please allow me to greet him for the first time. It is an honor to meet you, Battler-sama. I'm pretty confident about my height, but you're huge. This is definitely our first meeting. He's 6 foot to your 5'11"? I'll never forget meeting a big guy like you. It's a pleasure. I'm Battler. I'm Santa. I was looking forward to meeting you. I am Goda, your servant, and I've been working for the Ushiro-Romiya head family since the year before last. Alright, so 2 years. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If there's anything you need, please feel free to rely on me at any time. Wait, hold on. It's October. Year before last. So almost 3 years. He's in his 3rd year. Okay. Goda-san, it's been some time. It's been too long, George-sama. Please allow me to assist you. As usual, you're a pro at welcoming guests. If you ever need a job, just let me know, okay? I'd hire you anytime. Dude, he has a job. You do me too much honor. Please allow me to assist you, Hideyoshi-sama. Goda-san then lent a hand to everyone as they disembarked, greeting them as they passed. His speech and mannerisms had the refined polish of a professional. He was very graceful, in contrast to his initially tough-looking appearance. His large size made him seem a bit scary at first, but he was much more polite than my first impression had led me to believe. Again, like... You've already done it great by showing it to us. Why are you it's not even show or tell, it's show and tell. You don't need to do both. You already did it better. But he had doubtless worked at a similar job somewhere before. Did I also say this last year? After everybody disembarked, the mooring rope was untied and the boat started to steer away from the harbor. Did I really? God damn it. It was probably returning to its home port on Najima. The captain waved his hand in farewell. Maria conscientiously waved her hand back. Now I think about it, that must be why I felt something out of place for a while. When do I look up a word that I already looked up last year as well? I can't hear the cries of the seagulls. Seagulls, the birds? If I remember correctly, whenever we came to this island in the past, the seagulls always greeted us with their lively nya-nya cries. Because of that, whenever I hear the cries of seagulls anywhere else, I get the feeling that I'm coming to a family conference. Except for the small part of the island where those of the Ushiromiya head family live, Rokkenjima has been left uncultivated, which apparently makes it a paradise for wild birds. Supposedly there was a cliff somewhere that housed a huge seagull colony, so this island was always full of seagulls. Not having those seagulls here to greet us made me feel a bit lonely. What's wrong, Battler-kun? Oh, Aunt Rosa. Nah, it's nothing really. I was just thinking it's a bit lonely without the cries of the seagulls. My, that's true, now that you mention it. Even though they're always so noisy, today there isn't one to be seen. They died in that lightning strike. Why no seagulls? Maybe it's because the seagulls are having a get-together somewhere too. Maria, did you want to see the seagulls? Can't, you know what, this might be complete bullshit. Can't, like, birds sense storms or whatever? Maybe they know the typhoon's coming, so they're all hiding out or something? Like, they're probably way more sensitive to air pressure changes or whatever. Like, I want to see them. Still, it's a bit strange there isn't even a single one around. Maybe Jessica grilled them and all and ate them. Ooh. The hell, don't say disturbing stuff like that. You'll get Maria believing it. I wouldn't eat a seagull. I don't think that sounds wrong. Not because, like, oh, I like seagulls so much. I think it would just be kind of gross. It'd be like eating rat. Jessica Oni-chan grilled them. Jessica Oni-chan grilled them. What the hell, Jessica? I did not. Why the hell would I do something like that? That's right. Jessica grilled them. Skin and meatballs, liver and onion. Swimmin' meatballs, liver and onion. Ooh. Ha ha. As I made fun of Jessica, Maria tagged along, looking like she was having fun. Oh, I never guessed she was such a good sport. Alrighty then, from today on I'll make you my #1 follower. As I smiled at her, she beamed, looking overjoyed, possibly because she was happy about this little connection we made with each other. That's not it, Maria-chan. I've heard wild birds are attuned to changes in the weather and atmospheric pressure. Oh, I'm George! The weather will probably get worse tonight. I knew this before this VN. The seagulls might have returned to their nests early. Not grilled? Maybe fried? Jessica Oni-chan didn't grill them? You clearly do not own an air fryer. No, I wouldn't do something like that. Battler, you admit right now that you lied. Battler-kun, Maria-chan is a naive girl, so she takes even jokes seriously. You should choose your jokes more carefully. George and Nikki gently scolded me. Even though I outstripped Nikki in height, and Nikki was a Nikki, of course, there was no choice but to obediently apologize. Sure. My bad. Maria, that was a joke. The seagulls are all taking it easy in their nests today, that's all. Battler lied? George Oni-chan told the truth? Had she actually been tricked despite all the fun she was having? Her pure eyes made me feel guilty. Maybe I went a little overboard with her after all, like on the boat. Yeah, that's right. Every single time I do an ad-lib, I'm like, did I say that last year? I need to, like, scramble my own thoughts and do something else. Everisi played the clip from last year where Joe said, oh, I didn't know that. Didn't know that. Good to know. Uh-oh. Did they have receipts? Shit. The weather's bad, so they probably went home for the day. It doesn't mean they're gone. Right, Aunt Rosa? That's right. Tomorrow, when the weather gets better, I'm sure they'll come back so we can hear them cry meow meow like they always do. Fucking cat girls with their feathers in the cat girl mouth. I'll wait until the weather gets better and they come back. I said that last year too, didn't I? At that point, gonna wait until tomorrow. Gonna wait until the weather's better. Ooh. Maria was in a lighter mood and was looking forward to tomorrow when the seagulls would come back and fill the skies. And will weep in the shade. Still, did I say that? Still, George and Nikki really was amazing at taking care of kids. I think I remember Nikki taking good care of me as well when I was a brat 6 years ago. And Nikki, that's probably your gift. George-kun is amazing at taking care of your young kids. I'm so triggered right now. I'm so triggered right now. I'm afraid to talk. Oh. George-kun is amazing at taking care of young kids. If you wanted to, I bet you do a great job with a job in childcare, don't you think? Yeah, it's almost like George Nissan was born to do something like that. Personally, I think that'd suit you better than doing business in some company's president's office. Oh man, you insult me. Oh no. Childcare is a fine career path, but it's not a job where merely liking children is enough. You really are modest, George-kun, but Battler-kun is quite good with children too. Just a second ago, even though it didn't last long, Maria seemed to be having a lot of fun. Yeah, when we lied. Please keep on playing with her like you did just now. Just choose your jokes more carefully, okay? Giggle. Aunt Rosa winked at me, giggling a little. She's a real mother, I thought to myself, who's happy to see Maria having fun. Come on, Rosa, and you brats too. What the hell are you doing? Let's get going. Okay, we're coming. The old bastard was waving for us to hurry up. Yeah, we need to get moving. We might as well have this conversation after setting our luggage down in our rooms. Now then, everyone, allow me to lead you to the guest house where you'll be spending the night. Please, this way. Go to sign called to everyone that led the way. All right, what do we got left? We got the scene with the stupid flower beds in front of the house. Then we go into the house. Then there's the guest house scene. Then there's like the dinner scene with all of the grown-ups, where it repeats everyone at the table, showing where they're all sitting and bullshit. Then there's the pervy scene in the guest house. Then there's another dinner scene. Then there's the hallway scene. And then there's the scene with all the adults showing their true colors. So 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's it, right? And then we're caught up. How do you remember this shit? Well, I forgot about the stair scene, so I didn't. Oh, man. Okay, a lot of work went into these. We're coming back here later. We're going to spend at least 5 hours on each of these backgrounds. A serpentine twisting path led to a dim forest. It ran a bit uphill. I guess the path was made all twisty so the slope wouldn't seem too steep. But personally, I'd have been happier if they just had the guts to make some stairs in a straight line. No, that's boring. No doubt they made the path twist on purpose to put on airs of distance and importance, or just to save some trees. Before long, we saw garden-style stone steps. From here on, I do have some memories. Go up these and... Can you read it times 2 speed? At the top of the stone steps, we saw a beautiful guest house. Its facade was lovely, of course, but more importantly, we couldn't enter its doors without having our hearts stolen away by the splendor of the beautiful rose garden spreading before it. It's as beautiful as ever this year. A real delight for the eyes. After climbing the stone steps, the people greeted by this rose garden and gave a voice to their impressions one by one. Is it just me or are the flowers less lively this year? It's probably because of that it wasn't that hot this summer, and also the lightning strike, they hit the Godo or whatever the fuck it was at the fucking cliff. It's also been I also believe that was a factor. Sadly, this year's blooming is a tad inferior when compared to last year. I'm making more mistakes. Even so, it was delightful rose garden. I remember that even 6 years ago, huge numbers of roses greet us every year. All right, now I'm going to stop. To the person in the VOD that just had to put it back down to 1 time speed to listen to that last little section and now is angry that they have to go back and put it up to 2 times speed. Get owned. So owned. I'm glad I owned you. This rose garden was the first thing that greeted the people who came to Rockinjima. Even our parents, who came every year, couldn't help but give voice to their admiration. In fact, it seemed to have undergone a power-up for the garden in my memory of 6 years ago. This place is always so amazing. It would be wonderful to have a rose garden like this at home. Give it up. Why do you think... Who do you think would take care of it? Roses are a real pain with bugs and diseases to worry about. Are they? Well, from what I've heard, Kairi-Nisan takes care of her rose every day and makes sure no bugs get anywhere near it, right? What the fuck are you talking about? Huh? Yeah, what are you talking about? That's right. Though in this person's case, the rose goes after the insects like some nasty carnivorous plant. Oh, so that's what you mean. Oh, come on, Rosa. Can't you give that a rest just for today? Rose is perverted? I've put that sort of thing completely behind me. I wonder. After all, you're a womanizer of an almost genetic level. Genetic womanizer? No need to worry, Rosa-san. When a rose gives you too much trouble, it's always best to snip it at the root. Ho ho ho, such frightening talk this is. Oh, guys who are popular with the ladies are always forced to live dangerously. I sure hope I turn out a bit prettier in my next life. Hideyoshi-san, like I keep saying, it isn't like that at all. And Kiri, stop it, you're freaking me out. You've made my rose wilt. Oh no. Hey, Maria-chan, look over here. These roses are especially magnificent. Magnificent roses. Ooh. Smells pretty sweet. Alright, chat. Best colored roses. White, right? Are black roses real? This is exactly what I asked last year. I remember. Huh, smells pretty sweet. Look, this suits my elegance perfectly. Hey, cut it out. Maria's gonna imitate you and get hurt by the thorns. She yelled at me as I leaned in to smell the rose's scent with an exaggerated gesture. I thought she was overreacting, but when I turned around, I saw Maria imitating my every gesture and George and Nikki smiling broadly at us. Hey now, Maria-chan, be careful. Rose thorns can hurt. They really can. Ooh. George, Oni-chan, only this rose is strange. Ooh. Do you think you are morbing back to last year, or did last year's Joseph morb toward today? Do you think if I close my eyes and try really hard, I can like morb back to February 29th? Hold on, let me try. How to get down in the basement? What the fuck? Oh, well, let's keep reading Umineko. Strange, what's wrong? Maria pointed at a single rose. I immediately understood why she found it odd. Gotta do a dodge roll now. In the midst of all these magnificent roses, one single rose was just starting to wilt. There wasn't any particular reason. Some roses flourish and others wilt. That's all there was to it, but Maria seemed very concerned about the only unhealthy one in the group. It must have made her feel lonely. So you feel sad for this rose because it's the only one that isn't healthy? Foreshadowing. The others are all healthy, but this one's sad. Well, they all bloom and wither at their own paces. I'll bet this one's just starting to wilt early because it's got to bloom before any of the others. Yeah, that's right. It probably just bloomed like crazy, fulfilled its duty, and went to sleep. You shouldn't get so worked up about it. Ooh, it seemed that Maria's pure, sensitive nature was making her feel some emotional pain for the rose that wilted alone. Even though she understood the logic of it, it still felt lonely to her. Then, Maria-chan, why don't you look after this rose until we leave? Ooh? George Nikki straightened up and felt around in his pocket. He took out some fertilizer that he had specifically formulated for roses, just in case he ran into a little girl that needed to take care of a rose, because he's just that bait. He took out a wrapper from the candy he had been sucking on the plane. He twisted it into a thin string, then gently tied it to the rose as a sort of marker. Hey, that's pretty cute. Let's mark it with this. Later on, you can come and give it some water. I'm sure Mr. Rose will be happy. Mr. Rose? Come give it water. I think you should give Mr. Rose here a name. I'm sure that it'll make it happy and you'll get to know it a little better. A name? A name? A name? Though she still wore her usual sullen face, Maria crossed her arms and began to consider this intently. At the very least, she appeared to have been completely pulled out of her slump. Nice going, Nikki. George-san has always been really for fuck's sake, I can't help it, like, whatever. Yeah, I guess he was just born that way. We've got to start picking up tips. Was this garden just as magnificent when you were all kids? It was only after I stopped living here that it grew so big. Before that, the garden was simpler, though I'm still attached to that one. Nissan fiddled with it too much, with that vaguely bad taste of his. I liked it much better before. Does chat wish George was streaming this instead? Eva, you've got to think positive. Setting aside how it used to look, its beauty now is something to be admired. You'll be able to relax a lot better if you look at it that way. I didn't mean it like that. I was just saying that I wanted you to see this garden the way it was before too. I like flower gardens. Everyone, if you please, I shall guide you to your rooms now. Goda-san called everyone to ask if we were ready. But our hearts had already been completely stolen away by the rose garden that none of us had seen for a year, so we didn't pay much attention to him. Some of us 6 years. Since we were in a travel group, it wasn't like we had a strict schedule to follow. Besides, our parents were visiting their old home full of nostalgia, and it wasn't like they had to let themselves be urged on by anyone or anything. Understanding the situation, Goda-san continued to wait, smiling widely, until our parents got tired of the roses and told them to guide us into our rooms. Alright, 1 scene down, 7 more to go. Here we go. This could have been a rerun and spared yourself the pain just for a moment, but then I would have had to, like, listen to it. I'd rather just get everyone on the same page. Oh, hey, if it isn't canon, I'm not hating it. I'm eager to get to the new content before the stream ends. Is all. I'm not miserable rereading it. It is a bit slow at the beginning. Don't get me wrong. It's been so long. How are you doing? How are you doing? Uncle Hideyoshi suddenly shouted. When George was born, he drove his parents home from the hospital. Classic George. Classic George. Who the fuck is this? In the direction he was waving was a slender boy. Oh, this is the guy that I don't understand why he has an insignia. Probably like a bastard child with one of the servants or something. Wasn't that what it was or something? Or no? Meeting him right after a huge man like Goda probably emphasized his small stature. The boy was in the middle of transporting piled up gardening tools and the like in the wheelbarrow. When he realized he was being called to stop, he set down the wheelbarrow, took his hat off, and bowed his head. Good afternoon. I figured he was probably younger than me. Canon. Oh, in last year's stream, he was called non-canon. That's weird. Meta. And I realized by the general atmosphere surrounding him that he was another servant. He greeted us in response to Uncle Hideyoshi's call, but he seemed like he might be pretty unsociable most of the time. It was a greeting that lacked feeling. When Goda-san noticed that our interest had shifted toward him, he went to the boy's side and introduced him to us. Batos, I don't remember this character. Allow me to introduce you. This is one of the servants of the Ushiromiya head household. Canon-san, greet our guests. No, Lamayo, I'm pleased to meet you. I am the servant. Canon. Yep, my first impression wasn't wrong. He seemed to be unsociable, or at least not so good at talking. Compared to Goda-san, who was extraordinarily polished as a servant, you couldn't help but feel inexperienced, typical of his age. When Goda-san urged him in a whisper to give a bit more of an introduction, the boy named Kanon only cast his eyes downwards. Kanon-san, would you perhaps give them a little more of a greeting? Is Goda in the tips? He is. Does he have an insignia on him somewhere? Maybe it's on the back of his tuxedo and we're not seeing it? She doesn't have one. Yeah, why does he have one? I remember thinking that last time too, or something like it, even though I don't really remember the character. Yeah, oh, she has one. Oh, she's a cousin. Yeah. Could you just give them a little more of a greeting? No, because we are furniture. He didn't seem to be refusing to greet us out of spite. Rather, he seemed to have fallen silent because he didn't know what else to say to us to a greeting. That's fucked up. Well, while Kanon-kun's shy and doesn't tend to talk much, he might not be that sociable, but deep down he's a really good person, and also a really good chair. Don't get him wrong. Don't get it twisted. You've been working here for 3 years, haven't you? Pretty sure you started a year before Goda-san, right? Even though he wasn't exactly giving a terrible first impression. Jessica hurriedly backed him up. I see. Apparently his unsociable nature causes him trouble a lot. Okay, then nice to meet you. I'm back. Okay, it can't be that, because like the characters see it too, right? And they would be like, yo, why do you have that? Yeah, that can't be that. That's dumb. I'm Battler. I'm 18. How old are you? He fell silent, as though wondering whether or not it was a question he'd have to answer. But here again, Jessica plowed ahead. If I remember correctly, Kanon's 2 years younger than us, so 16, right? Yes, that is correct. It looked like he would have preferred not to tell us his age if given the choice. That was probably because he thought we'd look down on him for it. But I literally looked down on him for it because I'm 5'11" and he's only 5'10". I remember when I was around his age, I hated being asked for how old I was by adults. I see, 16, huh? That's got to be a delicate time. So long ago, which means I probably asked something I shouldn't have. Hehe, I'm glad you're about our age. Just be cool and call me Battler. And I'll call you Kanon. Call me Big Bro, thank you very much, but the sentiment alone is sufficient, Battler-sama. Jessica looked panicky for some reason. She seemed to think my impression of Kanon was getting worse because of his refusal. Well, as a girl, Jessica probably couldn't understand the fretful male heart at his age. As his elder, even by just 2 years, I took it upon myself to be understanding of that. Kanon-san, could you perhaps be a little more courteous? A smiling face is also part of a servant's duty. My apologies. I shall make an effort. He said, not. Ho 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 ho. Goda-san, Kanon-kun is trying his best. Yes, it looked like he was often warned about being unsociable, and apparently he hadn't improved one bit. Goda-san kept his business smile, but let a sigh of resignation escape. Well then, I still have work to do. If you'll excuse me. It looked like Kanon himself was uncomfortable with remaining silent here any longer. After another perfunctory bow, he turned around and started pushing the wheelbarrow again. Just then, the wheelbarrow suddenly wobbled and fell, scattering the load. I guess the wheelbarrow's single wheel got caught on a pebble and lost its balance. Foreshadowing. What do you think you're doing? Now, clean up quickly. Goda-san urged him to hurry in a quiet voice, as though hinting that it was shameful for a servant to appear clumsy in front of guests. Kanon-kun wordlessly reloaded the wheelbarrow with the fallen objects as if to say he understood quite well without being told. It seemed to be fine with the light-looking gardener tools, shovels, and such, but he looked like he was having trouble getting his arms around and lifting up some sacks of fertilizer. They can be heavy, yeah. Are you okay? You're so careless. Here. Milady, you will dirty your garments. Please, leave this to us. With a smooth motion, Goda-san took the shovel that Jessica had picked up. Behind him, Kanon-kun was having trouble with the sacks of fertilizer. Ooh, you'll dirty your garments? Don't worry, the ones I'm wearing aren't that expensive. Besides, I hate guys who just sit there and make the waitress pick up the fork they dropped at a restaurant. Who the fuck does that? I lifted up the other bags that had fallen. Of course they weren't light, but for me it was a piece of kake. Kanon-kun looked at me surprised. It was the face of someone who had never expected to receive help from a guest. Battler-sama, don't worry about it. I will take care of everything, so... Don't you worry. I may not look it, but I've got it where it counts. Since Kanon-kun looked like he hadn't gone through his growth spurt, he was stuck with a sort of weak body. This kind of weight might have been too much for him. Alright. It's quite heavy. It's natural that it would be difficult for you. Don't worry about it, Kanon-kun. George, are you also strong? Okay, my time to shine. This makes up for the boat stuff from before, right? No! Ha! Is this going to make him freaking out like that? Ha ha ha! Later, I'll tell you about it too, Kanon-kun. Battler was totally hilarious. Gonna fall! Ooh! As they did this, I piled all the stuff back into the wheelbarrow. I beg your forgiveness for letting you witness such an unsightliness. This is taking a while, huh? Come on, that's quite enough. Please go. Letting the guests who were supposed to feel welcome see such a disgraceful thing must have been hideously embarrassing for a servant. Oh my fucking god, pressed by Go to hurry up and go. Canon-kun left. You're too harsh on him, Goda-san. Shouldn't you have helped him instead of being a bully? That was wrong of me. I deeply implore your forgiveness. Without even a twitch of his smile, Goda-san apologized elegantly. Canon-kun has a ton of things he's good at too. It's just that being young works against him all the time. It's a crying shame. Well, it's a prickly age. Let's just leave him be. After all, closed-mouthed servants are the best kind. Isn't that right, Kumasawa-san? Oh, Real-sama, you truly are harsh. There's no servant as silent as me, of course. Everyone smiled wryly at that obvious lie. Even she herself didn't believe that, not in her wildest dreams. So she must have said it to lighten the mood. Yeah, that's the kind of character Kumasawa-chan used to be. The once stiff atmosphere had cleared up at once thanks to her cheerful smile. I'd like to set down our luggage soon. Goda-san, what rooms are we all going to take? It shall be the same as the previous year. Allow me to guide you. Does it explain things twice every single time? Is it the whole time, or is it just easing us into it? You show it and then tell it. Show, then tell. Show, then tell. Later on, as a mix-up, they're gonna tell, then show. Here we go. Please, this way. We headed toward a trim, elegantly simple guest house. Didn't 999 have that problem too? This was gonna be our temporary quarters for the night. Yay! Oh, we're still here! Cannon watched over a hedge as the guests all entered the guest house. Like the frog emote with the wall on Discord, then he let his eyes fall on those heavy sacks of fertilizer piled up in the wheelbarrow. In his mind, he kept going over his previous mistake. Battler, big and strong, had picked up sacks in front of him. The sacks Cannon couldn't lift himself, as if they were feathers. Let's say it a fourth time. It would be extremely difficult for an outsider observer to guess what the emotions that favor had stirred up in Cannon. But as far as you could tell by watching him hang his head, there was something he just couldn't let go of. Muttered words escaped his lips, but those words he murmured were so soft that they didn't reach even his own ears. Even I. You will be ashamed of your words and deeds. Cannon hung his head, slightly biting his lower lip. Yay! Oh, that looks different. Wasn't the guest house attached to the house in the picture in the other one? I remember the rose garden, but I don't remember this guest house at all. Was it built recently? Torian Visitor's Retreat. Was written on a gatepost-like thing, but since everyone called it the guest house, I followed their lead. Alright. Are there any people to say thank you to now that we're in a new scene? There are! Thank you. Oh, I hear music. Okay, someone has the computer or TV on way loud upstairs, and I know exactly who it is too. Let me know if it's too loud. I can go ask them to turn it down. I'm not sure if you can hear it through the ceiling. Thank you, meaningless name, for the resub. Thanks for just doing Tataris yesterday. I couldn't make it, so I'm glad I don't have to watch the VOD. What? What? Those are the best parts. We didn't die at all. We one-shot every single fight. Every single fight. How is this overwhelmingly positive on Steam? It's a slow start. It really is. Okay? Hey, I can only vouch for the first 5 hours, but it did pick up at the end where it got really interesting and that scene was really good. And I was like, whoa, holy crap. Okay, there's something going for it. And it seems to hold true since so many people like it. However, it is a very slow start. And maybe it won't pick up. Maybe I'm going to be wrong. Maybe I'm going to be miserable next stream. I'm going to be like, what the hell? Why have I done this? And we're going to get 10 streams in before I quit. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Non-weebs in chat are fuming. 1-3 are the slowest? You mean streams, right? Not episodes? You mean streams, right? Alright. The brand new Western-style guest house, which stood overlooking the roses, had a magnificent design carefully done in harmony with the garden. Pick another word. Correct. It was built the year before last. Ever since then. Why is my nose so itchy? They've had us sleep over here. This place is more fun than that junky old mansion you knew. I wish my room was over here. Ooh, I want a room here too. I want one. I guess you could say my own house was upper class, but to me it felt completely ordinary compared to the head family. Thought you were slumming it with your grandparents. The display of wealth was shocking, as was the fact that they built this kind of awesome guest house for guests who came over only a few times a year. Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, please do make use of this room. Rudolph-sama, Kiri-sama, please take this room here. No, I really do love how beautiful and elegant this place is. Western-style architecture truly is wonderful. Who knew? I can handle Western design for a few days, but any longer than that, you need the good old Japanese look. Japanese people just relax best on tatami mats. Tatami mats? Haha, they've been fighting over whether to make our new house with Japanese style or Western style. Mom still holds a grudge about Dad having the construction started with a Japanese layout, and they bicker all the time about it. I'm really jealous, Georgie-san. Your parents get along well, don't they? Mine are so frosty. Then again, they're always in sync when it comes to my grades. All the rooms seemed to be for 2 people. I was grateful since I wasn't going to be forced to share the same room with the old bastard under the pretext that we were family. Instead, I get to room with George. But and anyway, I figured those 2 wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves with someone like me around. Stop thinking about your dad and your stepmom boning. What's with that creepy smile? You're thinking about something dirty, aren't you? Something dirty? Of course not. Please enjoy your stay. Ow, 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 ow. That hurts, you old bastard. Once again, Dad pulled my ears from behind. Cut the crap. I'm getting a stomach ache. A stomach ache from, and I'm not in the mood for this. You're the guest of honor this time around, so play as nice as possible, Dad and Aniki and the rest. At the very least, be careful what you say in front of Dad, got it? Because wisecracks don't go too well with him. Jessica-chan, what's the head's mood been like lately? Same as last year, I guess. Considering that they say he's got 3 months left to live, he's as lively, grumpy, and irritable as ever. Meaning this year, he's in his usual bad mood. And as usual, the only one who's able to look after him is Genji-san? Genji! It seems the master will open his heart to no one else. Lately, us small people have not even been granted an audience with him. He shut himself in his study again, probably doing nothing but that weird black magic of his. What he does for his hobby is his own dead business, but when he starts stinking up the house, it really gets on my nerves. I wish he'd never come out of that study again. You shouldn't talk like that about the elderly. We're all indebted to him since he rebuilt the Ushiromiya family. We should be more grateful. You know, alright, George? You're right. Here we go. I said that last year. Well, sorry. After being rebuked by George and Nikki, king of the world, Jessica had no choice but to take back her thoughtless remark. The Ushiromiya family was wealthy beyond belief, and of course that meant all of its members were a bit strange and completely out of touch with the world at large. Oh, if you press them up, you get the original formatting. Okay. And at the top of the chain, the family head, our grandfather, seemed especially strange and terrifying, even for a family. I'm starting to get worried that at the end of this, it will have never picked up, and it's gonna have been slow the whole time. Show then tell, and everyone in chat's gonna be like, Lamayo owned, got him. What an epic bit we pulled on the streamer. Dad said he was getting a stomach ache earlier, and I imagine that reflected the honest feelings of all the adults here today. No doubt they were jealous of his grandchildren who would just play around and laugh without a care. Except for George. From the stories Dad told me, the family head was a violent man who ruled with his fist, beating his children, even his daughters, mercilessly with a wooden sword. So you've never met him? If he was so strict and uptight about that, why couldn't he have been a little more conservative with the kids' names? Because of that, even us grandkids have had to suffer. Anyway, I can't say I have any trouble believing those terrifying stories about him. I don't remember meeting him very often. Okay, but I think I recall him looking extremely grumpy all the time, always making people cower with that sharp gaze of his. I remember that the room's atmosphere got so tense whenever he was around, you couldn't even breathe. What my dad said about me being the guest of honor now carries a little more oomph for me. 6 years ago, I was in elementary school, but I'm a high schooler now, and also I'm 5'10". If I act up, things could get serious. Ooh, scary. He does look frightening, but he's not so terrifying that you need to tense up like that. Nothing of what he says is truly unreasonable. He may be clumsy at talking, but he's a very logical person. But Georgie-san, you've been the family darling since like forever because of your awesome grades, right? Grandfather treats us completely different. I've even got slapped with a wooden sword. On my ass. On my maidenly innocent ass. Why would you say it that way? Well, you're the heiress of the head family, Jessica-chan. Grandfather is giving you special attention. You got to realize that his strictness reflects his high hopes for you. Oh, come on. Seriously. I could just turn the succession over to you, Georgie-san. It's a bit of a heavy burden for me to carry. I think I already said it before, but Jessica's the girl heir to the head family. We're only cousins in branch families, so she probably feels a totally different sort of pressure than we do. Ooh, Jessica Oni-chan, is that heavy? If I help hold it, will it get lighter? What the fuck is this game? It's not a game. Haha, thanks. It's okay. I'm not gonna push it on you, Maria. I'm gonna bear this cross until my grave. Don't worry. She was grateful for Maria's innocent concern, but Jessica's face still seemed to contain some of the uneasiness she felt toward the future. Maybe we were in the same boat we were earlier. Any high schooler with exams approaching would have trouble hiding their anxiety for the future. Maria, come here. You and I will be in this room. Butler-kun, I heard you're going to be with me in this room here. Oh, yes. But there are 3 beds. Oh, now there's a surprise. It's bigger than our parents' rooms. Dang. Well, I figured we cousins would all want to hang out together, so I told them to get a bigger room ready. Ooh, I like it here more too. I'd rather be here than with Mama. Ooh. Oh, you like it better here too, Maria? Okay, this room is George's and mine, but we'll give you special permission to come in. Better keep it a secret from your mom, okay? Secret. It's a secret. Aunt Rosa was right behind us, but Maria still answered, striking the air with her fists clenched tight. Oh, I thought it was like her mother, like punching the air, being like, yes, Maria's going to be in there. I don't have to deal with her. After setting down their luggage in their rooms, our parents had gathered again in the corridor. Hey, what are you brats planning to do? Are you cousins just going to stay here and chat? It seemed they were heading to the mansion to announce their arrival. Normally, they would make us follow them and greet everyone together. But if that had been the case, Dad would have just told us to come and that'd be the end of it. He's saying it's okay if we don't come, so what will we do? A choice? Well, it's going to be lunchtime before long anyway. Better let the kids unwind here. Besides, if worst comes to worst, this might be their last chance to play outdoors. Ooh, I'll go too. Maria, you house sit for Mama, okay? Behave yourself and wait here. Ooh. Since Maria was being told to house sit here, we certainly couldn't leave her on her own. George and Nikki noticed this immediately and gave a clear reply for all of us cousins. Well then, we'll accept your offer and house sit. We've got lots of stories to tell each other after being away for a year. That sounds wonderful. And Butler-kun has 6 years worth of stories to tell, doesn't he? Yeah. I'll take care of the house like a good boy. Kumasawa-san, I'm going to stay here too. We'll break rank and leave the rest of the adults. Perhaps that would be best. Oh, I'll report it to Madam. Who? Oh, yeah. Then allow me to guide you all to the mansion. This way, please. All right. The other children are one thing, but George is getting to be an adult. Wouldn't it be better if he came with us? If we make him come, then poor George will be the only one out of place. Interacting with his cousins is also important. Okay, see y'all later. The adults left one after the other. I thought he liked the Japanese stuff. Why is he saying y'all? They left in the same formation as our trip from the harbor, with Goda-san leading and Komasawa-san taking up the rear. Alright. As we gathered in the room assigned to his cousins, George and Nikki... Okay, is this the worst scene, or does it happen after the table scene? I can't remember. I think... Is this the part? George and Nikki asked us to excuse him for a second. He rushed over to Kumasawa-san, who was following behind the disappearing adults and seemed to ask her something. He soon finished his business and came back with a little baggie of cocaine. What's up, Aniki? Nothing. Just had to get my fix. I just wanted to ask her something. Suspicious. Tell me too. What could George Nisan be asking Kumasawa-san and not me, I wonder? I don't have a clue. No, it's a misunderstanding. Dude, George would do cocaine? Only for the right reasons, though. For the right reasons. No, it's a misunderstanding. Not that I know what you're misunderstanding. And Nikki was getting pretty tongue-tied. It was almost as though he felt guilty about something, and Jessica knew exactly what he was worried about. At any rate, it's no... Why did my voice just get deeper all of a sudden? At any rate, it's no fun if Jessica gets to know about it and not me. Hey, Maria, it looks like we're the only two out of the loop, right? Don't you want to know what they're talking about? We want to know too. Ooh. I fooled around while oohing together with Maria. No, I'm telling you, it's no big deal. Aha, then say it then. Liar. I'm surprised you tell such a terrible lie, Nikki. Confess. You, George, lying? Wow. Maria, you tickle his right side, I'll tickle his left. Ooh, I've got his right side, Battler's got his left. Ooh. Tickle attack. Wait a second. Wait, you two. I am a tickle robot. Aha, stop. Maria and I played around, chasing George and Nikki as he tried to escape, rolling on the bed. I realize high schoolers aren't supposed to bounce around like kittens, but I still miss this kind of fun. A warm, cozy kind of fun. Haha, Georgie-san, what were you asking Kumasawa-san? Well, I've got a good guess. It's been a year since the last time you visited the head family. Who knows what servants might have come and gone during that time. Either way, it looks like he'd like to go and say hi. Oh, George has a crush on one of the servants. Probably named Georgia because he can only love someone as base as himself. George and Georgia sitting in a tree. Weebing. I saw it. So say hi. I want to say hi too. What the hell? That's nothing to feel guilty about, Nikki. I'm not buying it. Maria, don't be fooled. The Nikki's still hiding something. More torture. Rah-rah! Stop it, seriously. Ahahaha! Maria-chan, you two stop it already. Ahaha! Ha-ha-ha! Ha-ha! She's probably busy cleaning or getting lunch ready. Don't worry, she'll drop by and say hi sooner or later. Heh, I bet you'd rather have been welcomed in by Shannon instead of that nosy Goda. Shannon. Shannon? Shannon? Shannon. Ah, yeah, I remember a girl with that name. Is she still a servant? How's she doing? Does she have boobs now? You can really speed it up, Joe. No one's gonna complain. My weeb, I am going as fast as I can. Without going the ×2 speed, it's not sustainable. By the way, Natsui-Nissan, how's your headache been lately? It seemed pretty serious before. I've been much better lately. Thank you for your concern. Oh, right here. A present for you. Okay, I want to hear the character say the name. Natsui? Thank you very much. I'm always receiving gifts from you. Is this black tea? It's herb tea with peppermint and lemon balm. It's a blend from a well-known store. It's supposed to be good for headaches. Trade tea. I thought it might help you too. Rosa was always a conscientious woman. Probably because she was the youngest of 4 and much younger than the other 3. She managed to grow up without gaining the venomous nature of her siblings. That we know. Who's talking right now? Her kind words got Natsui to soften her expression for just a moment, but it wasn't enough to melt her stony gaze, hardened as it was by long years of mental stress. Come to think of it, you're always complaining about those headaches. Pull yourself together. Jessica Chan has her exams this year, right? That's going to be a turning point in her life. Will she really be able to rely on you as a mother if you're like that? Oh, this is foreshadowing when she just really lets her have it like 3 hours from now. Like, oh my god, it's so awkward. Please stay tuned. It's going to be so based. You're going to be like, holy shit, where's this coming from? Oh my god, something's happening in the story. I'm not kidding. Besides, Natsuhi? Okay. Besides, Natsui-Nissan, you're 3 years younger than me. You should get your act together. I apologize. I've had a tendency for headaches as my life? No, all my life. Okay. Even under normal circumstances, Eva sometimes failed to choose her words carefully, but her comments aimed at Natsui contained shards of obvious malice, though she'd hit it with a smile. Yeah, we know. Of course, that fact didn't escape Natsui. She frantically contained her urge to grimace and pretend to ignore Eva. Our battler-kun will have his exams this year too. Rudolph-san, shouldn't you be a little concerned as well? For the sake of your own son, you better get serious to the point of having headaches like Natsui-san. Okay, I didn't hear it. Nah, fuck him, he's fine. If I say anything, he automatically rebels. So what should I say? Should I say the opposite, that it's okay for him to mess around? Yes, that's probably the only way I could get him to listen to me. Hideyoshi-Nissan, George did really well in his exams, right? Please, you gotta teach me the trick of handling children. He's just base, he does it all on his own. Well, it's probably because I got him to understand why he should study. Study isn't worth anything on its own. That's right, the real point in studying is to practice researching stuff on your own whenever you bump into something you don't know. Yes. Reading comprehension is unironically the most important skill to have, which is why it's so awful that I'm bad at it sometimes. If you can't do that, you can't be useful to society. I'm not talking about math or writing. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't say this because it's kind of embarrassing. Hopefully some people vibe with this. Teaching the kids how to read made me realize that maybe I was not taught properly how to read, and I just memorized every single word that I saw my whole entire fucking life, chat. I don't know. Like I went through it and like I taught them properly. Like I don't know if I can't even remember that age. I could read really young, chat. Like I was like reading books on my own like when I was like 4 or 5, okay? Like I was super young, super early reader, would read a lot. I don't know if I did learn how to read properly or if I just memorized every word I ever came across. Unironically, she read the book how to read a book. What's that like? That's more about comprehension, isn't it? What's the difference? What do you mean? Does it matter? I think it does. Because sometimes when I encounter a new word, I don't sound it out properly. What does properly even mean? I don't get it. What do you mean pronunciation? Yeah, You didn't do phonics? I don't remember. I don't remember learning how to read. Does anyone in chat remember learning how to read? Probably not, right? If you're young, maybe you remember how to read. I don't remember learning how to read. I could read before I started making like permanent memories. I'm 18, I definitely do. Really? Wish I could read. Anyway, let's keep going. I am probably somewhat dyslexic, by the way. I don't know. Or it's just I'm tired all the time. I don't know. I say that all single time. I hate self-diagnosing. I hate when other people do it. I hate when I do it. But I do know that sometimes lines will mesh together, and certain fonts are harder than others, and they can like words can just like whoop jump over. And letters can do that too sometimes. And even when I'm writing, especially by hand, when I type it, it's less bad. But when I'm writing by hand, sometimes I will just like do the whole like skip a word, write a completely different word, or the word is in the wrong order. That sort of thing. Yeah. If you can't do that, you can't be useful to society. I'm not talking about math or writing. You gotta learn how to learn how to learn. That's splendid. I wish our Jessica could understand that as well. If she was to be the heiress of the Ushiromiya family, then at this rate, do you really have to force her to become a successor? Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but like one of the most important things I do with Finn, and I should really start doing it with Leo actually. One of the most important things I do with Finn is that I will get a page. I used to write them by hand, but now I type it because I thought he should learn how to read handwriting, or written word. It wasn't cursive. I would just like print it. Is that I would write him a story. A small story, like a one-page story, like three, sometimes at most, like 5 paragraphs, but some paragraphs were only 1 line. And it would be like, I would just make a story about like Mario and Bowser, or like, this is what Minecraft Steve did today. You know what I mean? I would just write him a story, and then I would get him to read the story, and then I would prepare like 10 or 12 questions for him to answer. And then I started typing it at the end, and I think he preferred the typing one better. And just to test his reading comprehension. So some of the questions would be would be some math. It would be like how many paragraphs are in this story? You know, how many times is this person's name is in the story? How many vehicles are in the story? And other times it would be like an opinion question. It'd be like why do you think that Bowser is upset that Mario ended up like at the same hotel resort after he went on vacation with Bowser Jr.? You know what I mean? Like there is no wrong answer here. I want to see if you can pick up like the vibes and answer that sort of thing. I feel like that's like reading comprehension is really important in that way. Joe, unironically, you would make so much money if you publish those. Really? Well, I'd have to change the characters, right? I'm stealing your idea for my kids in the future. I think it's a really good idea. I think it's a good way of teaching reading comprehension. We have a reading comprehension book that Finn tried to do, and he told me he prefers the ones I write, and I think the reason why is because like they were personalized to his interests, right? So like, you know, he finds it amusing that it's a Mario character or, you know, a Hollow Knight character, that sort of thing. Which episode is it? It's two. Anyway, let's keep going. Sorry to get distracted. Do you really have to force her into becoming the successor? After all, a woman has to find a woman's happiness. Parents shouldn't force things on their children, don't you think? Hold your horses, Eva. Each family has its own way of raising their kids. I'm so hungry. I need to get up earlier so I can have breakfast before streams. God damn it, I want some pizza so bad. You shouldn't be pussy. You shouldn't be pushy. I'm sorry. Natsui Nissan, don't take it the wrong way. We just hate you. I remember feeling really sorry for the character on the left when we last played Red. Sorry. Listened. Looked. You were hungry last stream? That's my secret. I'm always hungry. I don't know why. I've only been eating 1 meal a day all week, except for yesterday. Yesterday I had 2 meals. I don't know why. It's bad. I'm not doing it on purpose. The light shining in through the window is quite warm despite the cloudy weather. There was a dark mood about the room, which was probably causing headaches for more than just Natsui. As if to sweep away that mood, Kairi brightly made a suggestion to all present. Still, this black tea has a really lovely aroma. Let's all drink some. Let's drink it right away. In Japan, surely you couldn't find something like Leopold's black tea anywhere but Ginza, right? I see you know a lot about it, Kairi-ni-san. I guess it was worth going to the trouble of buying it. Kairi and Rosa stood up from their seats and made as if to prepare the black tea, but Natsui forestalled them. For Stalin? I thank you both, but we can try that later. One of our people will soon be coming to bring some tea, so please relax. Sit the fuck down. Leave it for you two. Leave it for later, you two. Ever eat a protein shake? I've drank one. I haven't eaten one. I don't really like protein shakes. I like them when they're mixed with a bunch of berries, but like just putting the the powder into some milk or some almond milk, how I have it, is kind of gross. Sometimes I will do it if I'm desperate for the protein, though. Leave it for later, you two. Let's enjoy our welcome drink. Rudolph gave a subtle signal with his eyes for them to sit down again. Kiri and Rosa understood instantly and obediently returned to their seats. The initial greeting of the guests was complete, so it was time for them to be served some tea. It was embarrassing for the host that the tea was late, especially now that the guests were taking about making tea themselves. Why was the L disappearing there? I just can't take an L. Natsu bit her lower lip, frustrated by the ineptitude of the servants who were late bringing the tea. Seeing her face, Eva immediately started to giggle. Of course, Shannon had no way of knowing what was taking place in the parlor. She came pushing a serving cart piled with teacups. Okay, I'm starting to wilt already, and it's 3:30. Okay, 3 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, maybe these streams should be 4 hours. I will try and go 5 today. If I eat, maybe I can go for more. Okay, I'm just thinking about food. I'm thinking about a protein shake. Put a protein shake in, some almond milk, blueberries, strawberries, raspberry, maybe even a little bit of banana, 2 scoops of protein powder, like an absolute shit ton of Greek yogurt. Oh man, that's like, I don't know, like almost 80 grams of protein, and it's not that many calories, and you just suck it down, man. 2 scoops. I put some seeds in there too, some flax seeds in, and there's some other seeds I put in there too. What are the other ones I put in? Fuck, I can't remember them. Shit. Pretty good. Snort Adderall. Again. Joe, please go eat. Just get food, Lamayo. Chia seeds. It is chia seeds. Thank you. I put chia seeds in there. Yeah, that's it. That's my go-to protein shake. Pumpkin seeds. You don't eat pumpkins. They're a decorative fruit, vegetable. I put chia seeds in. She came pushing a serving cart piled with teacups for no apparent reason. Natsui gave her a pained look, and Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she had done wrong. Excuse me. Your tea is ready. So this is the fabled Shannon. Alright, you hate to see it? George has good taste. Oh, Shannon, it's been a while. You keep getting prettier every time I see you. Stay in your lane, George Dad. Oh, thanks. Save the chatting for after you've set the table. The tea will get cold. I apologize, madam. She apologized like a small frightened animal bumped against the serving cart and made a jarring racket as she dropped several teaspoons. Her clumsiness made Natsui's expression turn even darker, but also made Chat fall in love with her, which made Shannon quail even more. Come on, Natsui, Nishan-san. There's nothing wrong with her exchanging a few words in greeting. The tea must be plenty cold already, considering how long we've kept waiting. She's so good, man. Oh, she's so good. She's such an unbelievable word I cannot say on stream. Holy shit, she's so good. Like, Natsui cannot do anything right. Like, if Natsui had let the servant speak, she would be saying, why in my household we don't let our servants speak to us, but I guess you run things differently around here. Ha 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 ha. Like, she's like, oh my god. He. There's no need to worry. It's not cold yet. Shannon, finish setting the table quickly. I'm sorry, madam. Natsui's irritation was obvious by now. The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servant, everything pointed to the incompetence of Natsui's everyday leadership, making her lose face. As the person in charge of the Ushiromiya head family's kitchen, allowing that clumsiness to be exposed today of all days was surely nothing less than total humiliation. Yeah, we get it! Lay off, Natsui Nissan. Don't you think it's a little harsh to bully Shannon-chan when she's trying? And here comes the good cop, kind of like, also, well, okay, it's mediocre cop, just like the second punch. Here we go. God damn, I'm not bullying anyone. What a nice aroma. May I ask what brand this is? I'm terribly sorry. I'll find out for you later. Kairi was trying to be nice, hoping to cut through the tense mood. However, Shannon had embarrassed herself instead, darkening Natsui's face in the room's mood. By this point, Eva was audibly giggling. What's this? Shannon-chan, don't you even know what you're doing? If I lived in a household that had servants, I would end up blowing through all of my money in probably like 3 months by like, oh, you know what, servant? Don't worry. You brought the food, bring some yourself. Sit down and eat with me. Let's have a talk. You know what? Let's get another servant that will serve me and you while we're sitting here and talk. And then the third servant would come. You know what, servant? Sit down and join us. And let's get another servant. Let's bring the chef in. It would just like ever expand. The whole entire, because I'm not fucking like gonna be able to deal with that shit, man. Like, I don't want anyone serving me. What's this, Shannon? Don't you even know what you're pouring us? Come on, come now. You mustn't serve something so suspicious to guests. And then I serve the server. Can I get you something? We'll need a silver spoon at the very least before we could drink this. I'm sorry. I'll go get one immediately. Shannon. Definitely a sub. Sub in the streets, dom in the sheets. Base? Can I get a base? Not pathetic, right? Right? Shan, do you know what silver spoons are used for? Service top. What the fuck is a service top? Top bun? Bottom bun? Shan, do you know what a silver spoons are used for? They have to be silver. Do you know why? No. A teasing smile rose to Eva's face as she stared at Shannon setting the table. By itself, Eva's expression was sweet in an impish sort of way. However, the words being spun from her lips held the keenness of a razor within them. Shannon tried with all her might to avoid Eva's continuing gaze. Realizing that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa gave some timely help. They say that if silver is touched by poison, it darkens. Giggle. Guess you've learned something today, Shannon. That's going to be important. They were acting as though this tea needed to be tested for poison before it could be drunk. In Natsui's eyes, this was an insult both to the tea and to herself for serving it. Rudolph laughed flippantly and patted Eva's shoulder. I can never say that word. Haha, a silver cutlery wouldn't do any good for you, Ineki. Just one lick of your poisonous tongue and even a silver plate would turn pitch black. Since I get to hear that poison tongue every day, I must be poison-proof myself by now. Eva, I don't mind when you use it on me, but you better hold back when talking to people who haven't built up a resistance. Yeah, what is this? Are you just like going along with it, or does she only hate Natsui? My, how cruel. Natsui's a really good system of downsong, isn't it? All I did was teach Shan a bit about tea, didn't I? Giggle. Everyone followed the lead except by Hideyoshi's horse laugh and chuckled, though not easily. Only Natsui didn't join in, but for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor can now be mistaken for a lively and friendly chat. Or is she like self-sexist? Is it just like, I remember there was a comment about her being a woman or something later. Is she like, she just hates other women? I can't remember if that's, maybe that tracks. As Shannon finally finished setting the tea table and tried to leave, Kyrie apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help. Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. Shannon cast her eyes downwards as she pushed the cart down the corridor. Misogynistic? Yeah, that would actually, that's a way better word. Chat owned me, you hate to see it. Anyone seeing the pitiful way she looked might easily conclude that she'd been bullied in some way. Don't be sad. You didn't do anything wrong, Nissan. You were watching. This is my role. To hold my hand right here. That's my role. Madam and Eva-sama can go to hell. But the worst coward is that guy. Kennen glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. The preparations for the tea had been delayed by some trifling problems in the kitchen. Who's the worst guy? These problems were not Shannon's fault. In fact, it had been Goda's mistake. Oh, no! But Goda starts with G like George. There's no way he'd make a mistake. After all, there was no way a show-off like Goda would give up a flashy job like bringing tea in when the guests arrived. He had ended up wasting time preparing the tea once again, so when he realized he wouldn't be able to score any points for this job, he pushed the task of scanning the table on Shannon, who happened to be passing by. You might call it a clever move on his part, but there could be no doubt that it was a cowardly one. It's okay, Kennen-kun. Thanks. I'm not bothered by it at all. Kennen's silence vividly expressed the distance between Shannon's words and how she actually felt. Thank you. Even if you're the only one who understands, I feel a bit better. You keep your feelings too bottled up, Nissan. You should be less hard on yourself for once. Yeah. So if you could remake this, I think at the beginning, I think they should have interspersed scenes with the servants getting the manor ready and everything for the guests arriving while they're traveling, and like instead of it being just constant like one after the other, and then we could have actually seen the kitchen get behind instead. That could have been a bit more interesting to see it instead of being told, and also that could have been a better scene to introduce some more characters and not have to be the same bullshit about the flowers outside and anything like that. And he wants more scenes. I unironically do. So far I would have preferred to have more scenes, but them be less long. That's what I want. So overall, less length, so shorter scenes but more of them. Yeah, thanks. Suddenly they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. Go! A middle-aged man stood there. It was Genji, the head servant. Oh, he has an insignia. Okay, I was fucking wrong. Never mind. What are you doing there? Shannon, hurry back to... Unless, like, is Canon your son and you are, like, so good that you're considered family, so that means Canon's family, even though he's a servant? I don't know. Shannon, hurry back to the kitchen. Yes, if you'll excuse me. Shannon humbly obeyed and promptly made to push the cart and leave. However, Canon appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that he could not express in words. What is it? Did something happen? Shh. Shannon didn't do anything wrong. But even so, they... Stop it, Canon-kun. Stop it, Canon-kun. Please excuse me. I'll return to work immediately. Canon-kun, you should go back to your post too. Please. If you say so, Nisan. If that is all, then go. Yes. I will walk with my hand like this, if you'll excuse me. From the shadows in the hallway, an old woman wearing an apron watched over them. It was Kumasawa. Oh, we're back on normal mode! Poor Shannon-san, Canon-san. There's no reason for those two to be picked on. Still, Goto-san's dislike for them is an undeniable fact. Until Goto-san was taken in by the Ushiramiya head family, I hear he worked for a fabulous hotel somewhere. The manner of his work he learned there was quite impressive, I believe. It's just that Goto-san is the newest servant here. He must have a lot of pride accumulated from his previous positions. Because Shannon-san and Canon-kun are seniors here at the mansion, and yet are inexperienced and have gone through much less in life than he has, he picks on them at every chance he gets. And also, sad as it may be, they are disliked by Madame Natsui, too. Of course, if we're talking about experience, the madams have been in this family much longer, and yet, this is one point where I cannot help but sympathize with the madam as well. Truly, the master is a man with many sins on his conscience. Why didn't he realize that such a trifling whim of his would give the madam such an inferiority complex? Of course, on the inside, even the madam is fully aware that those two don't deserve to be treated so harshly. However, the heart has reasons that the reasons know not. Ah, I feel so sorry for them. I can't do anything but watch over them from the shadows. The music is too loud. Is it really? Oh, Episode 2? Okay, we haven't got to the scene yet where they in painstaking detail describe where everyone sits at the table. So strap in. We still gotta get through that. Is this the bad scene? The four of us cousins were enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyway, there were both girls and guys here. Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages, adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other three kept listening attentively. I think I'm finally getting used to all this. Jessica and Maria have grown more than I could have imagined in the past 6 years. To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but talking like this, I guess that on the inside, nothing's really changed since back then. I agree. You haven't changed a bit, even after 6 years. Even though your body's gotten gigantic, you're still a kid inside. Ooh, I'm a kid too. I'm a kid too. Well, even if you aren't going to be a kid forever, even you aren't going to be a kid forever, are you, Maria? Well, she might. I mean, you're going to transform from a kid into a cute young lady, aren't you? And when that happens, that flat as a board chest will reach Jessica's level. Ah, for fuck. How did you not drop this and yet found Steins Gate unbearable? Look upon the stream, you weebs, and despair. Steins Gate's worse than this. When that happens, you gotta let me touch him, okay? It's a promise. Shut the fuck up, Battler. Let you touch him. Promise. Ooh. No, Maria-chan, you can't make that kind of promise. That's bad, bad, bad. Ooh, I promise, so I'll let him touch him. I keep my promises. Always keep them. Ooh. Maria, you really are an earnest good girl. The guy you marry is going to be really lucky. Hey, stop trying to change the subject by making it sound pretty. Maria, that promise never happens. Never. The promise is cancelled? Ooh. Joe, what the fuck do you like? I don't like this! I don't like this part! I don't like this part! As I thought, without Battler-kun in our little quartet, this group of cousins just didn't feel complete. These 6 years have been kind of lonely. I'm actually going to be legit mad at people in the community if it turns out that it doesn't get better and justifies this in some way. Nobody likes this part. There we go. Mouse is the biggest Umineko enjoyer here, and apparently, you know, genuinely, do people talk like this? I mean, you talk to people too, Balder. You know, no one talks like this. Never. That's true. We didn't really goof off like this. Still, we did have some pretty constructive conversations, right? Stuff about preparing our future exam, finding jobs. Except from you, Joe. I don't know. Sometimes extended family can be weirdly perverted, but not like this. Oh, I'm so sorry. Now I'm here, we just talk about stupid stuff and mess around. But I'm having more fun this year. Ooh. That's true, I agree. This year's the most fun yet. Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George and Nikki stroked Maria's head and she giggled like a happy kitten. Your meal is ready. The point is that Battler is terrible, right? You're not supposed to relate? I don't think so, yeah. He's pretty bad. He's not as bad as George, though, but he's pretty bad. A timid knocking sound and the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. Jessica answered, oh, there's more, isn't there? Oh, now it's Shannon's turn to get perved on. Oh, man. Oh, Shannon, come in. You remember Battler, right? Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a servant girl who must have been about our age. It's been quite some time since we last met, Battler-sama. It's nice to see you after 6 years. It's me, Shannon. Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply. Ah, Jessica had me surprised, but look at you, Shannon-chan. You've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you? You are too kind. Still, the food on this island must be really nutritional, huh? Brace for we packed. What are you eating and how are you training to get boobs that big? She's using the pec deck. Guess I'll have to feel them a bit and see whether yours or Jessica's are bigger, okay? With both hands poised and he turns into a different fucking character around boobs, man. With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from her mouth, are closed in. Why are so many fucking anime protagonists like this? For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by fondling breasts. That you don't. This is just Battler-style method of communication. I'm just fucked up, Lamayo. Well, at least you're admitting it. If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 or 9 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered, right? So I can use this Battler-sama original technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice. Well, it also means I really do get to touch them a 1 in a 10 chance, though, right? Oosha, that like that had ever happened. At that point, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon Chan's boobs, but the counter-strike had yet to come. She blushed and lowered her hand in embarrassment when she realized what was going on, but she just stood there with both hands pointed lightly joined out in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Hey, I wasn't planning on this. Oh yeah, it makes... Believe it or not, this was kind of interesting. That she wasn't going to stop him, and also that he's like, wait, hold on. Like, she's not stopping me? Why am I even doing it? Please hit me right now or I'm seriously gonna... Is the perviness plot related? Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Is it really genetic? They're genetically perverted. That's still bad. Go out. Thank you so much, Jessica. Why the hell are you thanking me? Joe, that's just called being male? Okay, you got me there, chat. Seriously, my bad, Shannon Chan. I almost got overwhelmed by your hypnotic chest. More importantly, anyone who gets that close has got to be a molester. You got to fight back when people do that. This is the weirdest interaction. But you are an important guest, Battler-sama. Now look here. This is not a nice place. Now look here, a pervert's a pervert whether he's a guest or not. A girl's chest has gotten an air defense identification range of about 10 centimeters or so. I perv on girls for the right reasons, to teach them not to put up with it with other guys that would go all the way. I'm actually a bit of a hero. Once someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, that's already an invasion of airspace, so you better scramble the jets immediately and give him an instant slap. I couldn't do such a thing because we are furniture. Of course she didn't want her breasts touched, but if a guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to suit their wants. A girl like this needs some urgent protection. To think such a devoted girl still existed in this era. It's enough to make a man dizzy, but no, I'm coming at you with a perverted face again. Knock me down. Look out, pervert on the loose. This gag can't end until you deliver the punchline, so slap me, please. Hit me. Hit me! I cannot fulfill your request because I'm furniture. But if it were an order, I'd obey you because that is my duty. Ah, then I'll make it an order. The next time Battler-kun tries to touch your breast, counterattack with a slap. Got it? Oh no! And that's gonna happen later in front of the adults, and then a servant's gonna slap Battler across the face, and then Ava is gonna get really, really mad at Natsui. Where is she? Where's Natsui? Oh, she's not here yet. You don't get it. No. Yes. As you wish. From now on, that's what I'll do. Please understand, Battler-sama. Shannon Chan's announced this while bowing elegantly to me. Elegantly. Fucking hell. To me, her expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to show her I was fine with that. 6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who lent a hand at your parents' work. I'm getting worse, chat. I'm wilting. It's almost break time. But now you're a full-fledged adult servant. How long have you been working here? Well, I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years. She's something. The kanji for her name are read as Shannon. Now here's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I accepted her name without paying it much attention. Thinking about it now, though, her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Ishiromiya family. Is he called Battler because he constantly has to battle being perverted or not? Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, that might explain why her name's so similar to Kanon-kun, that kid I met earlier in the Rose Garden. It makes sense in hindsight. It's actually a reference to the Grapes of Wrath. How did rating Pro ZD go, by the way? Was it good? Was it okay? Did he even notice? She's a long-term servant who served here since she was 6 years old. It failed, disaster. It didn't go well at all. He didn't check chat. He wasn't looking. Oh, is ProZD someone that doesn't interact with their chat? Because that's the case, we shouldn't raid ProZD again then. Okay. Don't get me wrong. For some streams, it's fine. But yeah, chat was horrible too. Really? He was focused on Pokemon RP. Oh, I should have joined then too. Too many Joms? Is Joms a Pokemon? Her appearance had changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person of my memories, but we both knew each other 6 years ago. That shy part of her had always been there, but she did seem to have developed the allure you'd expect of a girl her age, especially in her breasts, yes. Breasts. Breasts. That kid we met earlier, Kanon-kun, is her little brother. But he's not exactly my little brother. Still, he loves me like a big sister, even though I'm not exactly his big sister. He didn't cause you in trouble, did he? Haha, he's the same as always. If only he were just a bit more sociable. I apologize if he's caused you any trouble. When Date is being perverted, everyone's chat is like, oh, thumbs up HR meme. Yeah, you go get him, Date. But when Battler's being perverted, human resources? Sure. Okay. Yeah, huh? Didn't cause any trouble at all. As a fellow man, I understand how moody you can get at that age. It's no surprise he's unsociable. I get called that all the time too. I get called unsociable. I mean, I'm right there with you. Don't get me wrong. Just like Canon. Ooh. You aren't unsociable at all, Maria-sama. Ooh. Want to be like him? Ooh. He did not notice, but that's actually something we must talk about. In ProZD's chat, people were saying sink pissers. It was pretty very uncomfortable. Honestly, personal opinion, I really think it should be dialed back. Yeah, we had RT and NL say it. I think we should probably dial it back. Yeah, it's like the high whore thing. Some things make sense in our community, and some people that you know have maybe been around. But yeah. Not NL, Mandalore. Why do I keep going to ML? Mandalore. Sorry, don't get NL to say it, because NL isn't a part of our community. Man, I've spoken to Mandalore, I've spoken to RT, so it makes sense that, you know, sometimes they've been around. It makes sense to get them to do it. But, like, NL said OC, my bad. That's what I'm getting mixed up with. Yeah. There's such a thing as an inside joke, and it has to stay inside. Yeah. Yeah. So just like we have to dial back the high whore thing, we have to dial back the the sink pisser thing. You said the meal's ready, right? Yes, I'm sorry. Your meal has been fully prepared, so please allow me to guide you all to the mansion. Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. Did we get to the meal? I don't remember that. We realized if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further. That was the table. Oh, I don't remember the kids being there for that one. Okay, so should we go to the mansion? Everyone's probably hungry, right? Yeah. I'm really looking forward to Goda-san's food. That guy was apparently a chef at this famous hotel, so he's super good at cooking. Oh, I can't wait. Let's go, Maria. We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs. Stuff ourselves like pigs. No, you can't take everything Battler can say seriously, okay? Because he's always just joking around. Okay, let's go. Under Shannon Chan's guidance, we head toward the mansion. Alright, so this is the worst scene coming up. Well, sorry, that was the worst scene we just passed. This is the most boring scene coming up, if I remember correctly. And then it's going to get good. Maybe there's something good in this scene that I forget. Let's see. Met once again by the magnificent, thick another word, Rose Garden, we continued onward as the intimidating mansion of the Ushiromiya head family came into view. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost a half-century hanging about it. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as its AC and heating were apparently quite frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough with all the drafts. Haven't these people ever heard of a kotatsu? It means plan. To put your legs under the kotatsu to keep yourself warm. Hey Joe, I missed the first stream. Are you still on the prologue? We're in episode 1. All right, new scene. Is there anyone to say thank you to? I think it was Marty McFly last time, right? Thank you. Beware the umbrella. Uh-oh, spoilers for the resub. Glad you're finally showing your true level of weeb to the world. This isn't Danganronpa. Thank you, Uber Supersloth, for the bits. Ryukishi is the type of writer to describe the curtains as blue and then follow up with the curtains' blue color reflected the feelings of the owner of the house since his wife passed away. Yeah. Yeah, probably, yeah. I'm assuming that's the writer of this game. Yeah, that's true. That's how it is. And thank you, Pincerata, for the 200 bits. I'm able to tune into stream today. It's an Umineko Day miracle. I've said before that I have mixed feelings on this VN as a whole, but I do think the character writing gets pretty good in Umineko. Hopefully you like the direction the story takes. And yes, the story does encourage you to really read into every character's words, so feel free to overthink on what people say constantly. Oh, that's my specialty. Finally, a story for me. As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. Now him, I remembered. Genji-san, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant. Battle-sama, it has been quite some time since we last met. Our eyes met. He greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or refined as Goda's, but despite its simplicity, it communicated his feelings very well. I will now describe these feelings. Genji-san, it really has been a while. You look well. He did look well. Thank you. I have been quite well. He did. He did look quite well. And Battler-sama, you have become a splendid young man. I have. You are beginning to resemble the master in his youth. I look like grandfather? Guess that means grandfather was pretty popular with the ladies when he was young. Yeah. From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you. Please come this way. Shannon Chan bowed deeply and watched us leave. After that, we headed towards the dining room under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. It was as though time had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver, and you might even call him grandfather's companion of many years. In fact, it seems that he was by grandfather's side more often than my late grandmother was. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives, but I wonder how long he served. I never got the details, but I heard something about him being here since the very beginning when this mansion was first constructed, which would mean that he's dedicated half his life to serving here. It's easy to see why he's so trusted. As we passed through a massive hall that extended up into the second story of the mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory of 6 years ago. Here we go, chat! Oh, dun, 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 dun. It's Triss. It was an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. Since I stopped so fast, Maria, who was falling behind me, ran into my back. Battler, your mom! Sorry. Hey Jessica, has that picture always been there? I pointed at the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped too. Oh, right. When you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had it? When was it again? Well, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was put on display sometime around the year before last. Oh, that was when Goda joined. You are correct, sir. In April of the year before last, the master put it on display there, having previously ordered a painter to create it. Grandfather did that, so he paid to have it painted just for him, huh? The portrait suited this western mansion, and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to have possessed make her look youthful. She seems somehow different from the composed, middle-aged woman you often see in famous pictures. She's probably 12, and if she'd had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde... This is not blonde, and didn't look Japanese at all. So, just who is this lady? Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer. Ooh, I know. She's Beatrice. Bea what? Chat. Maybe the character is blonde. I assume this is an important character. We're going to see her later. But in this picture, this is not blonde. Really? That is not blonde. There's no way that's blonde. I am the blonde expert. That is not blonde. I would say that's auburn. Like I would probably say maybe even a light brunette before I would say blonde. That is not blonde. Very dirty blonde. There's no way. In no possible world is that blonde. Lighting, Joe. That's what I'm talking about. If it turns out in better lighting she's blonde, okay. But right now with the lighting I'm given, it's not blonde. Beatrice. She's a witch. Ooh, curiouser and curiouser. Didn't you ever hear stories about her long ago? A witch? You mean the witch of this island? I think I already said this, but Rokkenjima is a small island, only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, that's actually pretty massive considering that only the Ishiromiya family lives here. Anything could be on this island, even another family. So only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as when it was uninhabited. The vast and empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. Yeah, this is something that I feel like even I don't understand all that well, even though I have been out in away from the city in the middle of the night. Like shit gets dark, man. Like if you've never been in that situation, you have no idea how fucking terrifying it can be. You know, like god damn. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole or in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come save you, no matter how much you cried or screamed. Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness since there were no street lights. The sky is so pretty, most proper dark. Yeah, like, most people never get to see that. It's kind of sad. You said that last time, didn't I? And since, did you say that last time? Nibishura, were you here? And since there were no signs, it'd be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place, but to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were as geographically separated from civilization as the sea. They were oceans above the ground. That's a good line. The fishermen who go out into the ocean are putting their lives at risk despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go out into the forest are in danger despite having specialized knowledge of their own. If the children were to go play in such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it, or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the story's been passed down on this island since ancient times. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. At some point, this ghost story of Rokkenjima was born. This is the legend of Rokkenjima's witch. That's why, when we talk about a witch on this island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid, during those eerie nights when the wind and rain pounded on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So, Beatrice, huh? When Aniki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little. I see. Still, I totally forgot that the witch in that legend had an elegant name like Beatrice. So, did grandfather go out of his way to have a portrait made just because we grandchildren didn't believe the story? She's more blonde! She's the witch from the grandfather's delusions. Ever since he had this picture hanged, he's been having a harder and harder time telling the difference between truth and fantasy. To us, she's a witch that exists in grandfather's mind, but to him, she's a being that exists on this island. Exists. He says he had that painting made because the rest of us would be incapable of understanding otherwise. I'm surprised the grandfather gives a fuck about that. Humph, the whole thing's creepy as hell. Fake reason. Milady, this portrait is precious to the master. I beg of you, do not say such things in front of him. I know. Even if you didn't tell me, I'd never do something like that. Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away. Let's go. We're making everyone wait in the dining room. Ooh, I'm hungry. Me too. Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Ushirima family. All of the lawless remainder... Lawless was the domain of the witch Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rakanjima. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I felt when I learned of the tutelary god's shrine being struck by lightning. Cackle E, cackle E. I remembered that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rakanjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about this island. Rakanjima is really fun to say, but I do know one thing. It isn't the Ushiromiya family that rules Rakanjima. It's the witch Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the witch's island. We just borrow it. Battler. Ooh, you're slow. When I looked around, everyone was already heading toward the dining room, and then Sai slaps the table. You look great like a witch, Waffles! I'm gonna borrow this outfit and use it for my palace later in the game. I hurriedly chased after them. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining room. Genji-san knocked. I have brought the children. Please pardon the intrusion. That's kind of ominous. The doors were open and we were invited inside. Okay, as soon as we see screen, we are going to be taking the break because we're at 4 hours and I need to pee again. And I also want to get something with sugar in it. The dining room, which looked exactly like you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to be, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of the... Okay, again, it's literally on the screen. So you show it to me visually, then you show it to me with some description, with people talking, and then you tell it to me afterward. Okay, all right. I mentioned it last time. All right, you know what? You know what? I'm getting tired of Steins Gate Sundays. I'm getting tired of Steins Gate Sundays. In other words, they're having dinner. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. If you've been sitting the whole time, get up and walk around. Oh, and thank you for some more bits, Pincerata. Umineko fans love the argument of if you haven't read all of Umineko, you can't criticize it because you haven't seen it all. It all had a purpose in the end, and then when you finish, they hit you with, "I see you didn't understand the story." The writing must have gone over your head. Or the classic one: if you didn't finish it, you don't get to criticize it. But if you do finish it, well, it couldn't have been that bad then because you finished it, didn't you? Haha! I am always right. So I am excited to see that slowly be reflected in chat over the course of this read through. All right. Anyway, be back. I loved Umineko, but it also confused the fuck out of me for about 80% of it. Were you paying attention? Oof. Oof. What did chat say about the poll about her being blonde? Does most of the chat think she's blonde? 70% blonde? Really? Huh, okay. I really disagree. I really disagree. Thank you, Snot Girl, for the resub. Without love, it cannot be seen. Without Joe, it cannot be streamed. Oh, with a star. Thank you, Snot Girl. Joe, you having fun? I'm having fun, really? Are you? I don't believe you for some reason. I don't believe you. For some reason, I don't believe you. Do you think she's ginger? I don't know if I would call her ginger. Like, Auburn is kind of ginger. In that picture, I think she's probably marginally closer to ginger than blonde, but I wouldn't call her ginger. Strawberry blonde? I don't think she looks strawberry blonde, no. Strawberry blonde looks something else in my mind. Joe do a colorblind test on stream. Every single time me and Chad have argued about colors, I've been right. Like, all 2 times. Remember when we argued about Chadworth's hair? And you were all wrong. Classic J. Andy quote? Exactly. Exactly. Good news, Joe. I checked the VOD and we are 30 minutes ahead of the old stream, so we can only squeeze one more boob scene. But did we stream for more than 5 hours that time? All right, you know what? We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Come on, let's go. Get to it. Get to it. Chop, chop. Read, streamer, read. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering. Here we go. You're late, brats. Hurry up and take a seat. And the old bastard pressed us to sit. The only gaps in that group of people were the spots we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipience chair, was for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still... Oh, there's another scene upstairs, isn't there? I forgot about that scene. Okay. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect, if he shows up at all. From the perspective of someone facing the incipience chair head-on, applied directly to the forehead, the seating order went from left to right, with the lower-ranking seats progressing in rows of 2 further away from it. So the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the incipience chair, was where Uncle Kraus should have sat, since he was the second highest in rank. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet, so that seat was empty. From across his chair, on the right side of the first row, sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Eva, who was the third highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was for the fourth highest in rank. There sat my damn dad, Rudolph, the third of the siblings. Across from him, on the right side of the second row, sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. So you went boy, girl, instead of having the both boys or both girls together with your 4 kids? Fucking skill issue. Get owned. Get owned. At this point, you might expect their husbands and wives to come next. But no. The left-hand seat is in the third row. Rank number 6 belonged to Jessica. Opposite her was George and Nikki. I sat next to Jessica, and Maria sat across from me. Then finally, next to me on the left-hand side of the 5th row, sat Aunt Natsui, the 10th highest in rank. It just makes everyone angry that the 10th highest is in a relationship with the 2nd highest, even though that's how it would always be. Oh man, I love her blonde hair. God damn. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsui, in the 6th row and the final seat of the left-hand side, sat Kairi-san. The seat opposite Kairi-san was empty, even though silverware had been set there and everything. According to this ranking system, that spot was where Aunt Rose's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal positions as their partners, but the Ushiromiya family's system was unique. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the children of direct descendant would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. It's terrible, but by this system, my grandmother would be ranked even lower than me if she was still alive. In their youth, they obey their father. After they get married, their husband. After aging, their children. There's the old saying, women have no home in any realm. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups, adult siblings with adult siblings and cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsui, who was married to the eldest son and was the de facto number 2 in managing this family, sat to my right, which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. Okay, do they sit like this all the time, or just for the fancy yearly meeting? Because if they sit like this all the time, that's fucked up. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture before her sitting down. I fucking hate these kind of toxic family traditions. How nice to see you, Battler-kun. You've grown quite tall, haven't you? Oh, yep. 6 long years of eating well, sampling various cuisines, and deriving sustenance from Mother Earth's bountiful gifts. Hard work, but I pulled through. At the same time, though, it's like super formal, so many like rules and like hardcore, like look how civilized we are as we sit here, compared to just like the probably like harsh forest outside that they described, right? It's putting them both together. Growing just like a boy, I see. How tall are you now? 5'9", I guess about 180 centimeters. But Aunt Natsui, that's where you're supposed to say, heck, sounds like all you did was eat. Huh? Huh, oh, giggle, I'm sorry. After a sharp pause, she did laugh with me, but it seemed like she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsui. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's older brother's wife. Is it simpler if I just called her Jessica's mother, or just your aunt? But it feels bad to say it like this, but while I didn't exactly dislike her, I didn't particularly like her either. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things with a scary look on her face. I actually quite like her so far. I don't know why. She seems to be the most human of the aunts, but who knows? Maybe that's just a bad impression. I don't know. In fact, since we hardly ever exchange words, I spent a long time trying to figure... Or maybe I just sympathized with her after Eva was so mean to her. Maybe that's why. I'm a bit of an empath, trying to figure out how I should approach her. Though my efforts seem to have ended in failure. Natsui is so beautiful, I would marry her. Okay, calm down. The silverware sat neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived. So we're all gonna starve, lol. So as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. Not even the appetizers would arrive. That's fucked up. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for grandfather to survive. Can you drink water at least? However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived. Interesting. Okay, this scene is not as bad as I remembered it being. The shit about the chairs is important, but it's like, god damn, did it take a while. Just show it instead. But I guess they would have to like have a unique drawing of all of them sitting in the chairs at that point then, right? Grandfather's pretty late. If this was a Danganronpa game, there would have been like a diagram. And it would have taken fucking 15 minutes. Grandfather's pretty late, but as far as I can remember, he was always strict about time. Well, that might have been true 6 years ago, but it hasn't been that way lately. In fact, he's off in his own little world so often that he doesn't even show up at family meals. Jessica! Still, I figured he'd at least come down today. Then again, I feel a lot more relaxed and happy without him. Yep, there we go. When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away. No way around it. Might as well wait until our host arrives. Let's go over the chairs again. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. Grandpa upstairs eating Domino's pizza, Chad. Ishiromiya Kinzo, the aged family head of the Ishiromiya head family. This man could be seen in his study. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, nope. He built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. You couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. Then he turned to the microphone and started talking to Chat. Here's my favorite book, Chat. In this sealed room, a dense dust glanced through the air, which was thick with the stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Those odors were somewhat sweet and heavy. If anyone with a normal nose came in here, the first thing they'd do would be to open a window and ventilate this room. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while, a voice calling father sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door. Also a weird name, right? Silence! Enough with that racket, you fool. Who told you the door would be opened if you but knocked? I'll crucify the imbecile. Do you wish to suffer the same fate? Father, this is the day of the family conference, which happens only once a year, is it not? Everyone's gathered down below, and they're hungry. Please come out. Cross called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call to him from the corridor like this. Molest me not! No, Battler's not here. Just who is this everyone of which you speak? Do you mean the fools trying to drag me out of here? Then kill them all. Tear them apart, use their bodies for firewood, and feed them into the witch's hearth. Put a pot on that hearth to boil the wormwood. Force the imbeciles who dared to try to lure me out of here to drink the broth of the apocalypse. Shit. He's fire? I will soak their dregs in liquor. Ah, where is Genji? Call for Genji. Have my demonic absinthe prepared. The whispering of the green fairy reaches me no longer. Ah, where is Genji? Bring him here. On the other side of the door, Cross, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out. Alright, Genji, you stand here. We'll get him out of here. Mumble something, and then I will loudly say, oh, who delivered? And then he'll come out and get it. Looks like he hates me. This is very different than I remember. What the fuck? Me when my parents call me to the dinner table? my voice doesn't reach him anymore. Crush shrugged as though saying it's no use and smiled bitterly. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had tried as a formality. Kinzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, have they not? Could you just let them see your face, if only for a short while? Shut up, be silent! You dare to admonish me, Nanjo? I never told anyone to get you. I told them to get Genji. Now call for him immediately. Time is short, and the apostles are already readying their trumpets, so why can't you foolish sheep understand? Sheep. Kenzo slammed an old, heavy book against the table over and over. That racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Kenzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. Now they're gone. He spread his arms wide open as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled, "Why? Why is there always something in my way? I would throw it all away, and I would offer up everything, and there's only one thing I ask in repayment. Oh, Beatrice, if I could see your smile but one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you. Oh, commanders of the legions of locusts, reap the smiles of the earth. Cough, 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 cough. Everything is filthy. Everything is irksome. Why must I suffer this impediment on this most precious of days? Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough. Call for Genji. Cough, cough, cough. I have no idea what he's yelling about. He's probably lost his mind by now. Cross-son. This guy looks like a scumbag with this art. Isn't it a bit harsh to say such a thing of your own father? My father's already dead. There's nothing here but a phantom of what father once was. At any rate, as long as he has no intention of coming out, then there's nothing we can do. Kinzo-san. Choking coughs continued to pour from the study. I'm going back downstairs. It would be a waste to let the fruits of Goda's prized cooking talent get any colder. It's one of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they come to this house. Humph. Cross spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain. Genji-san, father is calling for you. Keep him company. I thought Genji was already there. Or... certainly. Dr. Nanjo. Nanjo! Let's go eat. If we stay here any longer, this sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste. Without waiting for Nanjo, Crass went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go eat. Nanjo glanced between the study door and crossed his back as the latter disappeared down the stairs, then let out a deep sigh. Sorry, Genji-san, but please allow me to leave this in your hands. Your giant hands. Yes, please leave it to me. Do what you can to avoid giving him alcohol. That's a habit that's far too difficult to break. Is Genji not here yet? Who dares keep Genji from coming? Ah, where's Genji? Call for Genji! Please, allow me to handle the situation here. Very well. Forgive me. Nanjo bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji watched him leave, then knocked on the study door. Master, it is Genji. Genji? Why have you kept me waiting so long? You're alone, I trust? Correct. I am alone. Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. Like a switch 1? Not OLED? After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study, or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that to him were important research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kenzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission, and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Genji, whom he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable to even see Kinzo's face. And most of the time, what they got could hardly be called a conversation. Are we going to do a locked room mystery here, or what? However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb this aging family head who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely into the hands of the servants. Genji, my usual, I'm busy. Yes, sir. Genji headed to the corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. All of them were blonde. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. Oh, there's another the portrait. Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed, or all three. But if you tried to call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say, call them grimoires. Last year, did I say Jesus Christ, Marie, they're minerals? Did I say that? I did, didn't I? I did. I thought about saying it again. I was like, no, I probably said that last year. There were also many mysterious objects that presumably held some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn on a certain celestial globe contain quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night sky. The carelessly strewn about books contain many illustrations, all of them of a religious or mysterious nature, including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. And above, this would have been a good part to actually time to describe them instead of saying what they kind of look like, but okay. And above all, a sweet poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered for the first time, except for Genji because he's a fucking Chad. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. You gotta save that not a game or else you'll have to start over if it crashes. Alright, let's do it. Hopefully it doesn't crash now as I'm trying to save the game. Shit. Is it in options? No. Is it here? Oh, it's right here. Save. My bad. Alright. Okay, there we go. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in that complex and ornate glass unless someone first told them it was alcohol. He poured a little into the glass, then he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned to a cloudy white, and it was cold water from the fucking tap, not warm water. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then, Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings when he drank it, and it had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked over to Kinzo. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window. Here, master. Thank you. Kinzo had regained his composure and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any time, Genji motionlessly waited behind Kinzo and to his left as though he were a living sideboard. He's furniture. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon a tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. Drink, my friend. Your words are too kind for me. No need for ceremony between us. Drink, my friend. Thank you. What the fuck does this do? Or is he just humoring him? Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down. Ew. No backwash? I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is pure relish. Thank you very much. It's iron brew. It is the fruit of your guidance, master. Humph. Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old, unshakable habit. We have grown old together. I stopped counting the years long ago. It is entirely thanks to you, master, that I've been able to live like this until today. Kinzo gave a faint smile, as if to say he didn't need any flattery. Until now, you have served me exceedingly well. My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of me. Only you serve me, even now. Your words are more than I deserve. My life will not last much longer. My sons are vultures, lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands. Cross is a fool who squanders money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1. And then he has the gall to claim that he's earned money. Oh, he's in crypto. Eva is a slave to money who thinks of me as a mere chicken. When I die, she plans to use my bones to make a broth. Good line. That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with women. Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere and about whom we know nothing. Jessica is incompetent and uneducated. George has none of what it takes to be a man. Whoa! Battler is a fool who threw away the honor of the Ushiromiya family. And Maria is obscene to the eye. What? Why is the Ushiromiya blood so incompetent? Is there no one worthy to inherit the glory I built? I know. Of course, I know. This is part of Beatrice's curse. I know it. Ha, you golden witch. Auburn witch. Are you trying to take revenge against me in this way? If you want to hate me, then do so. If you want to run away, then run. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Won't let you go. Won't let you go. You belong to me. You must always be in my arms for all my life. You must stay in my birdcage for all eternity, whispering only to me, Beatrice. Why won't you smile back at me? Oh. After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this. Cough. Ugh. Thank you, my friend. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing two different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body. Joe, when chat accuses him of not paying attention, whoa, Beatrice! And so I have decided I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. If I have one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it with the whims of the demon's roulette. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of the gamble. Like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox in ancient Japanese sorcery to nail a cursed doll to a tree, or to see if the crane game will give you a yes or a no. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within... the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days... Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. Okay, this... Is there a word missing here, or is it just a little awkward, or... Is it me, or the writing? Weird writing? Okay, as long as it's not me. Okay. I think it's trying to say that the magic power is produced because of the risk that will happen a couple days after the curse, or 7 days after. It's just like BC. This part is the problem, right? The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will be. Yeah, okay. Many miracles that happened in myth might be called the crystallization of shocking magic power with a low probability of occurrence and astronomical risk. That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God. It was fiction. The risk of that desperate situation, cornered by soldiers on the Red Sea shores, weighed upon the scales of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power. If the same thing occurred again on the same scale, the sea would surely fail to part. Have you ever seen the HBO show Succession? Similar vibes. The HBO Succession is actually an American adaptation of Umineko. You didn't know? They completely localized it, but yeah, it's in the credits. Go to Wikipedia right now for Succession. It's right there. After all, Moses was able to magnificently... Stop! Use another word! Summon a miracle engraved on but one of the countless innumerable results on the roulette of those with power. That is the force that can triumph over astronomical odds. When the streamer says YOLO, indeed, good fortune that can grasp miracles in magical power itself. To obtain this mighty power, one must face the risk of despair. Those who possess no magical power may call that desperation rather than a bet. However, people who truly do possess magic power can grasp hold of that miracle and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I'll seize that miracle. I'll have a chance at making the wish I devoted my life towards come true. Beatrice! Kinzo looked up at the sky outside the window. He's on his bullshit again. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the skies. If only I were capable of grasping that miracle. Oh. I feel like he says it differently every time. Show me your lovely smile once more. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile, that is all. I'll return everything you granted me. I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold. I'll return everything you gave me. I just want to see your smile. So it's like Aladdin, but he fell in love with the genie. It's kind of gay. I beg you, Beatrice. Whoa. His nonsensical yells became a scream and then a wail. Kinzo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamentations. Jesus, Grandpa, time for your meds. He just had his meds. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the family's head's health is not at its best. He seemed extremely sad not to be able to share lunch with you all, now that you have gathered for this event that occurs but once a year. Gouda, let the lunch begin. Rub-a-dub-dub, thanks for the grub. Certainly, I shall begin today's luncheon. Oh, we're prepared for an exciting luncheon! Uh-huh, and you call them steamed hams even though they are obviously grilled. Oh, it's a Rockinjima expression. Mm-hmm. Well, I am from Rockinjima, and we don't call it that. Oh, no, not in the habitable part of Rockinjima, from the forest of Rockinjima. Ah, I see. I'm sorry, that bit went on a bit too long. Dr. Nanjo, is father's condition really that bad? Dr. Nanjo, could he have at least let's see his face? Actually, funny pin. Meanwhile, Maria be like, ooh, pass the bread. What? I was told there was a funny pin. Is the funny pin with us in the room right now, along with Beatrice? It's more a problem of mood than a physical condition. And for that, there is no medicine I can prescribe. Hey, are we talking about his mood again? You've got to be kidding me. We took time out of our schedules during this damn busy autumn season just to come and find out how he's doing, and now he's... Humph. Then you should be happy, Rudolph. You now know how he's doing. Or what? Would you rather take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us? No, I'm good. Are you kidding? Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though Rudolph was willing to be indignant at how self-centered his father was, he wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting. Get like used car salesman vibes from him. Does it seem like his mood will improve before dinner? Krasny-san? No, I have no idea. If you want to know that, you should ask him directly. Although I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him. Genji-san's the only one who can get grandfather out of a funk. It's pretty pathetic though, making the servants deal with your own parents' bad mood. Jessica, don't speak out of turn. Yeah, shut up, Jessica. She'd planned for... Who do you think you are, George? Also, George, shut up, George. She planned for her complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but it had reached even Krause's ears. I hope no one hears what I just said. I did, said the big-eared man. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away sulking. If he's as cranky as they make him sound, he can't be that terribly sick, right? I mean, they're saying he's in a bad mood, not that he's got no energy, which at least proves he's got his wits about him. It's because grandfather has especially strong willpower. However, that doesn't necessarily mean his body will be able to keep up. Since last year, they keep saying he has 3 months left. If the initial diagnosis was correct, grandfather has been prolonging his life by willpower alone. He's been dead for 9 years. 9 months. It's been sorry for us to worry about him. Lunch started with the family head's seat still empty. Advice for beating G? Wasn't G like the easiest boss in the game according to chat? Are you getting the... If this is the one I'm thinking of, are you getting the right roulette one? Because that made it easier. Are you using talismans? Because if you're not using talismans, start using talismans. If you are using talismans, then have you tried not using talismans? Just cycle the talismans. Turn it off and back on again. Okay, we need... Sorry, stop distracting me with a good game. We gotta get to a new scene. We have 20 minutes. Here we go. Let's start with the family said to the man who's already growing old and the brilliant glory which he rebuilt the Ushiri family in the span of a lifetime has been forgotten. Even though they were at the beginning of the meal, the seat was still empty. No one felt that odd anymore. No one can even understand me. Not even me. Oh, we're at the end now. Okay, so we have one more scene and then that's it. Or was there a scene with the kids that we did too? I can't remember. Mods, can we have a poll whether or not Silk Song will come out before he finishes Umineko? That would make a banger prediction on the Jad's betting site. That's anyone's bet, man. That's like, who knows? The Ushiromiya family conference was held once every year on the first weekend of October. Yeah, we know. If a normal family were to hold a so-called family conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. Buckets. However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to grandfather's children, and no one in this family was considered an adult until they had met with success in business. With the family's money. So this meeting literally was a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What sort of business was conducted? How much profit was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or possibly, how much more would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems that topics like these were discussed very seriously in the past.
My dad said it was like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices, and some people even got slapped despite their age. However, that had become a thing of the past. Now, with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful, so while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomach ache for our parents. This absence of the man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. The phrase, "while the demon is not around, everyone can relax," comes to mind. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man saying to my father, we don't need this, man. We have a read. We're fine. The man sitting to my father's left is his older brother and Jessica's father, Uncle whatever. This name is easy to read, Kraus. Now we've gotten used to this string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed, so Kraus doesn't actually seem that bad. Really? It even starts to sound kind of cool. Really? Just like with Aunt Natsui, I didn't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus, or with Fish. He had never been one to chat to children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults, just like Aunt Natsui. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. If what he said is true, Uncle Kraus used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling, and was despised by all the other siblings. Though, despite that, those siblings all seemed to be chatting happily together. Oh well, even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationships change. That's probably what this was. After all, they all had children about the same age. By sharing the same family environment, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago, the circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about exams for her father on her left, purposefully faced right while firing off a rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Moving on, let's look at the end opposite from the Kraus and the others. In the very last seat at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kairi-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him, but it seems like he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island of Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. He had no grandfather since the very beginning when the mansion was first constructed on this island and had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems like he was actually grandfather's chess partner. Suspicious. I see. That kind of hobby seems very like our grandfather, what with his love of all things Western. Nanjo's probably the only person who could enter Rockinjima despite being neither a family member nor a servant. Kind of servant of a doctor. He looked like a calm old gentleman as he listened to the discussion between Kairi and the other women who sat near him. Considering how long he stayed at the side of our short-tempered grandfather, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushiromiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much it'd be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. After all, George said something like that just a second ago, and you know George, he's always right. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nice to think about it, but consider how rich grandfather is. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid, and it'll lead to ulcers for everyone. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. Yep, more money is always worse. There's a good chance they'll be talking about stuff like that at the family conference. Still, it's not like it's got anything to do with us kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in that... What do you mean I'm not going to finish it? Eventually, we're going to run out of new characters to introduce like this. We're going to be fine. The person who should be sitting in that incipient's chair is Kinyo, whatever. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he's got this perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kinzo, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something. I totally freak out. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. I'm one of his grandchildren, not a son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself, but our parents were apparently raised with an iron fist. It's fucked up. That earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go convince grandfather to come down seems pretty darn funny once you know their background. Great memories, getting the beat out of you by your dad. Fuck that up. The beat shit out of you by your dad. You can't really tell grandfather's story without covering... Oh, I forgot about this. This is like a whole... How did I get this done faster last time? There's this whole thing. And before we get to the good scene. You can't really tell grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event back before the Showa era, 1926 to 1989. I thought they were Groas, not Showas. Until the Meiji and the Taizo eras, the Ushiromiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to just double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of a branch family and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he way down the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he had hardly any contact with the glamorous main family. He was a sideweeb. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in the year Taizo 12, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya family was in Odawara was flattened. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. So once they started trying to figure out who the successor to the Ushiromiya family should be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kinzo and his branch family. In Kinzo's later reminiscences, he referred to this as good fortune so great that it overturned fate. With that, grandfather's boring everyday life did a 180. It sounds like the work of a witch to me. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Ushiromiya family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with this task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently, those around him weren't really expecting much. But because of his chess skills. However, this was when grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, literally, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in businesses. It was like someone tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. I'll bet everyone thought grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. And they were right. However, after several miracles and turns of good luck, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, he was suddenly in control of powerful connections with the occupying forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Grandfather, in a twinkle of an eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information, not luck, saved the day. He must have made some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. No, it was more than that. He caused the Korean War. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning when he started investing his money. The history books make it sound like all of Japan made a large profit off of the emergency demands during the Korean War, but that isn't actually true. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure this all happened during the year Showa 25, 1950 or so. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in Taizo 13, 1924 or so. That means grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family in only about 20 years to a level even higher than it had ever been before. With that, you think he'd revived the main family in Odawara, but for some reason he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Based. Buying an entire island is not something that you can ordinarily do today. However, grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. You can do that? After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. From what I've heard, the Tokyo metropolis of that day offered this land to him practically for free. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the land, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyway, it seems under-the-table bribes did their work. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune and his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. What's the GHQ? GHQ. I have the AI one. GHQ, or General Headquarters, was founded by John GHQ and was the administrative authority of the Allied occupation of Japan after World War II. The GHQ was led by the Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers, SCAP, and was located in the Dai-ichi Insurance Building in Tokyo. Okay, the English makes sense then. Okay. A mansion was built on the island soon after. This mansion, in fact, grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once uninhabited island a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams. I thought it was only the guest house was Western, or was the guest house originally Japanese, but the main mansion has always been Western. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with emotion and atmosphere, and a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. I wonder if the history of this mansion is like the real mansion that it's based off of. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. That would be a dream come true for any boy. But he just stays in his room. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune, becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person usually has the ability to foresee and predict the future, or at least that is how they are portrayed after the fact. How can I use my morphing ability on stream to get good investments? But grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on an island where all his dreams are made real. Everyone knows that he's had a Western obsession from the start, but none of our parents really know when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he became fascinated with everything Western, or did his miraculous stretch of good luck while reviving his family cause him to feel a mysterious power in himself? At some point, grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. Have you tried? I haven't. Maybe I should. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items. He became increasingly bizarre. I really wanted to buy one of the dips on a Bitcoin for the lulz, but Bill talked me out of it. And if I had done that back then, I think I would have made like $100,000. So thank you, Weeaboo Bill. Shout out to Weeaboo Bill. From what I've heard, I probably would have sold it like way before that though, and I wouldn't have held it until the peak, right? So like I would have, I made $5. From what I've heard, those around him warmly watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased. But was the translator not sure if that was what it meant? There's no way that's true. They were probably just creeped out, thinking, that's disgusting, I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles with both opportunities and risks. Many marbles were bought, monocoins were destroyed. Let's say grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average salaryman. He doesn't even do his own passant. And if that happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere happily talking behind his boss's back. No, not in a fancy dining hall like this, more like at a table in some bar. Then again, I'll bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that were the case. Okay, that's enough about the old geezer. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch. I'm already convinced by that sashimi salad appetizer. Goda-san's an excellent chef. Plus, these fish were caught in the adjacent seas, weren't they? They're totally different from the sashimi you get at the supermarket. Hey, quit it, Battler. Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it, you say that even though you love those cheap pubs. You know what? I've learned something today. I've been many unusual places because of work, but this stands right up there with the best of them. I'd be willing to bet Goda-san used to be pretty well known in those circles. Oh, you honor me too much, George-senpai. Well, I don't know the details, but stuff got complicated at the long-standing hotel I used to work at, what with them opening a new establishment with the same name and breaking into factions or whatever it was. He killed a man in the middle of all that. He was apparently forced to retire. At that time, Mom just happened to be sending out job offers for a servant. As Goda removed the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past without losing his smile. The world is a difficult place. However, thanks to the madam, I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again, this time for the Ushiromiya family. Although I enjoy experiencing the smiles of a larger number of people, I also find it quite entertaining to perform more delicate work that can please a limited number of those who have employed me. Me comparing the Umineko streams to Persona 3 streams? All this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by the madam. Goda-san respectfully bowed his head toward Aunt Natsui. That's because you were the most talented of the applicants, dumbass. The decision was purely objective, not based on personal feelings, so there's no need to thank me. Dang, why does Aunt Natsui also have to sound so indifferent? If she only spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression. No, she's trying to be nice. Shannon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart. Please excuse us. Now then, let's move on to today's dessert. I bet it looks nice, and that's going to make it taste better. Goto-san and the others laid the beautifully beautifully adorned dessert out in front of us all. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for dessert. Or for infinite french fries. I thought I'd already filled up on delicious food, but as soon as I laid eyes on that dessert, my stomach started yelling more. I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce, and elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally, during a high-class meal like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal before eating. However, Miria was completely indifferent to strict rules like that, so she got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert, jumping into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, now, it's okay. Live fucking light reaction? This part's sour. This part's sour. Battler, this one's no good. Ooh. Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces. What, some are good, some bad? Okay, I'll give it a go. Apparently one sauce was sweet, the other sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Whoa, one of the sauces was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us. Shannon-chan, what kind of sauce is this sour stuff? Oh shit, I don't know, Battler. Shannon hesitated. Maybe her job was just to set the table, so she doesn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seemed pretty stressed. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Or did they use some ingredient that we'd be better off not knowing about? Get Elizabeth here. While Aunt Natsui made a gesture that seemed to indicate an oncoming headache, Kumasawa-san, who was setting the table at the opposite seat, began to chuckle. What do you think we made it out of? Oh, it'll shock you. Huh? I don't have a clue. Wait a sec. Kumasawa-san, that laugh's pretty creepy. So what is it? Don't tell anyone, okay? Listen very carefully. Kumasawa-san leaned across from the other side of the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. Their interest caught Jessica, George, and Nikki, and of course, Maria also put their ears closer. What? What? Quickly. You see, the sour part is made from... What happened? 2 to 5, 1? How are you verifying? You see, the sour part is made from juice squeezed from a mackerel. Ho ho ho. What? Mackerel? That's crazy, we all thought. Horrified. How are you guys doing random bets? We're reading Umineko! Oh, only Maria accepted it, nodding sagely. Mackerels are sour. You know what, Joe? Keep doing these Umineko streams on Saturday. The bets are lit. I'm getting so many monocoins. It's just the best monocoin gamble farm that there is. Mackerels are sour. This is what comes out when you squeeze them. Umiden's on like life support right now. When Maria started clamoring that mackerel was sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. Only Aunt Rosa, her face red, whispered to Maria that mackerel is sour only once prepared as shimi saba. Yep. Now I totally remember. Kumasawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me too in all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has got to be that one. Those flimsy black things in Chinese dishes. They're kirikiraji mushrooms. She told me that they were penguin meat, and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? Yep. Kumasawa-chan, you sure haven't changed. You know Maria's gonna believe you now, right? Oh, it's just a joke. Now Goto-san's going to tell us what the sauce really is, won't he? It's mackerel. Goto looked a little put off about his masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason, but after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us. Well then, allow me to introduce our dessert. After seeing how much you all enjoyed the rose garden earlier today, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style. Those rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that very rose garden. You killed a flower? The sauce is a combination of 2 reds, strawberry and rose hips. Please enjoy this mixture of strawberry sweetness and the rose hip sourness. Furthermore, the rose petals are merely decorative, so please avoid them while you eat. With that said, please enjoy. Whoa, man, I almost want to applaud before eating. Just like with medicine, reading the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. As Goto-san elaborated on the details of this dessert, it started to feel even more appetizing. Seriously, should you call him subtle or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking the hint when we all stopped in front of the rose garden earlier today. He displayed an incredible and timely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour is also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd just get used to it by now and bored halfway through. which is why we mix in boring scenes with banger scenes, but the banger scenes are just not there yet. We're gonna make it a real banger scene by boring you to tears beforehand. If you reach the sour sauce at that point, you get a really vivid taste. And then, once you return to the sweet sauce, all of the sourness in your mouth would be replaced with an enjoyable sweetness. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way, but we're gonna go around the table now and hear them say that. Every time Goda-san passed one of our seats, someone praised the taste and his presentation. How is it, madam? Splendid as always. It is worthy of entertaining our guests. I am most grateful for your words. Madam, did you know? I have heard that rosehip has the ability to cure headaches. I thought that you in particular would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared. Is that so? Thank you. It's not working. Fuck off. See, didn't I tell you, Natsuini-san? Rosehip is great for headaches. So it seems. I do hope it actually helps. Goda-san, I love you. Hey, later on, why don't you tell me how they're treating you? Or if you can't, just let me know what sort of salary you like. Having your talent confined to the small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture. What do you think about working your craft for my company and delighting our customers? I wonder if Eva put him up to this in order to poach away like a good thing that Natsui got. Hideyoshi-san, fuck off. Are you trying to steal away our Gouda? No, now that won't do at all. We'd better start treating Goda better or he'll get snatched up. Giggle, yes, you really should. If you don't, someone's gonna grab him and you'll be stuck with 3 meals of Kumasawa-style mackerel cooking a day, won't you? Oh, you're such a bit. That's harsh. It seems someone's holding a grudge against me. There are layers to this. There's some subtext here, chat. As a treat. A little subtext as a treat. Everyone let out a huge sigh. Laugh, sorry. According to Jessica... Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could slow aging, make people smarter and more. Obviously, she hasn't eaten any. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent aging on the inside. Since she was still spirited enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory. Oh, in that case, if you'll excuse me, prepare yourself for tonight's dinner. I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you all, so you better look forward to it. Wahaha, we sure will. Can't wait to get all puckered up from tonight's shimi saba. That sounds wonderful. I wonder if they'll be serving any good Japanese steak. Well, we certainly will. Haven't you heard of Rakanjima's famous mackerel shochu? Kumasawa-san, together with Shan bowed and... Okay, they bowed and pushed the serving cart away. It was pretty funny to watch Goda-san, who looked like his show had been totally stolen, explain in a serious voice that we would be having calf steak for dinner. Goda needs to lighten up. Kumasawa-san, thanks for doing that back there. As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply. Ho ho ho, I haven't done anything that requires thanks. Kumasawa may have played dumb, but she had obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Battler had asked about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately had... Yeah, we were there! We know! There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Shannon, who hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. Oh my god, every single time there's a plot reveal, is it gonna go and explain all of the little breadcrumbs and foreshadowing that it did too? Oh my god, just to make sure everyone appreciates how smart the writer was by saying this shit earlier. If only Shannon had a little of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake like Goda, her life would have been a bit easier. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. However, there were some who understood Shannon's honest nature, her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That was why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue. I just heard from Genji-san that there will be a change in the afternoon shifts. I believe you were given a break until this evening. Ho ho ho, I'm jealous. Huh? Oh, sorry, I haven't checked the shift chart yet. Ah, yes, I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven. If you don't mind, I would be happy if you help out a bit before your break. Ah, yes, I would be delighted to help. To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. Apparently, they had prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had brought for Aunt Natsui. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastard said she couldn't and told his children to go play outside. Battler-kun, why don't we all go for a walk outside? Go ahead and take a look at the roses or something. But keep a close eye on the weather. The sky's still clear, but the weather report kept talking about rain. The sky is clear, and so am I, sang Piss-chan. I want to go to the beach. The beach. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Playing on a sandy beach isn't something you get to do often, is it? Ah, good point. Okay, let's all go to the beach then. Ooh, let's go, let's go! Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet, or your shoes, or your face, or your hair, or your bag. Won't get wet. Giggle. That obedience is so cute. Battler-kun, make sure you keep an eye out for Maria-chan, okay? You're not my mom, so tell me what to do. Sure, leave it to me. Hey, you're pretty obedient and cute yourself listening to Kairi like that. Why don't you also listen to me obediently for a change? Ha! Hell no! Let's go, everyone. Come on. I only listen to men that are taller than me. The children flew out of the parlor. They're replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared to serve the tea. Are we ready, chat? Are we ready? Are we ready? Here we are. Finally. The parlor was filled with sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they were waited to sate their thirst. Ha 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 ha. Rudolph's family certainly seems close. It's a wonderful thing. Quit it. We're no match for your family, Nikki. That's true. You've raised Jessica-chan to be so adorable. I imagine that's yet another fruit of your talents at education and training, Natsui-Nissan. Thank you. Natsui answered coldly. The conversation broke off then, and the parlor fell silent. Alright, masks off then? Alright. Before we start, does anyone want to get out? Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence because he broke it himself with an exaggerated gesture. Still, they sure do grow fast. I thought they'd be kids forever, but they start getting huge all of a sudden, and then they're adults like us. Battler-kun looks like a completely different person now. His body has grown much bigger, but he's still just a kid, though you could say the same about my husband. I wonder where the border between child and adult is. So do most anime writers. Okay, that one might have been over the line, I'm not sure. Let's go. I still don't feel as though I've grown up. Hump, isn't that pitiful? That's not something that the mother or a child should say. This is me pointing at the good part in Umineko. That's right. We're not children anymore. We're all adults now, so I wish we could talk together on an intellectual level rather than an emotional one. When Eva smiled with a sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. On days like these, kids like you should be. It felt as though that pleasant tea aroma had been tossed out the window, sweet to sour. Since long ago, we've always endeavored to engage in intellectual conversations. It seems your sarcasm occasionally misses its mark, just as it always has, he said to the streamer. Oh, what is it you've always endeavored to do? My. I wish I could wrap these words up and send them to this room a few decades ago. Right, Rosa? Rosa gave a vague smile. She knew that whenever she agreed or disagreed, she'd earn the displeasure of one of her siblings. It was a bit of worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling. Just be a centrist. Quit it, Aneki. We'd better get started in our main topic while the brats aren't around. Let us make that our intellectual discussion. As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh, and some let a small look of resignation cross their face. They were approaching their unavoidable, true agenda. My God. Plot. Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months, which I guess means he's gotten negative 9 months. Should we take that to mean it might suddenly happen any time? The family head is still alive and well. The fact that you'd bring up such an inappropriate topic under the light of day makes me doubt your sanity, Rudolph-san. Still, Natsui-san, this is the sort of thing you can't put off until after something happens. He's still healthy now, which makes this the perfect time to talk about this while we've still got time to plan. It's just a bit of financial etiquette, you might say. It seems father is the focus of everyone's concern. Dr. Nanjo. Could we hear details from you? Nanjo's here? That appears to be what everyone else is waiting for, after all. Nanjo eating a donut and sipping the tea awkwardly in the corner. Cough. Nanjo, who had been standing by the window and staring out the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called. Dr. Nanjo, how is father's condition? Well, to begin, allow me to start with a revision, since my estimate last year that he had only 3 months left was not borne out. No need to explain. You're saying that measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right? That is correct. Because of that, while I accept everyone's repeated questions, I can by no means confirm that he will pass away. A human's life is supported by their body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous, but if the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness, the effects of one's condition can sometimes remain in a subdued state. So you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still still firm and spirited. Kairi, sorry, but please stay quiet for a bit. I'm sorry. That is correct. Kinzo-san's body is being overwhelmed by the demon of ill health. This will hold especially true as long as he continues to partake of such strong alcohol. So he's in a crisis now because he drinks, and maybe he's lived this long because he drinks. There's Dad for you. That's Fimbulwinder for you, the heavy drinker. Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than a prediction, but what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year? That's quite a rude question to ask about the family head. Natsui jumped on Eva, not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Eva stared back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile. Natsui-san, forgive her. Eva, choose your words a bit more carefully, okay? I'm sorry. I was just so concerned about Father's condition. Giggle. She's just the best character, man. Especially because she's blonde. Is that so? I hadn't realized. Dr. Nanjo, please tell us. For the sake of the beautiful love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan. Kras laughed sarcastically, and Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle. You ask whether he will still be healthy next year, but as a doctor, it is very hard to say, because while I do think this lull in his condition will continue for a while, if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do. After all, Rokkenjima is a solitary island. It's not as though an ambulance could quickly jump in and save him. Or, if you live in Moncton, maybe it's like a 2-hour wait time. Normally, I would want to have him placed in a large hospital on the mainland, but Father stated that he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year. Apparently, he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside. And that's how things are now. And you know what? He's right. Has Dr. Nanjo been examining? Oh, another blonde. And another blonde. Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. It seems he can be examined when in one of his better moods. I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen. I've really only been able to look. It's true, some people hate doctors. Still, what a hassle, Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given makes the whole thing pointless. So, to sum it up, he's still expected to live 3 months. There's no way to guess how long he'll continue to live while still on the verge of death. Rudolph-san, couldn't you be a little more discreet with your words? Ah, sorry, I've always talked this way. Give me a break. I understand how Dr. Nanjo sees it. What about you, Krasny-san? Humph. To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo. The old fart's already dead. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he's only 3 months left to live. His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get chills at the thought of his fists raining down on me. Pushing the care of your father solely on the shoulders of the eldest sibling is far from fair. Haha, in the next world, get born after me. Lol. Okay, let's get back on track. There's just no sympathy. So, in the opinion of our impartial and neutral doctor, it wouldn't be odd for him to go anytime. No offense to you, Nikki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of an expert in his field, which means it's definitely not too early to start talking about Dad's assets. Father's personal funds probably reach as high as several 10 billion yen, right? But it's not as though that's all neatly gathered as ready cash. It's not as simple as simply cutting a birthday cake with a knife. That's an interesting way to put it. That's right, you sometimes get strawberries or chocolates on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly cut into equal parts, or macro parts. Given that, don't you think it's important to discuss beforehand how to best stick the knife in? Oh, I cannot understand. It's like a different person wrote this scene. It's still good. What the fuck? Did Kojima's partner in writing take over for this part? Like, how is it just like suddenly like literally like 100 times better? I cannot understand how you all can openly discuss this as though the family head is dead, even though he's still alive. Come now, don't you see how important this is? After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Moreover, the glorious Ushiromiya house's wealth is vast. Don't you understand that careful discussion is necessary beforehand? There's a huge difference between this family's resources and your family's wealth. How rude. My birth family has nothing to do with this. Natsui responded indignantly, though in a low voice, and the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile. That's a good sprite. Give it a rest, Eva. Natsui-san, forgive us. Pardon her rudeness. Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Eva and Natsui even more intense. I wonder if you're just like her bitch, man. Like, did you plan this? I'm really curious. It seems I'll just get in the way if I stay any longer. Please excuse me. My curfew approaches. Nanjo arose from his seat and exited the parlor. Do you think he did like a little when he got up? Probably, right? To an outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs. In other words, this is what you would all like to say. Father's remaining life is short. You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance. Why are you so eager, I wonder? Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Ishiromiya's family wealth is no simple task. In that case, shouldn't we make careful and deliberate calculations? It seems to me that you are all impatient to split up the cake tonight. Isn't that true, Rosa? What reason is there to be hasty? Because you're pulling a fast one. I remember we aren't being hasty. However, we need to have an agreement between the siblings. It doesn't matter when we do that. But if the day of father's condition worsens is approaching, discussing the matter beforehand hardly seems hasty to me. Rosa shot a glance at Eva and Rudolph, who had put her up to this. As the youngest sibling in the family, it was hard for her to be cross-examined by the eldest. Oh? Is that your true opinion? I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of the siblings would say something like that. Immediately catches on to it? I wonder if those two told you to say it. Quit it, Aniki. Rose is one of Dad's kids too. She's got as much right to his inheritance as the rest of us. Who is this? Who is this? This is a different person all of a sudden. This looks like someone else, actually. The Game Awards guy? It's only natural that she'd be interested. After all, Dad'll definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen in the distant future. On the contrary, Aniki, you're way too relaxed. It almost seems like you'd like nothing better than to turn the discussion away from the inheritance issue. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to accuse my husband of something? Calm down, Natsui-san. Listen to what we have to say. Nissan, I hear the times have been extremely good lately. Yes, since last year we've been in an unprecedented boom and the yen keeps on rising. It seems that it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100 yen. Also, the ruling party says that it will establish a health resort maintenance law by next year. At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about trying to gather as much funding as they can. You certainly seem to know a lot about it. Japan is about to experience an unprecedented boom. It'll be a repeat of the Korean War demands, the time during which father revived the Ushiro family. The people of Japan have been working like mad, achieving vast economic growth and becoming the most well-off people in the world, reaching the height of our prosperity. We've reached an era where private spending is vast, which means easy money for institutions that can capitalize on that fact. The three kinds of electrical appliances no longer represent the people's needs. The people need ski resorts, golf courses, public pools, resort hotels, and theme parks. Have you gone to Disneyland, which opened just a few years ago? What an excellent theme park. Who knew? It's a place where even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family. No longer do we count our sole virtue to be selfless devotion while failing to care for our families. We have become the most prosperous people in the world, and now we can finally enjoy the benefits. Kraus-san, your foresight's nothing to sneeze at. When I heard that sort of thing several years ago, I thought it was crazy. But when I heard about the G5 Nations Plaza Accord, that all changed. The yen shot up, and I'll bet the price of land skyrockets soon too. It won't be long before Japan becomes the economic center of the world. Sure, you've got a great sense of the direction the world's moving, Kraus-san. Sure, at least there can be no debate about that. Japan, your economy collapse? I feel the same as Hideyoshi-san. Aniki, you can read into the next decade of history. I'll bet you've got that keen sense from Dad, and it's incredible. However, unlike Dad, the timing of predictions has been a bit off sometimes, right? Nissan, you've been starting resort projects everywhere, convinced that Japan will soon see a boom, but almost all of them continue to fail. While I'm sure that the era you predicted will soon arrive, it seems you misread the timing of that boom. You were too early to save money. You then panicked and tried to sell everything off, which only opened the wound even further. If your nose was really so reliable, then there should be no reason for you to sell off your property. Is this proof that you mistrust your own ability? How rude. Are you trying to insult my husband? Natsui's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Okay, so this seems like kind of an overreaction. She can't control herself, but I wonder just how many fucking times this has happened before she's like this. Eva, paying this no heed, started at Cross with a confident smile. Cross, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsui to sit down. Please stop, Natsui. Eva's always been incapable of talking any other way. Calm down a little. Oh, your headache will get worse. There's proof of your lack of talent right next to us. After all, Nissan, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a result? Shit, I thought you were talking about his choice of wife. Holy shit, you built a wonderful resort hotel and beautifully maintained the garden. I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to understand, but you must have used a significant amount of money for that, right? And what is that to you? My husband's business is none of yours. Actually, that's not true, Natsui-san. Rockinjima doesn't belong to Aniki, it belongs to Dad. Of course, the hotel does belong to Aniki, right? In fact, we'd be more than willing to pay for lodging fees for tonight. What do you think, Rosa? Oh, well, if what I have on hand will suffice. Oh god damn! If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. It is true the expenses have piled up, but we can expect a large harvest in the future. When that happens, all of you stand to profit as well. Do you not? I understand that. If the value of this island rises, that'll increase our portions when we distribute the inheritance. Of course, I won't ask you to divide the island and mansion into 4 equal parts. We can just resolve the matter with money equal to the value of the property. If you understand that much, what about my business makes you so dissatisfied? We aren't dissatisfied, we're uneasy. In the first place, Aniki, when do you plan to open that hotel? Left this way, you won't get anything out of it except our grubby handprints, right? That's right. It's an important tool for your business, isn't it? Surely you can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it. Buildings go bad if you don't use them and air them out every once in a while. Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we only use once a year. Right, Rosa? That's right. Considering how wonderful it is, I'm sure it will become quite popular once you open it. I wonder if they planned all this on the boat. Or was it even before that? Oh, so the hotel you keep talking about is the guest house. Yes, Kyrie. Uh-huh. Yep. Stop talking. It's splendid. Just as Rosa said, if you were to open it, I'm sure it would become popular. The lodging they had been guided to wasn't originally intended to serve as a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. Alright, here's a narrator to tell us the third time. However, even though it was built 2 years previously, there was still absolutely no prospect of it opening. Nissan, it's just like all of your enterprises. Your attention and planning are both fabulous. Then it always becomes unmaintainable partway through and ends before you have a chance to earn any profit. You were brilliant when you saw that using this island only as a place to live was a waste. I think it was a pretty good plan to turn it into a resort that could use the prospect of marine sports, fishing, honeymoons, and the like to attract customers. If I were the oldest son, I'm sure I'd have strained my brain looking for a way to make a profit off this island. But 2 full years have passed since you finished building, right? After 2 years, you still haven't had the opportunity to open it. Where's the managing company you entrusted it to? Impertinence! That is not my husband's fault! There's just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we are victims here. And yet, the rumors we've heard about this company you hired haven't been good at all. Damn, Hideyoshi with hitting hard. Let's be clear about this, dear. Did you really think we wouldn't hear about how lack of payment, embezzlement, and other issues led to the project disintegrating mid-flight? We even have evidence. I don't know what kind of evidence you think you found, but it's all baseless. As new members of the tourism industry, it is necessary for us to lay the groundwork with various people. It is also important to investigate the trustworthiness of our partners. It is merely taking us some time to meet that goal. I wonder if she's behind some of the decisions then. I'll admit that, in my rashness, the hotel was completed too early. However, it's not as though we're paying maintenance costs. It's a foundation that will eventually become immensely significant. Liar. I'll bet you want to liquidate it, but can't. After all, there's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated empty island without any established sightseeing routes. And anyway, what about all the loans you made for this project? Even if you aren't incurring maintenance costs, the borrowed money that you can't return just keeps growing. Sorry, Krasny-san, but I've investigated the development plan for this island a bit. To be honest, I haven't heard anything good either. Hideyoshi-san. Too, Hideyoshi? I can see how you might be left with that impression by only looking at the current financial situation. However, this is a forward-looking investment. I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was mistaken, and that up until now, several liabilities have been created. However, the times have finally caught up with me. I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this point. No, actually, all of the investments I have made until now will finally return to my possession. That's right, just like throwing away a small fry, which then becomes a salmon. You can do that? Alright, I will take the fry then. They will come back even bigger than before. I'll accept that. The resort business will probably see an unprecedented boom before long, though I don't know if it'll be enough to cover all your debt. However, Krasny-san, after your failures in the past, who exactly do you expect to provide you with funding? And this isn't some small amount we're talking about. You'll need enough funding to fill the massive hole you've dug. What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san? Natsui-san, please don't get angry. We looked into this too. We checked to see who might have provided Krasny-san with enough financing to support his recent large-scale projects despite his string of failures. And we discovered that no such backer exists. The iron rule of the money roulette is that you bet against the loser. And Nikki, you're a fairly well-known loser in this field. It's true that prosperous times are about to come, but when we looked for people who considered that enough to overlook your string of failures, and also had enough for the investment, we found no candidates. So, the big question now is where you got that money from. Ho ho! Now, isn't this intriguing? And? The deer. How long do you plan to let these ridiculous remarks stand? Sit down, Natsui-san. Let's cut to the point. And Nikki, you've been diverting Dad's private funds for your own businesses. There's pretty much no room for doubt. And all of a sudden, Kraus looks kind of bad. Before the injured party, whoa, what the fuck is their problem? And now it's like, yo, that's actually kind of fucked up. Maybe they have a point, but maybe they don't. Tune in next week to find out. If you think we've made some kind of mistake, please feel free to explain. Rudolph, don't call it diverting funds. Call it a comeback. This is embezzlement, plain and simple. A huge crime that can be criminally prosecuted. This sort of rudeness cannot be tolerated. Hold on. What's embezzlement? Embezzlement. Theft or misappropriation of funds placed in one's trust or belonging to one's employer. Okay. So funds you have access to for certain reasons, and then you use it for a different reason? Thought it was more serious than that. How can you face the successor to the Ushiromia family and level these absurd accusations? They aren't absurd, they're right on the mark. I'm not stubborn, I'm right. I'm sure he'd like to somehow make his business succeed and recover his losses, but his debts getting bigger. He's just trying to cover up the failure of one gamble by making an even bigger one. It's only natural to try to grab any source of funding close at hand. Let me be frank, Nissan. What you're doing is embezzlement. You're betraying father. You know that we'll have the court settle this after it's all over, right? Do you think that kind of person has any right to call themselves the successor to the Ushiromia head family? Of all you dare to claim that he has betrayed the family head? The head of the family? You no longer have the right to straddle the threshold of the glorious Ushiromia family. Leave this place at once. Now! Get out! Natsui, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Eva in rage. Yeah, I know, I heard it. She then pointed alternately at Eva and the hallway, demanding that she leave. Eva took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsui, as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped. Hey, Natsui-ni-san? To whom do you think you are speaking in such a tone? I'm speaking to the exceedingly rude sister of my husband. As the person in charge of the main family's kitchen, I cannot overlook any more of this. In charge of the kitchen? Be silent, lowly maidservant. Eva folded the fan with a snap and rose to her feet energetically. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown until a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive. Now I can imagine it. It's on the screen. How foolish. You stand down. You stand down before Eva of the Ushiromia family. Sorry, before. You tell me to stand down? Me, Ushiromia Eva, the third ranked in the Ushiromia family's hierarchy, and the one allowed to sit at the left shoulder of the head? Yeah, I'm further up the table. Know your place. Know your place. Yeah, and then look at your shabby self in the mirror. Where is the symbol of the wing on your clothes? Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle? Aren't you noticing more than a borrowed womb to... Sorry, aren't you nothing more than a borrowed womb to house the next successor of the Ushiromia family? Understand your place, you common housemaid. Damn! Eva's face twisted hideously as... Okay, is there anyone here that wasn't here last year that was like, how could this possibly get good, and was bored, and now in the scene they're like, holy shit, you know what? They had a point. They were cooking. This is a good scene, right? Like, it really, like, it escalates so fast and so hard. This is a fucking banger scene. Eva's face twisted hideously as her words gouged into Natsui's heart like talons wrenching at it. There were 100 ways that Natsui wanted to respond. Getting to this scene last year, like unironically made, like, maybe even over 100 people read Umineko. Do you understand? Dozens. There were 100 ways that Natsui wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and none of these words managed to make it out of her mouth. Wait, by the way, is this your first read? This is my second read of this part. I didn't read anything after this scene, because Leap Day was over. Her anger had nowhere to go and became a single hot tear that slowly dripped down. Oh, fucking, what the shit? What's wrong? If you have something to say, please do so. Come on. Eva faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsui could do nothing but tremble, her clenched fist quivering. Cross quietly broke that powder keg tension. Natsui, leave your seat. You should go cool your head. What? Natsui, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid. Yeah, we know. Shifted the focus of her attack. Dear, don't you understand what they're saying about you? These people are baselessly calling you a traitor to father. They are making light of the fact that we protect the glory of the Ishiromiya family, even though we are constantly expending every effort to earn that glory from father. So she cares more about the family than Eva does. Eva cares more about the money. But Eva also cares about the respect that she can get from it, so maybe it's not that simple. They trample all of that underfoot with their hateful rambling. And you don't even try to fight back. Why? I'm only standing up for us because you won't, and you've been putting the entire burden on me for some time now. And now you tell me to go cool my head? It's always me. Even though I have always considered the family's affairs so seriously, you've... Ah, gah! Natsui was already unable to hide tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about that parlor, and also Nanjo, who had secretly not left, was like really awkwardly standing in the corner, still eating his dessert. Time for my dessert? When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly. I apologize for my wife. She has always been bad at controlling her emotions. It's even been rough for me. If that's what's been managing your household, you must suffer to no end, Nissan. Giggle, giggle. Madam, it's nothing. Leave me be. Natsui flew into her room and threw herself onto the bed, lamenting. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. Poor Madame Natsui. There is a deep enmity between her and Iwasama. Explaining the relationship would be very trying for me as a woman. It would take probably 6 hours, but we're gonna do it. Here we go. The Ushiromiya family holds blood in high regard, but if a woman marries and leaves the family, they are normally removed from the family register. Thus, under normal circumstances, Iwasama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama. However, there is no one deserving of blame in this matter. The madam certainly bears no guilt. There is nothing to call it other than a whim of God. Kraus-sama and Natsuyi-sama were not blessed with children for some time. After all, this is the male-dominant Ushiromiya family. A wife is merely a tool to create an heir. If such a wife cannot fulfill her only duty, she will not even be treated as human. It pains me to remember how the master tortured Madam during that time. Back then, a wedding between Iwasama and Hideyoshi-sama was being discussed. Iwasama was sly, taking advantage of Madam's inability to become pregnant as she gained the favor of the master. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushiromiya register. There was a vast difference in the Ushiromiya hierarchy between Madam, who married into the Ushiromiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Iwasama, who was related to the family by blood and whose husband took on the Ushiromiya name. But wouldn't Battler like take over because Battler's dad's older than Eva? I can't remember his name. Wouldn't that take over, or is it really birth order? Surely the Eva's the second child? Oh yeah, he is. She is. I'm sorry. Why did she say she sat third from the left then? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I miscounted. Yeah. You're right. Sorry. It's there. Yeah. Man, she really pulled a fast one here then. Furthermore, Iva-sama actually gave birth first, and to a boy. And as for how much weaker Madame's position was than Iva-sama's, well, I believe you could see for yourself. I'm sure Madame is tormented by the thought that if only she had gotten pregnant earlier, the master wouldn't have accepted Iva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage, and Iva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she did today. So Hideyoshi is just like fine with this, huh? However, that was not Madame's fault. All of the blame lies with God's whims and the stork that delivered Jessica late. Even so, Madame won't allow herself to see things this way. She probably can't help but cry bitter tears as a woman at her inability to carry out the duties expected of a wife. Ah, how sad. I cannot do anything except watch over her from the shadows. But if Ava and Kraus had a son now, that son would become the heir because it's older than, like, because the parents are above the hierarchy more than George, right? That's absolutely how it would be. So she could never have, they kept trying and they couldn't have a son, I guess? Man, that last scene was actually good. So disappointing right now that you're going to have to keep watching or read it yourself. Yeah, I know, right? I know. We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. All right, so we are now caught up. So there we go. So now, next week, we can continue with new content. Is what I would be saying, but we're gonna see one more scene right now today, just so people who are like, I don't need to watch the stream, it's just a repeat, have to come here and watch it. Get fucked. We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. As we did, we once again spotted that witch's portrait. However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were inexorably drawn to it. Am I saying that right? Inexorably, yeah, drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who viewed it stand rooted to the spot. Inexorably? So this is the witch Beatrice. I wonder if that story is true. Oh, we're back to the bad part.
Inexorably.
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 Cuirass. Inexorably. Cuirass.
Okay. Inexorably. 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 I'm still not saying it right, am I? So this is the witch Beatrice. Wonder if that story is true. Battler doesn't believe. Back when he had asked what this picture was, the first person to tell him had been Maria. Man, I'm excited. New content. Here we go. Therefore, when Battler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Battler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that wasn't what Battler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate hanging below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria trying to prove that she wasn't lying. Obstinately continued to hit the plate. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. It's not like I doubt anything you said, Maria. Ooh. Battler believes. Ooh. When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly ooh-oohing. Ooh-ooh, pass the bread? What's this? Still reading my game? My beloved witch Beatrice. Behold, the sweet fish river. What's with this weird, huge epitaph? The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it, but it was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title was what appeared to be a long epitaph. If you just skimmed over it, several unnerving words would jump out at you. Reading Umineko. Incredible, isn't it? Grandfather had that made. Pretty deep, huh? Ooh, I know. It's the place where the gold's hidden. Wait, is that the story about the Ushiromiya family's hidden gold? There's hidden gold? It probably doesn't look gold, though. It probably looks more like an auburn. Now that's another thing I remember from long ago. Hold on. Aniki, is this for real? Grandfather had this made, but he never said anything about this picture or the epitaph. Even so, amongst the family, it is often whispered that it indicates the location of Grandfather's hidden gold, and that he will relinquish the inheritance and the gold to the person who solves the riddle. Ooh, I heard that too. Lots and lots of gold. Well, something like that. Something like 10 metric tons of gold bars. I think it's fake, though. Still, when you read about it in an epitaph like this, it almost seems real. Can we read the epitaph? I think I already explained Grandfather's upbringing, but let me also mention the Ushiromiya's family's legend of the gold. Alright, please do. Grandfather succeeded in the Ushiromiya family after it was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake. Yep, we know. And by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, he managed to accumulate great wealth. Yep, we know. Not much of the story everyone knows. Yep, including me. I don't know why you're saying it again then. However, this is where the strange part begins. Alright, I'm strapped in. Part of it involves Grandfather's black magic obsession, so its credibility is extremely low, but it's somehow true. Well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. Okay, that's the slogan of this game. Yep. It's not a game. Slogan of the story. After the war, grandfather correctly predicted what the future would hold and won a huge gamble, accumulating a vast store of wealth. But there's a mysterious legend about how he gained his initial funding. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connections in the business world or the financial world. Yet we know, even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, he supposedly started as a nameless person who hadn't gained anyone's trust. Yet we know, it takes trust to gather money. True. There's no way anyone would lend money to someone they didn't trust. True. How did grandfather, who had no reputation at all, manage to obtain his first vast chunk of funds? Gold. When asked that question, grandfather supposedly answered like this: Beatrice. On a certain day, I encountered the golden witch Beatrice. Grandfather then went on and on about his continuing research into alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great magician. And the entity summoned as a result of the demon calling ceremony was the golden witch Beatrice. Rachel Amber, and then apparently made a contract by which he would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his soul. So she's a succubus. Oh man, she's starting to look kind of blonde to me. The witch that granted grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, which he then used to multiply his wealth many times over and revive the Ishiromiya family. It seems the story is so old that even our parents were told it when they were still children. So, back when our parents were young, they explored this island in all sorts of ways, believing that the gold grandfather had received from the witch might have been hidden somewhere. The secret fifth child that died in the forest looking for the gold. Watch out for them. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, grandmother began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was forbidden. I remember that old story. When we were little, we also went on all over the island searching for treasure that our parents told us about it. We didn't get lost in the forest once, then start crying until somebody... Sorry, didn't we get lost in the forest... We really need to stop, but I want to finish this scene. Didn't we get lost in the forest once, then start crying until some of the servants found us? Our parents got so mad. Dang, that takes me back. We sure were idiots, weren't we? Still are, bud. After all, grandfather only bought this island after using those funds to get rich, right? That means he must have had the gold before coming here. There's no way the gold's on this island, unless... That's not necessarily so. Maybe he brought the gold with him. Maybe the gold was hidden on the island from the beginning, and he bought the whole island just to ensure that it'd be his and his alone. But he needed the gold to buy the gold, George! Keep up, idiot! That was where there was a whole 10 metric tons of it, right? It seems more realistic that he tried to secure the place where it was hidden rather than try to move it all. The epitaph was made 2 years ago, and since grandfather wrote to himself, yeah, it does make the legend of the gold seem more believable. The so-called witch's gold that revived the Ushiromiya family weighed 10 tons. Actually, it is more likely that the gold was here, and the witch made him go on a boat to get it, but also said, now you have to buy the island, because she wants the island, because she's tied to the island for some reason, and she's the island forest witch or whatever the fuck it is, and yeah, so it kind of tracks. You know what, George is always right. Maybe that's sleeping somewhere, maybe ready to be turned over to whoever can solve grandfather's riddle. Maybe that's why he did it. Dude, maybe that is the riddle. Can we see the riddle, please? Ha, I guess that sounds like grandfather's style or something. Ehehe, if that's true, that's pretty incredible. The epitaph carved into the plate was very mysterious, with something like a poem or a song written on it. That text was incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of grandfather's black magic hobby, and its contents were in truly bad taste. But it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle. Is it about boobs, which, if solved, might lead to the hidden gold? Want to find the gold? Don't marry a girl that's old. Whoa! Whether that's what he intended or not, I can't even imagine what his true motive might have been. All we know for sure is that grandfather put the shady epitaph here so that everyone in the family could see it. Hey, he's the one that said it was a bad taste, not me. I'm just trying to think of an example of what something in bad taste would be. Want that gold you can't ever move? Find a girl with some big boobs. We also know that he's hinted at the existence of the gold without ever talking about where it might be hidden, at least so far. These facts were embellished by the imaginations of our parents, who were convinced that grandfather was challenging us to a battle of wits. Sounds just like my dad, so greedy that he takes something like this so seriously. Maybe they didn't embezzle. Maybe they found the gold. Would that still be embezzling though, because it's technically the dad's? He may laugh at grandfather's black magic obsession, but he still believed the story about the hidden gold. It just sounds so good. Well, it's certainly not a realistic story. At that time, when grandfather was still nameless and had no connections, there was no way anyone would just lend him a massive quantity of gold bars for free. Dude, it was a witch! Pay attention! If such a person actually did exist, it's not unthinkable that grandfather would call such a sponsor a witch. Yeah, but it's 10 tons. 10 tons! How many kilograms is that? If you cash that in, how much would it come to? I mean, it'd have to be a ridiculous amount, right? 10 tons of gold weighs more than 10 tons of silver, right? It certainly would be a ridiculous amount. They say that the total amount of gold mined by humankind since the dawn of history is 100,000 metric tons at most. Yeah, there's not a lot of gold on the planet, right? If 1/10,000th of all the gold humankind has obtained throughout history should just belong to one person is just insane. On top of that, this witch supposedly had all that gold collected in one place and was able to lend it to grandfather just like that. We're not talking about any ordinary person. Great bait. What do you mean? Silver is worth less and is also lighter than gold. So, like, it would weigh less than 10 tons of gold, 10 tons of silver, for sure. Yeah. Well, to me, that 10 tons number seems pretty fishy. After all, no one's actually seen it except grandfather. Even if we assume that some like 10 tons of bread is going to be even so much lower. Even if we assume that some generous witch existed and lent him some gold, maybe it was closer to 10 kilograms than 10 tons. Even 10 kilograms would be a pretty incredible sum, right? Ooh, 10 kilograms of gold is how much? Maria, who wasn't following the story and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. Oh yeah, Maria's here. Maria also has thoughts. It was a question. I'm losing my voice. Can you hear it? It was a question I also wanted answered right then. Whether it was 10 kilograms. Good thing I don't need to talk to play fucking 9 souls. Whether it was 10 kilograms or 10 tons, it still felt like a huge amount, but I had no idea exactly how huge. George and Nikki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold, which he just knew off the top of his head. Well, even the value of gold is affected by the market, and the value of physical gold can change depending on its purity and the trustworthiness of the foundry. You'd also need to pay handling fees to cash it in. However, that doesn't change the fact that it's a precious metal, and some people estimate that humanity will mine all the world's gold within half a century if gold mining continues at its current rate. It's been about half a century since this game came out. Is that true? Just guessing haphazardly, I think you could expect a price of about 2 million yen per kilogram. Oh man, that's like $20. Whoa, a Five Guys meal. Just now I randomly said 10 kilograms because it sounded smaller, but even that would be worth 20 million yen, wouldn't it? Ugh. I weigh 28 kilograms. Which means that if we had Maria's Chan's weight in gold, we could estimate its worth at over 50 million yen. She would weigh more when she got turned to gold though. That's just unbelievable. That's just unbelievable. How much would 10 tons be then? 10 kilograms is 20 million yen, which you multiply by 1,000. So, 20 billion yen? What the hell? How much is 20 billion yen actually worth? About $1 million? We can only measure it relative to our own pocketbooks. Anyway, let's say that a person's wages over a lifetime are about 200 million yen. You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and you're finally freed as you approach old age. Everything, including retirement money, might add up to about 200 million yen. In other words, that's the amount of money that'll be made throughout a human's life. No, you could even call it the value of a life. So 100 times that sum is an unbelievable amount of money. So you work from age 20 to age 60. That's 40 years of work. Who's retiring at 60, my weep? What fuck? Oh yeah, 1980s. Okay, so it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. If you worked every day starting from the Jomon period, you'd only reach that number about now. Literally 1980s Japan. Yeah. All right. How happy is chat that meme is actually real this time? Is 20 billion yen a lot? Heck yeah, it's a lot. Maria, you love shortcake, right? You could buy more shortcake than you could possibly eat for the rest of your life. However, while that might be possible with 20 billion yen in cash, I don't think it would be very realistic to have that much in gold bars all in one place. Just as I said, gold is extremely heavy, so it's heavier than silver, so it isn't exactly convenient as a method of storing wealth. Sure, you can imagine someone gathering their fortune together as incredibly high-valued stocks of precious gems. You often hear of people who traded their wealth for precious gems so they could carry it around with them during the chaotic times of war, but you don't usually hear stories of people exchanging their wealth for gold. It may be heavy, but it's the most trusted and stable form of wealth internationally, so maybe that was important. For example, no, that's not true anymore, this crypto. For example, bonds are just scraps of paper if the whole country goes under. But gold is scraps of metal, but you can also look at it that way. But even one 10 kilogram ingot is pretty heavy to carry around. Like, yeah, it's like 10 kilograms. Haven't you heard? Go to the gym. A 50 kilogram person can't carry a 50 kilogram bag over their shoulder. A 110 pound person can't carry 110 pounds over their shoulder. I think they could. I think this is a skill issue. I absolutely think they could. Not with these. Oh yeah, definitely not with these. How long? It is well established that George doesn't work out. I mean, yeah, just look at him. Yeah, that's true. It's pretty true. With that many gold bars, the amount of labor and risk for one person would be hard to calculate. So what you're saying is, while it'd be one thing if you had a stack of banknotes worth 20 billion yen, 20 billion yen in gold would be such a big mountain that practically would be kind of pointless. That's right, although the legend of the gold does have a pretty interesting ring to it. Well, you could take one bar at a time, or however many you can carry! George, you're a moron! Just the part about the 10 tons of gold makes it pretty much impossible. If you think about it, that's why the boat broke. It sunk. If you think, oh, that's why the lightning struck the fucking shrine, because the gold like attracted the lightning, like it conducted electricity. It got too high. That's what happened. If you think about it logically like that, it sounds obviously fake. Haha, kind of brings you back down to reality. Anyway, that's grandfather for you. Is it divided in bars? I mean, how could it not be? Is it just one gigantic 10-ton like lump of gold? Like maybe it's one gigantic bar, like one of those double Mars bars you can get that's like not snack size, not regular, but it's like a jumbo king size. Maybe it's like that. And gold. Anyway, that's grandfather for you. Maybe exaggerated the story of how some kind wealthy person gave him a loan by saying he got 10 tons of gold from a witch. Even the number 10 tons feels pretty symbolic. Yeah, almost like it was like a pact, supernatural. You mean like his gratitude for the money he borrowed was worth 10 tons of gold or something? Hee. Maybe some rich man's leisured wife generously granted it to grandfather after he boned her. And maybe he started calling this person a witch. I see, Jessica's example isn't bad. Someone who generously lent a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation might as well be called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather actually did use that money to build a vast amount of wealth later on. The fact that this person was so great at judging people might also justify calling her a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might have enthusiastically overseen how it was spent. Oh, she did. The decision to unexpectedly get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have been inspired by the witch herself. It's been the witch the whole time. That might explain why he claimed to have received both wealth and honor from her. Not for honor. I see. So in other words, this witch lent grandfather the funds necessary to revive the Ushiria family, and he owed her big. Okay, we're just Paimon at this point. Yeah, we've said it like fucking like 8 times just today in this conversation. Yes. Oh, so Paimon thinks that the grandfather got the money from a witch. Whoa, do you think so, Paimon? Yeah, but it's probably in gold bars. Well, gold bars would be pretty heavy. Yeah, the gold bars that he got from a witch, they would be pretty heavy to move around. So do you think that's how he spent it? I think the gold bars that he got from the witch would be too heavy to move around, so therefore it wasn't moved around. Maybe he only got a small amount of just fucking hell, Paimon, fuck off. And then he felt so grateful he had the huge painting drawn and displayed. Yeah, it's not that crazy a story. It's even possible this person was an old granny who looked like a witch. Maybe grandfather idolized her, and that's why he had her drawn to look so beautiful. Ha 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 ha! I'll bet if we ever did meet this person, she wouldn't be nearly this pretty. Oh, you just made an enemy for life. Haha, that's possible. She kind of looks like you, actually. The name Beatrice sounds pretty Western if you think about how everyone in our family has Western names. Too bad you're not blonde, then you would be. Maybe even the name Beatrice is a result of grandfather trying to rearrange some Japanese person's name to make it sound Western. I get it. That means this pretty girl doesn't exist outside the picture. Guess that means I won't be able to rub those elegant breasts. What the fuck, Battler? Why? In the first place, isn't having a witch pretty bizarre by itself? You could find something like that anywhere on Earth. I laughed and made fun of the witch. I laughed and made fun of the witch, trying to distinguish myself from the kid I was 6 years ago, who feared the witch from the forest. When Maria tugged on my sleeve, Oh, she's right behind me, isn't she? I could tell by how hard she pulled that she was a bit upset. What is it, Maria? Beatrice exists. Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry by the color of her eyes. What? Witches exist. Witches exist. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, sure, they do exist if you turn on the TV and watch anime or something. Wait, did anime exist in 1980s Japan? Exist. Witches exist. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I started getting impatient, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and whispered, "Was anime good back then?" Dumbass, you're smashing a kid's dream. Why are you crying? Maria really believes in things like witches and Beatrice. Things like witches and Beatrice exist. Come to think of it, Maria-chan, in social studies at your school, when you were asked to write what you wanted to be when you grew up, you wrote a witch, didn't you? Uh-oh, that does not bode well. Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. I see. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, the existence of Beatrice was proof that witches do exist in the world, and was therefore an image that she yearned after and admired. Exist. Exist. Witches exist. But Battler still doesn't believe. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's okay. Witches do exist. I believe it, said George, lying. George and Nikki kneeled down and hugged Maria's head. Just the head. Watching this, Jessica poked my side. So that's what it is. It's like shouting... Okay, so, before I say this next line, spoilers for Christmas for anyone who might be, you know, around people that don't know the Christmas spoilers. Okay? Sometimes they can hear me upstairs, so I'm actually not gonna say it, okay? I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it, alright? I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make fun of your dreams, so I apologize. Beatrice does exist. Even now, she's living in the forest and comes to the mansion every night to peek in and see what everyone's doing, and I always grab her boobs every single time. So you shouldn't go into the forest. At night, you mustn't stare into the dark forest. You might be seen by the witch of the forest, Beatrice. No, she wants to meet the witch! She wants to find out how to be a witch! She's gonna wander off into the forest now and actually find her. After all, grandmother said so. Ooh, really? Battler really believes? Yep, I believe. Sorry for doubting it. Come on, let's make up. I stuck up my hand. Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand and we made up. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so George and Nikki and Jessica were relieved. Can we read the poem? Oh, okay. This is that was the end of the scene, right? Okay, that was the end of the scene. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. What do you mean, no? Really? Oh, so this is where all of you were. I was sure you had just left to go to the beach. Are you sure? Because this would be a banger screen to come back to next week. Shannon-chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait. Ah, Shannon. Well, this is the first time Battler has seen Beatrice's portrait. No, it's not. It's the second time. He was just fascinated by it. That's right. It certainly is fascinating. Beatrice Sama is truly beautiful. I'm sure that she captivated the master. In addition to the patron theory, there's also a theory that she was grandfather's first love. Either way, although it's been several decades since he met her, even now she holds a special place in his heart, which must mean that he's still captivated by her. Why are you still I thought this is a good stopping point. All right, where's Mouse? Where's Mouse? Is Mouse still here? Are we almost at the end? +2 chatter. We are nowhere near the end of this chapter. And by chapter, do you mean like the next time the glass shatters? No. What about the scene break? I would just a scene break. Here's fine. All right, whatever. Let's stop here. We're done. The scene break we just had before Shannon came in is probably a fine stopping point. Okay, good. All right, thank you, Mouse. Thank you. Sorry if I was too aggressive there, actually. All right, let's save it. Why does it still say episode 1? We got through it. Check the tips, Joe. No, we're ending. I want to say thank you to people. I haven't said thank you to people for a while. Hold on. Oh, man, it has been a while. Shit, I'm sorry. We need a questions arc bet where we bet on whether or not Joe can solve the mystery. My bet is on yes, Joe. Don't disappoint. Joms from Pincerata. Uh-oh. That's pressure. I wonder if I can. Apparently you can. We don't even have the mystery yet. Maybe that's the mystery. Tonso Wumbo for the resub. Excited to see you read this. I'm listening in while buying parts for a cosplay of one of the characters. The convention is in 2 weeks. Oh, which character? If you're still around, please let us know. Just at me in chat, and it'll be pretty pretty good to know. Top Lolly used some bits to say, do you believe in the Big Bang or in Pangea? Well, one does the other one, doesn't it? And then meteor happens. They were drunk, right? Thank you, Dalmic, for the bits saying, what the fuck is Pangea? Thank you, Jackie O, for the bits as well. Joe, I don't want to be rude, but I think you hate those infamous Jessica and Shannon scenes only because you weren't paying attention and didn't get them. Can you please read them again next Umineko stream just in case? You know what? We probably should. Good plan. Top Virtuosity for the new sub. Welcome. And also for 1,000 bits. Hey, Joe, longtime VOD watcher. I'm the dog park person you talked about on stream and just wanted to say that the story was real and I've been going to the park at night to avoid her. And just think, one day you'll be able to tell your kids that is how you met their mother when you bump into her again, because she's going to start going at night too to avoid you. And then you'd be like, oh no, that's how it's going to go. Anyway, thank you, Top for Virtuosity. Thank you, That Great Peanut, for saying, using bits to say neckbeard Sif. I don't have a neckbeard right now. Sometimes I will admit, I just don't shave at all. So I get a little bit of a neckbeard going. But I'm neat and tidy right now. Don't worry about it. Pinsar also used some more bits to say the push and pull of Umineko's writing is truly astonishing. Every time I got to a character-driven conversation scene, I would be glued to the screen, only to take a deep sigh when the more weeby scenes followed suit. Yeah. Hopefully there's more of one than the other as we go on, right? Right? This scene with the painting wasn't that bad either, but it still repeated a lot of information. Wasn't nearly as good as the scene before it though. Great Peanut used some more bits to say. So when do all these booby ladies kiss or something? I don't know. What are you expecting? This is not like a Dangan Rot. No, they don't even do that in that one. I don't know. That was more perverted sometimes though. Also Joe saying he hates weed perversion and then full belly laughing at Battler's antics. It just catches me off guard. It's just out of nowhere. Come on. It's my first day. And last but by no means least, Avarici for gifting a sub to take us home, Umineko Fan Club. Nice. Welcome to the Umineko Fan Club. Thank you, Avarici. Oh, there's a message effect. 1/50th of the Yumi streams done. Grats, Joe. Thank you very much. All right. 3 AM Soda does amazing art of Umineko. Oh, it's not a ritual. It's a person. It's an artist. Okay. Maybe we can check that out after we're done in 2026. All right. So that was the first of the proper Umineko streams done and dusted. We will continue reading this on every Saturday until we're done or I decide that I don't want to do it anymore for a variety of reasons. Right now, I'm pretty keen to keep going. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that some people who were really withering, like during the dinner scene, because that's when I was really withering last year too, and in this stream as well. And then after that, it suddenly like sparks up like hard. Just know that is pretty much the intended Umineko experience from what not the intended, the common Umineko experience from what I understand it. A lot of people went through that last stream and were like, why are we even doing this? And they were bored, checked out, tired, and then that scene happened, and then they went out and read it themselves. So yeah, we will be back next week for some more. Congratulations, have some honey for your voice as a reward. I don't think I have any honey. Maybe I should go out and get them. Real quick, what are your general story predictions? Well, because I saw the witch in the Steam store page, I'm gonna guess that she shows up and makes it a dangerous game and starts holding us all hostage and someone dies and we have to do shit to make the witch happy. That's what I'm guessing. Cackly. Maybe we're gonna hunt for some gold. Someone's definitely gonna die because I saw some blood. Yeah. For what it's worth, people voted to keep the VA over multiple polls. Alright, that's good. Are you in the Umineko fan club? 68% yes! Damn, please eat something. Yeah, I really do need to eat something. Okay, does anyone have do the mods have someone queued for a raid? Because if not, I'm gonna bounce because I'm like super hungry and also tired. Oh, backseat's raiding. It's streaming. All right, we'll definitely raid backseat. I love a backseat raid. Backseat streams. Friend of the channel. Okay, is it all one word? Joe, can I get blanket forgiveness? People blame me for fan art taking too long, and without me adding anything, it took 3 hours. So I'm just saying maybe chat should apologize to me for being so mean. Why would they say you're taking making fan art too long? It's always me that makes it take too long. Maybe like once or twice in the past, some of the messages have been a bit too long, but not all of those even come from you, okay? Sometimes they come from the person who made the fan art. No, it's definitely me that makes it long. waffling about some BS. Anyway, enjoy the raid. I'll see you on Monday for 9 souls, or tomorrow, depending on how I feel. It's probably going to be Monday, though, so don't like show up tomorrow expecting 9 souls. I look forward to seeing all 1,000 of you for the last 9 soul stream on Monday. See you later. Have a good rest of your weekend.